everybody, and welcome back to Daily Wire's live coverage of Turning Point's AmericaFest. I am your co-host, Cabot Phillips, joined, of course, by Daily Wire's senior reporter, Margaret Olohan.
The party is just getting started here, guys, and we've got a lot more coming your way. Last night, we heard from some incredible speakers, including Charlie Kirk and, of course, the man himself, Ben Shapiro. And today, Daily Wire's own Michael Knowles will be speaking shortly, so don't go anywhere.
I just want to know if Michael's going to come on stage smoking one of his Mayflower cigars. It would be very on brand. I'm going to be honest. I cannot hear a single thing this morning. I apologize to everyone home if I seem a bit off. My ears are still ringing from last night, just how loud it was in the room. 20,000 young conservatives chanting USA as Ben Shapiro took the stage. It was a beautiful sight to behold. If you close your eyes and just listen, you can hear Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA just serenading all of us here in spirit. This place, it's like a conservative Coachella mixed with a patriotic Disney World. It's awesome. And if you missed our stream last night, Ben Shapiro announced some very big news. The Daily Wire is partnering with Turning Point on our latest film, Identity Crisis, which debuts on X January 10th. Do not miss this. It's inspired by the cultural phenomenon, What is a Woman? You may have heard of it. Identity Crisis dives into one of the most polarizing debates of our time, the rise of gender ideology, and specifically its impact on children.
Yeah, this is so important. This is an emotionally charged documentary, and it dives deep into these personal accounts from detransitioners, parents, and professionals who are fighting back against a system that prioritizes political agendas over child welfare, ideology over science. And this Identity Crisis documentary urgently invites viewers to reconsider the cost of reshaping identity. Take a peek at this trailer.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a, let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
Very, very powerful stuff. Again, the world premiere of Identity Crisis will be January 10th, and it'll take place on X. Go watch it at Real Daily Wire. You guys already know that. You follow Daily Wire.
And joining us now is one of the stars of Identity Crisis and one of my favorite people, one of the bravest girls I know, Chloe Cole. Join us, Chloe.
Come on in, Chloe.
How's it going?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys doing this morning?
Great. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Tell our audience, you underwent one of the most upsetting and traumatic adventures that many of us have ever known, this journey to try and transition to become a boy. Tell us what you got you started down this path.
Yes, so I was between the ages of 12 to 16 during the time of my gender transition. That included not only a social transition, changing my name and the way that I presented myself, but also a medical transition as well, with puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and a double mastectomy, all before I was even legally old enough to drive a car. And where these feelings really stemmed from for me, the distress around my sex came from a place of sexual trauma. I had been molested a few times during my childhood and my adolescence. And it made me want to just crawl out of my skin. Not only that, but also like I felt like growing up in a very media dominant age and growing up in the Instagram age, with all the filters, the plastic surgery, was like, it felt like there was a standard that I could never match up to as a young woman. And I was a bit of a tomboy too. I felt like I connected a lot more with my older brothers, and it was very difficult for me to understand other girls and other women growing up. And even just like what made it worth being a woman. It was like, I'd always hear about like the painful things, all the traumatic parts of being female, but never the blessings that come with it. And so I thought I just wouldn't be happy like this, and that I wasn't even destined to be a young woman. I fell into this idea that I had the brain of a young man and the body of a young woman, that I just had a sickness and I had to treat it, and that this is the way.
Chloe, your story is one that the left tells us doesn't exist. The left tells us this is not happening to minors. This is not happening to anyone, under the age of 18. What do you think when you hear that lie pushed by lawmakers and doctors saying, no, this is not happening to kids?
It's infuriating. Because I know that it happened not only to me, but it happens all the time to God knows how many other children. It's like, I do a lot of events speaking at universities, and it's like every time I've met someone who has either desisted before they medicalized or they were on the hormones, and many of them were under the age of 18.
Right.
And there's a massive network of detransitioners who not only transitioned when they were adults, but also the ones who started far before they were even adults. They didn't have a chance. And it's so obvious now. Our voices have been out there for years. There's no excuse to just ignore and say that it's not happening anymore.
Right. Chloe, one of the most important parts of your story, I think, that many people don't understand is the way your parents were manipulated. And I think a lot of people rightfully think that the parents play a huge role in this, and that there certainly are some parents that push their kids down this path.
Of course.
Tell us how your parents were manipulated by these doctors and therapists.
It's true that there are a lot of parents out there who coerce their children into doing this to themselves. Or rather, they do this to their children. But the majority of parents and families who are dealing with this are being manipulated by the doctors or by the counselors of the child. They really shove this lie down the throats of the parents that it's life or death for the gender dysphoric child. They say, it's very unlikely that your child is going to regret transition, but it's actually more likely that they will end up regretting going through their natural, healthy puberty. They start talking about the suicide rates to the parents, and they really make these deep cuts telling them, like, this is because they don't get medicalized enough. This is because they don't get accepted in their identity that they've chosen for themselves. If you don't allow them to do this, it's very likely that you're going to have to deal with a dead child versus a living, happy, thriving transgender son or daughter.
One of the most powerful moments from the Supreme Court hearings on this matter this month was when the ACLU lawyer had to admit before the court...
suicides are not common.
Precisely, that the suicide rate, there's no correlation between gender dysphoria and getting this so-called gender treatment and the suicide rate going down. I'm interested in your take on how the left has treated you and the reaction that people have shown to you speaking your truth, as they would say, but telling your story and speaking the truth.
I mean, well, before I was even speaking out publicly, right when I detransitioned, not only the transgender community, but also my leftist friends abandoned me. They didn't like that I changed. They didn't like that I was growing for the better. They didn't like that I no longer was just a beacon for virtue signaling for them anymore. The same people who had celebrated me the further that I got into my transition told me that it was all my fault, that I should have known better, that I should never have done this to myself, that I was stupid for wrongly believing that I was transgender and that I deserved every bit of pain that I was going through.
Unbelievable. Chloe, what's your advice to young people who might be in your shoes? You know, they might be considering going down this path. Maybe they're old enough that they can do it and their parents don't know what to do. What would you tell them?
It's never too late to detransition. No matter how far you are in, it doesn't have to look a certain way. There's always room for healing. And the best thing to do is to accept the truth, not only of the things that have happened to you during this time, but also the beauty of the sex and the body that you were born with. That was the single greatest thing that helped me to heal from my feelings of dysphoria around my sex, and also from the trauma of having gone through a transition so young. I've been able to accept that the scars have just been another part of my story, and while there are some things that I cannot get back and that I cannot control, there still are many parts of my life that I can. And no matter what was taken from me, I can find a new normal. I can find a new life, and so can you.
So, this film that you're in, Identity Crisis, people saw you in the trailer with that powerful line, "This is criminal." For people at home who are like, this is such a heavy topic, you know, do I need to watch this? Why do they need to watch Identity Crisis?
You absolutely need to watch it. It's not an easy watch. The first time that I watched it, it actually brought me to tears because of how deeply visceral it was. But I think it's necessary. It's necessary to see just not only what this does to the body and our children, but also how this ideology tears apart our families and how it's infected our institutions and our country.
Absolutely. It's such an important documentary, and I think that sharing stories like yours has done such an important job of shining light on this truth. So we're so grateful to you, Chloe, for speaking up and for being so brave. There's a number of other
for you guys.
No, we're so grateful to you for sharing your story. There's a number of other detransitioners that are here at TPUSA's AmFest, right?
There are.
Yeah, who else is here?
At least 5 that I know of.
Wow.
There could be more than that.
Yeah. I'm interested also, just in closing, you talked about hope and how you feel like there is hope for you. Where do you find your hope?
Well, part of it comes from just seeing all the work that has been done in the last 3 years, but it primarily comes from my faith.
Yeah.
I grew up pretty much agnostic, and I didn't really believe that there was a God, or at least a loving God. But I think the single greatest thing that has brought me healing is knowing that I was created the way that I was, with love and with intention. And I've seen miracles in my life that cannot be explained otherwise. And I've accepted that while there are things that are out of my control, I can put it in God's hands to make things right.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I haven't heard you talk about your faith before. That's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Chloe, we are so honored to have you here, kicking things off with us today. This was such a powerful story. Thank you for your courage. I hope you hear that enough this week and every week after.
Well, thank you guys for your support and all the work that you've done.
You're such an important voice in this fight. We're glad to have you as an ally. We're glad to be your allies. Chloe Cole, you can watch her and so many other important voices in Identity Crisis, January 10th on X, Daily Wire, Turning Point partnering for this film. Go watch it. Chloe, thanks again. We appreciate it. We're going to keep going right now with our next guest, Harrison Tinsley. His incredible story is also featured in Identity Crisis. Harrison, welcome. Come on in.
hello. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, Harrison, you endured a long legal battle over the custody of your son. Tell us, how did this all get started?
Well, I was dating a girl in the Bay Area, and she got pregnant, and we were both super stoked, and we were even both extremely excited when we found out it was a boy.
Right.
And we agreed upon the name Sawyer, which was incredible. But as the pregnancy, well, actually, when she announced that she was pregnant on social media, she was like, "Oh, baby Sawyer due in December." I'll love you whether you're a boy or girl or neither. So that was a little concerning, and we never really agreed politically. And it ended up about halfway through her pregnancy, she, had a lawyer send me a bunch of stuff, and she ended up keeping my son from me. So I didn't know when he was born. I found out about a week after from one of her friends on social media. And 2 months after that, I did a bunch of paperwork, and I filed in court, and it took 13 more months just to meet him. So I finally got to meet my son when he was 15 months old, but kind of just for no reason. So that was a heartbreaking time. But it just, made me a stronger man to be a better father, better dad, better fighter for children. And from there, a few months later, I started visiting with him. And a few months later, I was able to win half custody. I was super stoked on that. Yeah. And then I've basically just perpetually been in family court his whole life. So right when I won half custody is the only time I noticed she started to pretend he was non-binary. And she would call him they and sometimes put him in dresses and things like that. She told me a story. Or no, he told me a story. He was like, Dada, when I went to Disneyland, it was around when he was 2 years old. I couldn't go on the rides unless I wore princess shoes, and I didn't want to wear princess shoes. I wanted to wear boy shoes. So thankfully, he never bought into it. He always fought against it. I'm really, really grateful that I got half custody right when I did, just to tell him the truth and love him and guide him. Yeah. And, I got a restraining order on her for her making up lies about me and defamation, and she was arrested. So I tried to get full custody because of those three things, and had this big trial. I was super excited. I felt like I finally had my chance to say everything, because most people get 20 minutes in court and their whole case is decided. But I got this 5-day trial, and I thought we had all these police, all these different evidence, and the court decided to keep custody 50-50. Said they're not going to rule on the gender thing, which I'm thankful they didn't take her side, but my son didn't buy into it anyways.
Now, Harrison, your story is an important part of identity crisis. For people at home who are not familiar with your story yet, walk us through what you think were the motivations from Sawyer's mother to raise him as non-binary or trans. What was happening there, and what do you think the motivations were?
Well, I can't speak for her. I think that she just kind of bought into the leftist ideology. I believe she identifies that way herself since then, too. So I don't know if there's some sort of projection. But the reality is just that sort of thing is just confusing to children. They don't understand these, fake concepts of gender. They just see boys and girls. My son can tell you any human being, any cartoon, whether they're a boy or girl, accurately. And I just think it's really sad that anyone would not want their child to be happy with who they are. That's who you love most in the world. You would think that what you would want most is for them to be happy with who they truly are. And it's just really unfortunate, but he never bought into it. Thankfully, he always fought against her, said I'm a boy. He'd yell at her. And, after the trial and I didn't get custody, I decided that I was going to come out and speak about it. And I was thankful to you guys for breaking my story. And, just started doing all the podcasts I could and going to the California Capitol to fight against the crazy anti-parent bills. And in court over little things for a couple of years. And in March of this year, I got a call from the San Francisco police. And since then, I've had full custody of my son.
Wow, that's so amazing. And all over the country, we've heard of cases like this happening. But I remember when President Donald Trump spoke about it and said they're trying to take children away from their parents over this, the liberal media quickly said that's not happening anywhere. Can you speak to our audience and tell them, is this happening around our country?
It's happening all over. There's dads like Adam Vina and Jeff Younger, and they lose custody just for opposing gender ideology. It was a miracle that I was able to get custody while opposing it. I have parents reach out to me from all over the country, even some moms. It's usually dads, but there's a lot. People call me almost daily asking me for guidance on going through the custody battle with the gender stuff involved.
So who were the people that were on the side of Sawyer's mother and those trying to push him down this path? Were there medical professionals vouching for this? Were there therapists, or were there government officials? Who was... Because the case seems so cut and dry. Of course this is crazy. But who were the people taking the crazy side?
Her family and friends. There was a doctor. It was his pediatrician at the time, and thankfully I was able to change that now. But she actually testified on the mother's behalf during that trial and just said that in her opinion, as a professional doctor, that it's okay to treat kids as non-binary or something, that wouldn't be harmful.
And what kind of emotional toll did this take on you throughout the process and going forward?
I mean, it was really hard, but you just have to stay strong for your son, do everything you can to, keep calm, keep cool, and just do the right thing, fight love your son no matter what. You just got to stay positive, listen to some David Goggins and just carry the boats.
Carry the boats, callous the mind.
Wow.
So you mentioned, when we were talking earlier, that you're in the Bay Area. When you imagine the most liberal places in the country, that is one that comes to mind. What sort of reaction was there in your community from the people around you? And when you have those conversations, are they dyed-in-the-wool believers that, yes, a young child should be encouraged into transitioning their gender? Or do you get the sense that they are just afraid of speaking out, and so they go along with it?
Yeah, so the court case was in San Francisco, which is like the heart of it. I think some people there do believe in that sort of thing. I live in more San Jose, Santa Cruz area. Everyone I meet, every parent, nobody thinks that there should be gender stuff. No one thinks kids should be transitioned. No one thinks there should be guys and girls sports. Everyone I meet in the Bay Area where I live is completely against it. Most of them might be too scared to speak out at their workplace or online, maybe for fear of being canceled, but really people don't believe in it. I really think we have momentum and it's going to end.
Harrison, thank you so much for being a voice. There is no greater example of a father's love than to risk everything to protect their children. And genuinely, we thank you for doing that.
Thank you so much.
And for telling your story. Harrison Tinsley, you can hear more of his story in Identity Crisis, our new film with Turning Point, coming out January 10th on X. You do not want to miss this. You'll hear more from Harrison, Chloe Cole, and so many other important voices. But first, not a Daily Wire Plus member, now is the time for you to join. Get 6 months of Daily Wire Plus for free when you purchase an annual membership. That is a full year of uncensored daily shows, groundbreaking entertainment, and investigative journalism, and important films like Identity Crisis for half the price. Your support is not just a membership. It is part of the fight for truth. Every single dollar goes back into the battle to fight the left and build the future. Go to dailywire.com/subscribe to join today for half the price. Well, there is just so much happening here at AmericaFest. And Mary Margaret, you had the privilege of going behind the scenes to give our viewers a little bit of an idea of everything happening.
I did. I got to walk around, see what's going on. We did a full little VIP tour to show you, so take a look. Hey guys, we're here at AmericaFest in Phoenix, Arizona after one of the biggest elections of our lifetime. There are thousands of students here, so many influential speakers. We're going to go show you what they're talking about. All right, we're going to head over to Media Row, show you guys all of these different shows that are here. Okay, looks like over here we got the Epic Times and Blaze TV. Here we got War Room. This is awesome. Steve Bannon. This is super cool. So we just had Natalie Winters on. Over here we got Steve Bannon on Real America's Voice. Over here we got that Daily Wire booth. Obviously the best booth in the house. Now we're going into the exhibit hall, which is where all of these different exhibits are going to be. I heard that there's some Trump pajamas in there, which I'm kind of excited to get. A lot of these conservative organizations that are here selling their merch or showing people what they got, which is a super cool way of helping people know what these companies are that people might not have ever heard of them before. MAGA Christmas stockings. Trump's Time Person of the Year profile. This is literally last week. These guys are fast. Okay, wait, so thoughts on President-elect Trump?
Hey, that's my president.
Yeah?
Black Lives MAGA.
Yeah. Tell us what your friends have been saying after this election. Are your friends all liberal, all conservative, and how did they react to Trump winning?
All my friends are ecstatic. We're so excited Trump's going to be the president. Other than that, it's pretty much a party back where I am.
Thank you for letting everyone know that it was a VIP tour, which means that you qualify as a VIP, Mary Margaret.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Well, we're joined now by another VIP, and that is Mitchell Brown, Director of Political Strategy at Signal Polling, our favorite pollsters in the entire country, and also some of the very most accurate pollsters. Mitchell, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Cabot.
So, the polling you guys put out at Signal before the election was, again, some of the most accurate in the entire country. Now that you've had some time to look through the data after the election, What surprised you the most? What stood out?
I think the overperformance outside of the swing states tells really more of the story than what we actually saw in the swing states. When you see every single state except one moving further to the right, not a single county in America where Harris outperformed Biden. And you go look at kind of the root cause there. So obviously the Harris campaign had a lot of money. And so that money was only funneled to those states that mattered. So she lost everything outside of those states. So all that money did have a little bit of an impact in those swing states, but all the largest movement to the right was outside that in traditionally blue areas or in red areas that went even redder. And so what does that tell you? Is that outside of that money spend, the culture war and just the battle on the ground and everyday conversations is shifting to the right. People are fed up with what they're seeing, and they're really kind of showing, hey, if it's not shoved down their face that something else is going on, the country's moving further to the right in that sense.
Yes, so speaking of the culture wars, we talked to Brent, the head of Signal Polling, for a story I was working on right before the election about how Trump was changing on the trans issue, how he was messaging so aggressively. Talk to us about how the female vote changed when it came to the trans issues.
Yeah, so I think the trans issue and the health issue are the two things that really came home to Trump for women voters. So we did a large project for American Principles Project about how to really address the trans issue. So we went back and looked at how their ads impacted people in Pennsylvania and Michigan. And not only was it women, it was minority women that it actually had a very large impact on. Hispanic women, the trans issue was big. With African American men, the trans issue was big. But when we focus at large, women, it wasn't even so much just the trans issue, it was the whole indoctrination of their children issue. So that's one, obviously, very large component of it, but it still is what their kids are being seen at school. So you come home, we do focus groups in all these states, and we're seeing women say that they even might be liberal-leaning women. They're just like, I don't want my children going through this on a day-to-day basis at school. I want them to do their reading and arithmetic and come home and have a normal life. I might view things a certain way, but that's not what I want for my children. And the trans issue, especially in those states, we kept hearing women say, I don't know why they're making this a focal point of their campaign. The Democrats, like, why are they dying on this hill? There's so many other things that I care about, but here they're literally making this like shoved down our throats. That being the first part, and then bringing RFK on was a huge thing for women. If you look for women under the age of 40, that's where that big shift was. And I just did a survey for Turning Point here to talk to voters under the age of 30 in swing states. And when you go there, you'd be shocked that first-time Gen Z women voters, only 25% of them put reproductive rights as their number one issue.
Wow.
And so you see other things, health, obviously rising costs, like the ability to ever rent or even own a home in their future, were up there almost equating to abortion. So it was those few things, and the health issue was another large one.
We'd heard in past elections that this is the election Republicans are going to gain ground with young voters.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. 2024, we'd seen polling that showed that was coming.
Yeah.
And it actually came to fruition this time. What was different this election than past?
I think it's accumulation effect. So I'm 30, so I'm slightly out of this group, but Trump obviously broke America in 2015. Like, people's minds couldn't comprehend it. So that's where the really radical shift was. When I was in college, I graduated in 2015. I don't really remember the full-on indoctrination, even in high school. I went to high school in Connecticut, an incredibly liberal town, and I knew everyone around me was liberal, but it was never really forced down my throat. I feel like Trump that accelerated everything. So if you were a straight white male, under the age of 28, for 8 years you've been told how bad you are and your way of life, everything about you is wrong. Everything you believe, the feelings you have, the sports that you like, if there's contact, the comedy you like, whatever it is wrong and bad. And 4 years ago, you are afraid to go out and say it. But if you look at Turning Point and all these college campuses, kids aren't afraid anymore. The culture shifted. And if you go back to the early 2000s, it was cool to be liberal. It was cool to be against the Bush admin. Now it's not. I mean, it's not cool to be liberal. Kids are openly flaunting it. The streamers and everyone else younger, they're having
Trump
fun
dance,
with it. This is now cool. And that's always the thing. Counterculture is always going to have an aspect, and Trump is counterculture. As much as the rest of the Republican Party can't fully embrace that yet, it still needs a little bit of time for them. Trump is now counterculture and will always be.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. So if you had to tell us, what were you the most surprised by the results of the 2024 election, looking at polling?
I would say just how overwhelmingly popular the immigration positions of the Trump administration are. We just went back into the field again, and 59% of people want deportations now, mass deportations across the country.
What percentage of Hispanic voters, too?
41.
Wow.
Dang.
want mass deportations.
Yeah.
And that's like when we elaborate that question out fully, they understand what that means and they want it.
Yeah.
And even trickle down from that, there's people who want all criminal aliens deported. That with the Hispanic community is over 68%. So you keep breaking these down, and it shocked me. Obviously, I knew and you could feel that sentiment, but when you see it actually put out in numbers like that he does have this mandate. When you go down the list of things, 58% of Americans saying they want mass deportations is 100% a mandate.
Final question. We got to look ahead.
Yeah.
I know we're still looking back at 2024, but this is a game of the future.
Of course.
In 2028, what will be some states that were swing states in 24 that you think aren't going to be considered swing states, or states that could become swing states in 4 years?
Yeah, I'd look to Virginia becoming a swing state. I'd look to Minnesota becoming a swing state. I think Arizona is going to push further to the Florida and Texas range where it's not an actual swing state. Pennsylvania is going to stay tried and true. North Carolina, I also believe, is going to push further to the right. For a state for Republicans to watch what happens is I think we're going to see increasingly Missouri trend a little bit more down towards like an R8 seat instead of what it was so resoundingly. Because you could see there, it's an interesting dichotomy, a state that Trump gets 55% and abortion, the right to abortion gets 55%. So you're going to see some of those things coming to roost. But I think Virginia is the main market.
What about New Jersey? It ended up being, 5 points?
Yeah.
Smaller margin than a lot of swing states.
Yeah, so I think that one might be 8 years. But if we lose that governor's race in 25, I think we win it in 29.
Wow. Fascinating.
Because it's going to push people further, yes. I tried.
Fascinating stuff. We appreciate you so much, Mitchell Brown, from our friends over at Signal Polling. I could say our friends. We've been through the battle of the 2024 election together. We appreciate you so much for coming on.
Awesome. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you.
We've got a lot more coming your way, and much of it is provided by the Candle Club. I love the Candle Club. It was started by a mom who refused to be silenced by cancel culture. The Candle Club is now America's premier conservative candle company.
Each hand-poured candle supports family values while filling your home with premium, toxin-free fragrances.
Toxin-free. That is important because we want to we want to make America healthy again. There are 9 unique brands, including exclusively Daily Wire collaborations with Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and Michael Knowles. Don't worry, the candles won't actually smell like Ben, Michael, and Matt. They all smell fine. The candles will smell unique with their own nice Candle Club flavors. The Candle Club is letting truth burn bright.
Live free and smell fancy.
Visit thecandleclub.com today. All right, guys, that is it for today. So many amazing speakers coming up. Riley Gaines, Sage Steele, and of course, Daily Wire's own Michael Knowles. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay tuned now, though, for the main stage here at Turning Point's AmericaFest.
Our best days are yet to come.
What's up, Phoenix? Oh my gosh. And it all starts on January 20th. Who is excited? Well, what a blessing it is to be here with you all. Let's get the party started this morning. There is no party like a Turning Point party. Unless, of course, you are LeBron James. Look, what we just saw in that video, and really what we saw on November 5th, was democracy in action. The American people spoke, and the American people want Donald Trump. It was the red wave that I personally had expected in 2022, but we did not get. What we saw was a blowout on all accounts. Of course, maintaining control of the House, gaining control in the Senate, winning the Electoral College, remarkably winning the popular vote. All of this just totally debunks the narrative that they've pushed for at least a decade or so, the whole mean orange man narrative. Well, I certainly believe people turned out to the polls in droves to support and to embrace Donald Trump. More so, I believe people turned out to the polls to reject absurdity. And that is what the Democratic Party has become, entirely and thoroughly absurd. They have become a cult that does not believe in freedom. They don't believe in free speech. They don't believe in school choice. They don't believe in parental rights or the safeguarding of children. They certainly don't believe in free thought. They do not believe in freedom unless it's the freedom to kill a developing baby in the womb or to chemically or surgically castrate children. And they've become totally out of touch with reality. Actually, not even just out of touch with reality, they have become anti-reality. And they have lost the ability to communicate with common sense, everyday Americans. Whether it's referring to Latino individuals as Latinx, putting tampons in boys' bathrooms, advocating for the unregulated child abuse that they have deceptively repackaged as gender-affirming care, which I believe is the biggest medical scandal this world has ever seen. And of course, putting men in women's sports. The Wall Street Journal actually said that the whole national debate of allowing men into women's sports was the sleeper issue of the election. We saw how it affected the outcome of the presidential election, but also it played a key part in these important Senate races, like in Pennsylvania, Bob Casey and David McCormick, or in Ohio, Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown. I was thrilled, I think back to this summer, when President Trump's platform was released, and issue number 17 in big bold letters said no men and women's sports. I would crack up watching him on the campaign trail. You know, when he was directly asked, people would ask him, how are you going to fix this issue? And he would almost kind of grimace or laugh because, again, it's kind of like a South Park episode, the visual of it, or like a Babylon Bee headline or an SNL skit. And he would just say, I'm going to ban it, emphatically. And that's the type of leadership and moral clarity that we need. He has vowed on day one in office, he will reinforce and uphold Title IX's original intent, which now it's personal for President Trump. His beautiful granddaughter, Kai, has accepted a scholarship to the University of Miami. I could tell thousands of stories. I won't bore you with the details of the specifics of how I found myself here. But please know I could tell you thousands and thousands of stories from girls just like me. Girls who have lost out on opportunities, girls who have been exploited in locker rooms, girls who have been injured in their sports. But I want to tell you why I feel hopeful and why you should feel hopeful as well. 25 states up until this point have passed some sort of legislation ultimately protecting sports on the basis of sex. 14 million women across 8 different states are protected by a bill that codifies and defines the word woman in state statute to prevent these unelected bureaucrats from going through the back door and reinterpreting this word to mean what they want it to mean. I cannot even believe that we have reached a point in time where we have to do that. Pass legislation to define entry-level basic words like woman. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised, considering we have a sitting Supreme Court justice who also happens to double as a theatrical Broadway performer, by the way, who cannot define the word woman because she claims she isn't a biologist. Guess what? I'm not a veterinarian, but I know what a dog is. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. And it's no surprise that this is the same Supreme Court justice who just earlier this month, when there was oral arguments heard before the Supreme Court surrounding, again, the unregulated child abuse that minors are facing at the hands of medical professionals, she likened banning these experimental chemical and surgical castration treatments to banning interracial marriage. And it's no surprise that this is the same Supreme Court justice who recently, in an interview, she said she felt like our First Amendment rights were hamstringing the government. Precisely. That is precisely what our First Amendment rights are supposed to do. And if our government can't understand or abide by that, that's precisely why we have the Second Amendment. You know what else leaves me feeling hopeful? It's the onslaught of women that we have seen, women and girls across the country, and teams who have ultimately decided to forfeit a match where they know they have to compete against a man. A man is on the other side of the net or the other side of the court, like we've seen in the Mountain West Conference in the sport of women's volleyball. These girls have told me, yes, you know, it might appear as if we're stepping down. We know we're taking a loss on our record, but we're not actually stepping down. We're standing up. We're standing up for ourselves and the many generations of women to come. And so I applaud them for deciding not to participate in the farce. We have dubbed this as Project Boycott, with emphasis, of course, on the word boy. I don't know if any of you saw there was a Senate hearing this week where the president of the NCAA, President Charlie Baker, testified. Senator Kennedy looked at him and he told him, "Go to Amazon, buy a spine, and learn how to take a stand," which he really has such a way with words. I'm excited to continue on the Gaines versus NCAA lawsuit that has been filed, and imagine this being a very victorious endeavor. I'll put a bow on it by sharing with you all some of the things that I've learned over the past few years that have really helped me stand tall and be secure in this fight. First and foremost, it's to trust God's calling for you. This is never, please hear me when I say this is never where I saw myself. This is never what I wanted to do. This is never what I prepared for, or so I thought. I was in dental school after college. But I was really, really wrong in assuming that that's how God works, that He calls those who are already prepared, because that's not what He does at all. He prepares those who He calls. And if He brings you to something, He will certainly bring you through it. Just like He did with Esther, who before she was brought before the king, which reminds me of that verse, Esther 4:14. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with it, or at least the last part of it, right? For such a time as this. But the front half of that verse is just as timely, given our political and cultural climate. Mordecai, he's speaking to Esther, and he tells her, "For if you remain silent, you and your father's family will perish." Understand that applies to every single person in this room right now. We were not saved to be silent. So be bold. Say the controversial thing. Call out injustice when you see it, and never, ever apologize for speaking the truth. I won't stand up here and lie to you and tell you that you won't get pushback, because it's almost certain that you will. But what I will tell you to do is take it on the chin. That's probably the number one question I get asked, especially from young people. They say to me, how are you able to deal with the pushback and with the negativity? And my response is easily. It's easy to say the things that I'm saying. I haven't said anything that is overly profound or anything that makes me wise. I literally have a platform for saying there are two sexes, and you can't change your sex. And each sex is deserving of equal opportunity, of privacy, and of safety. That's it. And with that, it will inevitably, come with baseless name calling and petty personal attacks. But that should only reaffirm your position and encourage you to speak louder. So let them call you names. It speaks more to their own insecurities than it does about you. Although I firmly believe that cancel culture is fading. But don't take it from me. Look at the silly little Trump dance that has become this viral sensation for people from all walks of life. I think objectively this dance, it's silly and it's fun, but in reality this dance, it means so much more. It means everything. It's a display of the return of free speech and free expression. It's a sign of patriotism, and it's proof that cancel culture doesn't hold the grip that it once did. So you don't have to be a closeted conservative anymore. You are the majority. The American people The American people have won for now, but the biggest mistake that you could possibly make is to become complacent. Success breeds complacency, and complacency breeds failure. Complacency is the enemy for growth and for progress, and so you must keep your foot on the gas, because if we don't, if the people in this room don't, then who in the world will? It's easy to naively believe that our government and the media and the many different tentacles of the establishment have our best interests at heart, because after all, that's their job. That's the job they were elected to do, is to serve us as public officials. But unfortunately, that is not the reality. Power is and has proven itself to be an addictive drug. Look at Nancy Pelosi, for example. This is a woman in her mid-80s who literally just broke her hip. But nonetheless, and you mark my words, she will serve in office so long as she's continually elected, up until the day that she dies, because she's addicted to power and because she's addicted to money. But it's not just the Democrats either. Look at Mitch McConnell, for example. Both are perfect examples of why we desperately need term limits, but I digress. I say that to say it's up to us, we the people, to hold our leaders accountable and make sure they do what they say they're going to do. Because seldom do people do the right and the moral thing unprovoked. And my last thing for you is to do not forget. Don't forget the people who touted follow the science, all while telling you that men can become pregnant and breastfeed. Do not forget the people who cheered on and, quite frankly, have swooned over a deranged murderer, yet wanted to imprison for life a Marine and a hero named Daniel Penny. Do not forget the people who posted a black square to their Instagram social screaming Black Lives Matter, yet have stayed totally silent to the largest genocide this world has ever seen, which is disproportionately killing black babies, called abortion. Do not forget those who say that Trump is equivalent to Hitler and will weaponize the DOJ against his political opponents, when that is exactly what they have done, again, for nearly a decade now. And know that Trump is not their final goal. It's people like you and people like me. Do not forget the people who drove around town, double-masked, alone in their car. The people who haven't said a single word about the 500,000 plus missing children in this country at the hands of Border Czar Harris. Do not forget the people whose strategy it's their go-to strategy to call Trump a liar, yet performed one of the most consequential cover-ups of all time by lying to you about President Biden's condition and mental state. Do not forget. And to be clear, I'm not saying don't forgive, because as a Christian, I believe that we should aim to have the grace and the forgiveness and the mercy that mimics that of our Lord and our Savior. But there's value in using history as a foundational basis for your judgment, both from a worldly and biblical sense. And so I just want to give a sincere thank you to the people in this room who have supported me, number one, personally. I can't tell you what that has meant for me, for my fight over the past 2 years. And I want to give a thank you, of course, to Charlie Kirk and to Turning Point for their efforts in mobilizing Americans, specifically the youth, a demographic that's often forgot about or left out of these conversations. No one has been able to engage, transform, and revolutionize my generation like Turning Point has. They've been doing the necessary on-the-ground work in the state of Arizona and, of course, across the rest of the nation. I wholeheartedly believe, actually, I don't even just believe this, I'm certain that the election would have looked a lot different without Turning Point, without the people here who have supported Turning Point every step of the way, and who have believed from day one that a greater, safer, more affordable, and stronger America was not only possible but imperative. And accountability starts on January 20th. Thank you, guys.
to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
Force any medical product on our children, and nobody was ever backing me up. I'm pro-life, and I'm anti-mandates, and I'm pro-freedoms. We the people versus a very small global elite. I would speak up for this generation no matter what.
Wow. Woo! When sparks fly. Am I right? Wow. Welcome to AmFest 2024, or as I like to call it, BAMFest. Okay, now who here would say that I somewhat had a hand in raising you? See, now that's the comment I most often hear. You raised me. Well, as your TV mother, I have some things that I'd like to say. So buckle up, Buttercup, because I'm not messing around anymore. I'm here today to talk to you about one of the nastiest fallacies to ever pervade our society, and I'm very well versed in it. Cancel culture. So let's start off with a bang, shall we? The top 3 things you can do to get yourself canceled. Starting off at number 3, post, comment, or like some stuff. The first time I was canceled was for a comment that I made on Joe Biden's Twitter account. He had a picture of himself with a mask, and the caption said, "Wear a mask." So I responded, masks aren't law, that's just an overreaching suggestion, but you do you, boo. Now, little did I know at the time that that is grounds for immediate cancellation and the death penalty. Yes, after trending to number 2 on Twitter and receiving numerous death and rape threats, I was branded a homophobic, Trump-loving racist. I guess those 26 episodes of Will and Grace that I did were just overlooked. So coming in hot at number 2 on what to do to get yourself canceled, speak at a school board meeting. Oh, that infamous school board meeting. Later, where Joe Biden held a press conference about the parents that spoke at the Williamson County School Board meeting, me. He said that we were inciting violence and that our opposition to his COVID measures was an act of domestic terrorism. That was me he was talking about. He said that about your mother. Inside Edition cut up my video, set it to ominous music, and narrated it as The Rant. Articles popped up about my anti-mask tirade. It was a rant heard round the world. And overnight, I went from America's favorite mom to America's favorite domestic terrorist. Pew, pew. But the number one way to get canceled is to pick a fight with Big Pharma. Let me just be very clear. Spoiler alert, I will not comply to any medical mandates ever. This is one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. It is not one nation under government with liberty and justice for those who comply. If we as a country lose the right to reject a medical product made by the most corrupt industry in the history of the world, if the government captures the right to force medicate a people against their will, if you give up the sovereignty over your body, it is game over, people. if you are for showing your papers in order to participate in society, if you want government or corporate control of food, education, science, healthcare, entertainment, news, if you want 3D printed meat bought with your tokens earned for good behavior and blind compliance, you are not part of the resistance. Yeah? See, that is some first-order, dark side, demonic, Sith Lord, Supreme Leader Snoke, Emperor Palpatine worshipping Bolshevik. And I don't care what your stance is on vaccines. Oh, shoot. I said it. I said the forbidden V word. The word no one is allowed to say except they're with Voldemort. You dare not say it. Remember when the forbidden V word was vagina? Those are the good old days, am I right? Look, I don't care if you love them or hate them. Vaccines, not vaginas. I don't care if you got 10 of them or refuse to get any. Your freedom to choose what goes into your body is your inalienable, God-given right. That decision doesn't belong to Fauci, it doesn't belong to Biden, it doesn't even belong to Trump, and it certainly doesn't belong to Speaker Mike Johnson. It is your right just for existing as a human being. See, your sovereignty comes from God and God alone. No man, no government, no court can take that from you. This is the issue where I will dig my gold platform heels in and not budge 1 inch. So before this becomes a hill to die on, I implore you, please, make it a hill to not comply on. Did you hear that, Speaker Mike Johnson? This is what it looks like when I dig my heels in. Did you hear what was in that spending bill? Vaccine mandates, mask mandates, vaccine passports, expanded emergency powers, and gain-of-function research. That is so 2020. I mean, as his employer, what do we think about that? No. So I just want to let you know, if you're listening, Supreme Leader Johnson, that I, for one, am not doing that. Now, the first time I was canceled, it was horrifying. I'm not going to lie to you. My body felt numb, sick. I felt terrible. I went to bed that night and I didn't even know who I was anymore. But then a miracle happened. I woke up the next day and lo and behold, I still existed. Right? My husband looked at me and he had that familiar glance and I knew he recognized me. My children, they asked me to make them breakfast and I was like, ha! My existence had in fact not been erased. See, here's the truth. You can't cancel people. You can cancel your dinner reservations. You can cancel your gym membership. You can cancel your flight. You cannot cancel people. You can't erase someone's existence by closing your eyes, throwing a tantrum, and saying the word cancel a bunch. It doesn't work. It's like when toddlers play hide and seek and they're convinced when they cover their eyes that you somehow disappeared when you're actually standing right there in front of them. See, the real purpose of cancel culture is to put so much social pressure on you that you shut up and quietly go away. I recently wrote my first children's book. It's called One Small Little Voice. It's about a princess. It's actually not about a princess. It's about me dropping some truth bombs at a school board meeting. But let's say for the sake of argument, it's about a princess who uses her one small little voice to speak up, save her kingdom as everyone is locked away, hiding in their homes, held captive by fear. I had an interview for that book release, and I was asked the most interesting question. She asked me, Miss Baker, what made you change so radically to stand up to Hollywood? And I thought, am I radical? I mean, that is a big word. I mean, I know I'm rad, but like, am I radical? And then it hit me. I didn't change. They did. I was perfectly willing and able to go to work, smile at people, show my face, breathe air, live life. They wanted me to shut my mouth, muzzle my thoughts, mask my face, interview by video, stand 6 feet apart on a little circle on the floor behind plexiglass, take their shot, show my papers, swab my brain. A disease so deadly, you have to stick a cotton swab from China made with ethylene oxide up your nose to your brain to see if you have it. I just wanted to raise my kids, live life, work a bit. They wanted me to comply to all of their tyrannical demands or else. I didn't radically change. They did. The world is upside down right now. Every day is Wacky Wednesday. And it's all by design. It's straight out of their little Marxist playbook. They want us to fight each other. And let me be clear who I'm talking about when I say they. I'm talking about the guys who so humbly named themselves the global elite. You know the guys. The really rich, unelected 1% that go to Davos in private jets and make decisions about what they think is best for us as they plan a one world order. You know, Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum that says we can never go back to normal and by the year 2030 you will own nothing and you will be happy about it. I have 4 words for you, Klaus. You go first, loser. Or his BFF, Billy Boy Gates. Billy wants you to eat bugs instead of meat in an effort to stop global warming because farting cows are a threat to the ozone layer, but spraying the skies with a chemical cocktail to block out the sun is good. These knuckleheads are called globalists because they want a one-world global economy and government, and they want to be in charge of it all. Please do not ever forget Yuval Noah Harari said the quiet part out loud when he boasted, in the future, you will have to accept that a small group of elites will be your gods. Well, Yuval, if you want to be my god, I'm going to have to be your mother and give you a big spanking, a timeout, and take away your phone. See, they need you to feel the pressure to conform. Don't fall for it. You cannot comply your way out of this tyranny. Pressure can either burst a pipe or it can make a diamond, and you get to decide which it's going to be. Are you going to allow this world to break your will or strengthen your resolve? Are you going to let the fear and the chaos confuse you, consume you, or are you going to wake up every day with a renewed hope in a God that keeps his promises? Now, before being an actress, producer, writer, speaker, vigilante, domestic terrorist, I know I am called by God to be a mother. I feel it in my bones. I love my kids. I'd give it all up to protect them. I did, and I'd do it again. And I love your generation. I feel a connection to you. So when... I love you guys! So when Joe Biden referred to me as a domestic terrorist, I could have cowered in fear. But let me tell you, that day, that public servant poked the wrong mama bear. You think I was bold at that school board meeting? I was just getting started. I do not co-parent with the government. These globalists will not steal this generation on my watch. I will not participate in the freedom-sucking, government-indoctrinating, financial enslaving, one-world tyrannical takeover where your generation pays for the mistakes that my generation made because we were too afraid to speak up, stand up, rise up, brave up. Now, I'm not saying speaking the truth is going to be easy. I'm not saying you won't lose your job, face adversity, lose your friends. Look, it's hard. I have paid a price. To stand up for what you know to be true is hard. But I want you to keep hope, because there are three things that always come out: the sun, the moon, and the truth. And sometimes we are just called by God to do hard things. God has set me on a new path. It's not one I ever anticipated. It is not one I ever would have volunteered for, but he uses all bad for good. And so I am grateful for all the haters. I'm grateful for the entire experience. My life is so much better because of it. I moved out of Chinafornia. Yep. I don't have to pay for Gavin Newsom to eat at the French Laundry anymore. The beautiful state of Tennessee is now my home. I don't even have to pay state income tax. Yeah? And I don't have to turn my neighbor in for not wearing a mask. I'm close to my family, aunts, uncles, cousins, my nieces. My children get to spend time with their grandparents on a regular basis. It is such a gift that I would have missed out on had I kept my head down and complied. Friends that I had for years stopped speaking to me. No Christmas card, no happy birthday, nothing. Guess what? God was clearing the deck for some real friendships to grow. And I have never had better friends than the ones that I have right now. I homeschool my kids now, too. That's right. Took them out of those little indoctrination camps. Our time with our children is precious. I want you to do me a favor. When you leave here today, kids, I want you to look back at a picture on your phone of you 3 years ago. Just 3 years. It's a blip. Look at how young you look. You look like a baby. But here's the thing. You're our babies. Parenting is the most bittersweet job in the world. I am raising the people that I can't live without to live without me. Time is a gift. Open it and cherish it. Now, as far as work goes, that was a big blow. In the Bible, John 12:42-43 talks about how a lot of priests did believe that Jesus was the Messiah. But because of the Pharisees, they didn't dare come out in the open with it. They were afraid of getting kicked out of the meeting place. So when push came to shove, they cared more for human approval than they did for God's glory. So I spoke the truth, and I was kicked out of the meeting place. Big deal. Last I checked, the Hollywood meeting place was burning down because most of them were at Diddy's party. Oh, she said it! She said it! I had to pivot. This has pushed me to go out of my comfort zone. I was so familiar with acting and making other people's lines sound good that I forgot that I had other skills. This forced me to lean into writing, producing, forging a new path for my career, one that is better, where I can have a say in the content I'm co-creating. Professionally, no one would speak to me for 2 years, let alone hire me. But oh, how the tides have turned. I'm a published writer of a children's book. I've written and I'm currently developing 2 films. I just finished writing, producing, and acting in a kids' television series called The Adventures of Iggy and Mr. Kirk, coming out in 2025. I just signed with a literary agent to write another book. And now here I am with all of you. That's my favorite part. See, I was never canceled. I was just redirected. I've learned that when God closes a door, don't stand there crying, jiggling the handle. Don't get angry and try to bust it down. Don't try to frantically pick the lock. Instead, open your eyes, look around, and walk through the door He's opened right in front of you. The Bible commands, do not be afraid 365 times. God has not given you a spirit of fear. He has given you a do not be afraid for every day of the year. So to quote my book, One Small Little Voice, it takes just one voice to stand up for many. Then many will join and be voices of plenty. So when fear starts to creep in, stare it right in the face. Make courage contagious. Brave up. Stand in grace. Oh, and one last thing. Good luck, AmericaFest. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
The question everyone in America is asking,
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist. Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to?
I can help you guys out.
Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile, how do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say
We're still on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some journeying to do.
Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist.
Am I Racist?
Everybody racist.
Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting. Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
That was America. That was President Trump. I want to use that video to just remind us of what we face and the greatest virtue that makes all other virtues possible. But first, can I analyze what happened that day? Let's put up the image that is now part of history. This image. Let's just keep that image up there. That image of the president raising his fist, showing his chest with his head held high, should literally have been physically impossible. Why? In the UK, where I grew up, we called bodyguards, the personal security detail members, bullet catchers. Your job, if your principal is attacked, is to literally cover them with your body and to catch the bullets. Who's going to catch the bullets here of a second shooter? Nobody. Why? Because President Trump was a lion. He took control. From that moment where he said, "Hang on, guys, stop, I want to put my shoes back on," to the moment where he took control of the Secret Service and said, "Stop," and raised his fist and said, "Fight, fight, fight." That is a lion, and that is the American way. What have we witnessed for the last 4 years? America betrayed. America betrayed by establishment politicians, by the lunatic left, by those who, look, I've said this on my radio show for almost 6 years now. We should delete the letter R behind your name, or the letter D behind Democrats. Why? Because the only thing that matters, the only thing that divides us today, is whether you love America or hate it. End of story. This man will die for America. He loves it so much. How do I know this? There's a lot of arguments about when did he really win the election? When was the moment of the ultimate comeback? Some people say the Georgia mugshot. Hey, Fannie Willis, how you doing today? Some say it was the garbage truck. Oh my gosh, I mean, just genius. And then a high-vis vest. Hey, it's slimming, so I'm going to wear it for the whole speech. Some say Butler. Do you know what for me was the moment when I knew President Trump had it, that he's going to win? It happened in McDonald's. It wasn't the visit to McDonald's, but a very special moment. And don't get me wrong, I could not do what President Trump did. Oh, by the way, can we hear it for that McDonald's franchise owner? Now that is a patriot. Good Italian American. But if I were running for the presidency, there's no way I would go into a McDonald's and put on the apron, take off my, custom suit, put on the apron, go over to the fry station. Why? I'd be petrified that if I pick up that massive salt shaker and, it's going to open up and dump a pound of salt in the fryer. I can't do that. I'm a counterterrorism guy. Jesse Waters called me the scariest guy on television. I can't risk screwing it up live on camera when I'm trying to make some French fries. But he's fearless. Takes off his Brioni jacket, puts on the apron, goes to the fry station, says, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing, untouched by human hands, so hygienic." I mean, he's a comedian. But the moment, the pièce de résistance of that visit was when he goes to the takeout window. Immigrant Indian family rolls up. Thick subcontinent accent. Husband goes to President Trump as he's handing the baggie of, burgers through the window. Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this for nobodies like us. Do you remember that? President says, "What do you mean? You're an American, you're not a nobody." But then, the next thing that happens, what happened next? You have to turn up the volume. Go back and watch the video. The man's wife from the other side of the car says, "Thank you, Mr. President. You took a bullet for us." And the next moment is for me when it was in the bag. What did the president do? It's not scripted. It's not on cue cards. There's no teleprompter. It's real. It's from the gut. And he pauses because he says, wow, yeah, I guess I took a bullet for you. Wow. That's when he won it. And not only that, I was there when he went back to Butler. When he went back to the scene where he was shot in the head by a bullet traveling at 3,000 feet per second. Fearless, undaunted. And you know what I witnessed? I witnessed America change that day. Because it's not just about President Trump, it's about all patriots. I was in the second row, right behind JD. And there's somebody sitting next to JD Vance with a bull cap on. And I thought, I couldn't tell who it was. I thought, is it that rapper that likes President Trump? Who is it? And as the president's giving his speech at Butler, paying his respects to Chief Corey, who was murdered that day, this chant starts behind me. And there are people as far as the eye can see. I was there 4 hours early. It was to the horizon. How many people in red MAGA hats? And this chant makes it up to us. As the president is still speaking, you can hear young men say, Elon, Elon, Elon. And then the guy in the ball cap turns around right in front of me, and it's Elon Musk. Now, why is that important? It's super important because it goes back to courage. Elon Musk was loved by the left. Mr. Tesla cars, Mr. going into space. But he is fearless too. What did he do 20 minutes later? He got up on that stage, jumped around like a high school kid, all excited. And then he said, what kind of president do you want? A guy who can't climb upstairs? Or a guy who gets shot in the head, blood covered on his face, and says, fight, fight, fight? Choose. Choose. So, the brave men are back. America is back. Oh yeah, we're back, baby. I have one request to the good Lord for Christmas. Kamala, Joe, don't do anything for the next 30 days. Because then the adults will be in charge. But here's my message to you. You are here because you love America. You are here because you're patriots. But don't take anything for granted. Just because on January the 20th at 12:01 we're going to walk into the White House and take control doesn't mean that the left has surrendered. The likes of Mark Elias and the others who subverted our democracy 4 years ago, they are plotting right now to denude you of your civil rights, to censor you on social media. Think about it. We have people in prison right now who are there because they prayed inside the Capitol on January the 6th. Prayed. I'm the child of a political prisoner who escaped in the revolution of 1956. I never thought we'd have political prisoners in America. We do, and they must be freed. So, redouble your efforts. Get ready to politically fight, fight, fight. Because we don't have 4 years, we have 2 years until the election. We have to save America, and we have to save America. Why? Because without it, Judeo-Christian civilization is gone. It's that simple. They hate our civilization, and we must save it. Okay. I've been told, and this is my favorite part, that I'm allowed to take questions. Would anyone like to ask me questions before I become a government employee again? Because now I've got a little bit of freedom of speech. In 30 days' time, it's going to be a little harder. Over here, gentleman, red hat. Thank you. What position am I taking? I'm Deputy Assistant to the President. That's my rank. Senior Director for Counterterrorism in the National Security Council. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. My name is Rick Love. My question is, I often hear, even from conservative platforms, that we are, well, I hear that sorry.
Question.
This feedback.
Come on.
Democracy versus constitutional republic.
Yeah.
We're always referred to as a democracy.
Yeah.
Why not constitutional republic? What is the difference for all of us? And,
okay, thank you. A democracy, mob rule. The mob can decide to put the minority in prison. That's why we are a constitutional republic. Next question. Over here.
Thank you for taking my question. It's a premise, and I'd like to ask if you agree with it or disagree with it. The attempted assassination of Donald Trump was a conspiracy disguised as incompetence, in my opinion. It was just too incompetent.
Okay, thank you. I have no evidence that it was a conspiracy. The most charitable thing you can say about it, it was failure by design. Failure by design. But we will get to the bottom of it. Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and Dan Bongino. Get off your radio mic and take over the Secret Service. Next.
Thank you. My name is Mike Carey. I'm a precinct committeeman up in Prescott Valley, and I also was a ballot chaser. My main question is, now that we are about ready to take over this country again, are we going to get rid of the CCP? Because they have already...
You can't get rid of the CCP unless you want war with China, okay? China is the primary peer competitor to the United States. The good news is President Trump understands that, and with the likes of Peter Navarro back in the White House, we will finally take it seriously again. But, you know, we're not going to start war with China, but we will protect our interests. Thank you. Question.
This will be the last question as well.
Hi, I'm Susan. I lost my voice yesterday. But I want to ask you, what is one of your favorite memories of Trump?
Wow, favorite memories of Trump. In the first administration, it's the proudest moment of my career to date. Every 6 months we had to decide what to do with the Iran deal, Obama's, abortion of an Iran deal. And it was time to decide, and the president called me and Steve Bannon into the Oval Office. And he had the whole cabinet there, the whole cabinet. And he called us his heavies. And he said, all right, my heavies, you tell these guys why we have to kill the Iran deal. And we told him. He knew why, but we told him. And then he killed it. That was my proudest moment. God bless you all. Merry Christmas!
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this? We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's Razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremy'srazors.com now.
In 5 minutes, I'm going to give you a 90-minute talk that explains the monetary system and what we ought to do to make money great again in America. 5 points. Number one, our debt path is unsustainable. You already know this, but the Fed knows it too. Fed Chairman Powell says we're on an unsustainable fiscal path. You know what? I wrote a book called Pirate Money. I wrote it a year and a half ago. We had $32 trillion in debt. We have $36 trillion now. $4 trillion added in the last year and a half. That's unsustainable. Number two, you know other nations, the BRICS nations, they want to destroy the American dollar. You know, can we blame them? Even Elon Musk says if we weaponize our currency enough times, other countries will stop using it. Number three, we have inflation. And inflation creates a wealth gap that hurts the poor and will lead to destabilization. Why do we have inflation? Money printing. Listen to the Fed chair.
Simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did.
So to lend to a bank, we simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account that they have with the Fed. So it's much more akin, although not exactly the same, but it's much more akin to printing money than it is to borrowing.
You've been printing money.
Well, effectively. Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we as a central bank, we have the ability to create money digitally.
Flooding the system with money.
Yes, exactly.
And there's no end to your ability to do that.
There is no end to our ability to do that.
Are you comfortable with that? Do you want unlimited money printing? You know what it does? It creates inflation. And inflation helps the rich get richer because you can hedge against inflation, but it hurts the middle class. It hurts average Americans. You can look at this chart from the Federal Reserve. It's 100% correlation almost between money printing and the wealthiest 0.1% gaining ground. This is what's hurting America. This is Biden's America right there. Okay, do they understand what they're doing? The top economic advisor to President Joe Biden and Vice President Joe Biden is this guy, Jared Bernstein. He was asked recently in a documentary, what is it about money printing and why do we borrow money? Listen to what he says.
Some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to, yeah, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, cause it's like the government clearly prints money. It does it all the time and it clearly borrows. Otherwise we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So I don't think there's anything confusing there.
No, nothing confusing there. All right, number 4, you've heard of central bank digital currency, right? That is an attempt to control you, and the Bank for International Settlements admits it. Listen to August Karsten from BIS.
A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability, and also we will have the technology to enforce that.
That's what they intend. Number 5, we can make money great again. And here's how we do it. Article 1, Section 10, go back to the Constitution. The state can make nothing other than gold and silver coin legal tender in a state. We tested it in Texas. Prop 7 said, do you want this? 1.6 million Texans voted yes. 77% voted for it. In Florida, Jimmy Patronis, the chief financial officer, issued a study and he said, guess what? We can make gold and silver legal tender in Florida also. That's what my team is doing. We have active propositions in 30 states. We have legislation being entered in 24 states. This is written in my book, Pirate Money, the founder's hidden plan for economic justice and defeating the Great Reset. Would you rather have a $20 gold coin or a $20 bill from 100 years ago? Which would you rather have? The gold holds its value. The technology exists to make gold and silver vaulted and transactional to where you could spend it with a debit card. Think of it as Venmo or a Cash App for your gold and silver. We have a lot of groups that have heard me speak and are in support of this. You can see some of them on the screen. And I'm going to be doing a book signing in the exhibition hall with the Patriot Mobile booth at 1:30. I'll be answering questions there and signing books. Free copy of Pirate Money. And we also have a booth in exhibition hall, the Pirate Money booth, if you don't get to the book signing at Patriot Mobile. Look, Visit us on Media Row. We've done several shows from here. I've got a TV show, Economic War Room on Blaze TV. I've got a radio show, Pirate Money Radio on American Family Radio. You can see our social media up there. The book is Pirate Money. We're giving copies away. God bless you all, and thank you very much.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
I think we're experiencing a complete and total political realignment. This is the greatest comeback in American political history. We need to bring America together again. You who are on the front lines of this effort to take America back, realize how important you are. Until one has been in the deepest valley, one cannot appreciate the majesty of God's highest mountaintop. I think we're about to enter a golden age. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, America is about to America is about to enter a golden age. It is the age of Trump. It is an age of unprecedented peace, prosperity, security, and justice. This is a testimony to the persistence, to the resilience, to the stamina, to the strength, to the stubbornness, and I mean that in a positive sense, of the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln, Donald J. Trump. It is also a testimony to the hard work of the greatest grassroots political operation ever put together in the history of the nation, driven by men like Charlie Kirk and Scott Pressler, and yes, my friend Cliff Maloney. Donald Trump has staged the greatest single political comeback in American history. Yes, it is true that the 1972 victory of Richard Nixon was greater and more sweeping, but Nixon was not just facing a political campaign. Donald Trump faced down a tsunami of lawfare, the illegitimate use of our criminal justice system to damage his candidacy, an endless torrent of lies about January 6th, but he had the grit and the gumption and the courage and the fight to bring his case to the American people, and they didn't buy it. They bought a vision for a stronger, more prosperous America. Donald Trump and his associates were subjected to the greatest single dirty trick in American political history. That is nothing less than an abuse of power in which the full authority of the United States government and the extraordinary capability of our intelligence agencies were used to utilize what they knew was fraudulent evidence, the Steele dossier, and the false claim that the Democrat National Committee had been the subject of an online hack by Russian assets, and that information had been lagged to the Trump campaign. This is a lie the American people saw through. I was a target in this simply because I am a 45-year friend and supporter of the president. But now when we examine these things, because that is an act of treason, we're accused of being for revenge or retribution. No, my friends, what we seek is a rebalance of the scales of justice so this country can return to one standard of justice, not the two-tiered justice system. Only yesterday, I read a shocking House report that proved that Congressman Adam Schiff and Congressman Eric Swallowswell leaked classified documents during the Russian collusion hoax in violation of the law, and I have sent a full copy of this congressional report to Pam Bondi. If it's Schiff, flush it. This election was not just a personal triumph for Donald Trump and the America First agenda. It was the beginning of a mass, great political realignment. It is a realignment where Republican and Democrat, in all honesty, no longer matter. That is not the divide in Washington. The divide is between an entrenched political establishment that until 2016 dominated both parties and outsiders like Donald J. Trump, J.D. Vance, and Robert F. Kennedy. This is a realignment in which those who favor endless war where our inherent national interests are not clear, who would censor our free speech not only on the internet but in all mediums, and who think it is fine for big pharma and big food to do anything they want as long as profits are fat. While at the same time, common sense Democrats and independents, Democrats like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, who is now a Republican, and Governor Rod Blagojevich, and those who favor common sense, who want peace, who support free speech, and think it is important to find out why big pharma and big food are poisoning our children. That is the great fight, and that is the source of the great realignment. This is a realignment like we had in 1932, which manifested itself in 1936. Until 1932, a majority of African Americans voted Republican because of the role of the Republican Party and Lincoln in the Great Emancipation. But by 1936, most African Americans were voting for Democrats, and that put the Democrats into a new realignment, which kept them in the White House from 1932 until 1952. Then I would say this is also very much like the realignment of 1968. That is a realignment in which white Southern Democrats and blue-collar ethnic Catholics in the Northeast and the Midwest elected Richard Nixon, although in a three-way race, but eventually a realignment that manifests itself in the election of one of our greatest presidents, Ronald Reagan. Now, liberals and academics have sought to denigrate the presidency of Ronald Reagan, but he was among our greatest presidents. He returned us to the policy of peace through strength, that is, the same policy as one of our greatest presidents, Dwight Eisenhower. This is the policy adopted by Donald Trump. We had peace in the world. We had no new foreign wars because our foreign adversaries understood in Donald Trump they had a tough man who did what he said and said what he would do, and he believed in strength and unpredictability as a deterrent. And then, post-Reagan, unfortunately, our party was hijacked by a Wall Street country club wing. They gave us endless foreign war. They gave us massive debt and spending, and they gave us the invasive Patriot Act. We then nominated a succession of weak candidates. I speak specifically of Mitt Romney, a man who begged Donald Trump for his endorsement to get into the U.S. Senate. And then, just as his father, George Romney, knifed Barry Goldwater in the back, he knifed our president in the back by voting for his impeachment. So to Mitt Romney, I say, Judas be gone. In 2017, Donald Trump came to the White House from the world of business. And he quite reasonably thought, well, there are two groups, the Republicans who are for me and the Democrats who are against me. He learned in his first term that there was a permanent political establishment and that many Republicans sought his removal and destruction from the moment he came down that golden escalator. And that is why today he is a much wiser president. It is why he will be an even greater president in his second term than he was in his first term. It is why he has given us appointees like Kash Patel to the FBI. It is why he has given us nominees like Pam Bondi to be Attorney General of the United States. It is why he has given us, yes, nominations of four-term Democrat Congresswoman, Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, and true American patriot Tulsi Gabbard. It is why he has given us nominees like a man I've watched being kneecapped when he tried to run for president as a Democrat, where they used the same tactics against him that they used against Bernie Sanders, and then hamstrung by lawfare when he sought to seek the presidency as an independent, and who then came to realize that it was best to put his personal ambitions aside, and because he's opposed to war, and because he believes in free speech, and because he wants to make America healthy again and deal with the issue of child chronic disease, has joined into this great alignment. This is a new team of reform. But let's be clear, because we saw it this past week regarding the continuing resolution in the Congress pertaining to our financing. Our problem today are not the socialist, screwball, Marxist Democrats. Our problem today are the weak-kneed, gutless, feckless, lily-livered, white wine swilling, brie cheese eating establishment Republicans who have neither the guts nor the balls to fight for America. My friends, one man can make a difference. One person can make a difference. I point out to you today with us a man who had never been in politics. He was an entrepreneur, a businessman, concerned about creating jobs. But then he put a sign on the roof of his factory in New Amsterdam, New York, that said, "Vote for Trump." It was the largest sign in the United States to say so. and the Democrat mayor of Amsterdam, New York, sought to put him in jail for exercising his First Amendment right. He is now awake and in the fight. I refer to Anthony Constantino, who is now seeking the seat that will be vacated by Elise Stefanik, another one of President Donald Trump's greatest appointments. Anthony, stand up. My friends, the danger is not over. The deep state will not just ride off into the night. So I ask you in my final remarks here to do one thing, one important thing. Pray. Pray for the safety of our president. Pray for the safety of his family. Pray for the safety of those he has called on to serve him. I've experienced miracles in my own life. I've experienced multiple miracles after I was given an unconditional presidential pardon. My wife was diagnosed with an aggressive stage 4 cancer, and I prayed to the Lord that she be saved. And I'm happy to tell you today, thanks to the healing power of Jesus Christ, she is 3.5 years cancer-free. It was Richard Nixon who said, "A man is not finished when he is defeated. He is only finished when he quits." My friends, he also said, "The greatness comes not when things go always good for you, but when you suffer some defeats, some setbacks, you take some knocks, because only until one has been in the deepest valley can one appreciate the highest mountaintop." In the fight for freedom, in the fight for our Constitution, in the fight for our way of life, my friends, neither Donald Trump nor yours truly, Roger Stone, will ever quit in that fight. God bless you.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest on this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in.
He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60 there. I don't want to be on a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
There's no guesswork in this election. We know the type of president that Trump was. There are three things I want you to think about.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop.
He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter Connecticut Shade Dawn is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply.
Kind of wild. And it was a lot of fun. Did you guys have fun the last year? Yeah? This is definitely a celebration time for us. But look, I grew up driving race cars. I'm now able to tell my dad, you were right all along. Steak, potatoes, Fox News. And so as an athlete, generally my interest was in racing and sports and performance and my body and health. So over the last couple of years, I would say especially last year, my real interest in all of the things going on and having some kind of influence from the political standpoint had to do with health, had to do with, look, I'm a very fortunate human being. I have a lot of luxuries in life, but when I think about the food that gets put on the table, the air that we breathe, the water that we drink, I think I can't run from that anymore. I think my food, right? Plant a garden. Well, you can't run from the chemtrails in the skies that land on your food. How about the fact that they're putting vaccines in food like lettuce and tomatoes? What happens when they stop telling you they're doing that? So these are the things that I got very passionate about. And then here comes December of last year, and we just heard someone mention how important one person can be in making a difference. Last night, I saw a sweet lady named Kelsey, who was the one that sent me a direct message on behalf of Turning Point to come to the event, which was paired then with my sister saying, hey, have you guys seen have you seen the great speakers that are in town to speak at AmFest? And I was like, hang on a second. I got a DM from them. So I reached out and saw her last night, and I said, and she was like blown away. She was like, one person, it's amazing what can make a difference. And you'll hear how wild this story is and where I ended up in the end of this whole last year, which is such a crazy experience that was so memorable. But it started with just one person reaching out and making a difference. And can we just stop for a second and give a hand to Charlie Kirk and the amazing people that he has to organize it, as well as Charlie himself. Such a driven human being. Hard to believe he's 31 years old. That just, is so impressive. I'm gonna say it makes me feel bad, but it's so impressive what he's been able to build. So anyway, thank you so much, Charlie, and thank you to all these people, and thank you to Kelsey for reaching out to me, because it brought me here last year. So exactly 1 year ago today, I sat in this audience at my first political event and one of the most impactful speakers, as I'm sure that you guys would probably agree, was Tucker. Yeah. Were you guys here last night? Yeah. Isn't that so fun when he gets so riled up? He's like, man, I'm just getting started up here. And I think he's telling the truth. I really think that he gets brought up by all the energy, which is something that I'm going to mention about in my whole story, and hopefully it will inspire your own. But Tucker talked about truth. And that truth is your superpower. And I really, really believe that. But I believe even more than that. I think truth carries a frequency. I think that when you speak your truth, people can feel that. We're like living in this time where we don't know what's true and what's not. Do we believe the propaganda movies? Do we believe the news? I mean, thank God for Donald Trump for telling us that there was fake news out there. Do we believe the drug companies? Do we believe in our doctors? Do we believe in any of this stuff? And the only way that you can ever really get to the point of knowing what's true is that we as human beings start turning inward and start feeling what is being said and how that lands in the body. Like, let me give you an example. Like, I always have silly examples for how I learn these things. So music, you know, you hear a song and it just hits, right? And it hits for decades. It's like you can feel it. Now, I feel like there's a frequency in the truth of the song being sung and the person that wrote it and the emotion that they felt, and it's landing with you. So I think that also happens with vulnerability. I think vulnerability also lands in that frequency range of truth. And, you know, I think the best definition of vulnerability is where someone is not sure they're ready to say it, but they do. Right? Because you know you need to. So I think that for me, all this political stuff was like, oh, how's this going to go? It's true. Say it. So my sister and I came to the event. I posted some pictures after the event, and I said something along the lines of, you know, AmericaFest, AmFest, I love this country, seems like the place to be. And the backlash was just wildly shocking to me. Don't you guys find it amazing that you can say, I love this country, and it means you're Republican? That you can wear an American flag, and it means you're Republican? Why aren't these things American? And the work isn't done until that's true. Look, I've lived in other countries, and America is amazing. I lived in England for 3 years while I was racing and came back and immediately got an American flag tattoo on my back. Merged with a checkered flag. It's not really very clear. It's a little blurry, but, and as I get older, it gets worse, but the memory's there, guys. And I'm sure the pictures are on the internet too. But that's how much I love this country. So when I made this post and had people freak out about it, honestly, it just pissed me off. And it lit a real fire, which then led to one of the funnest years I've ever had. So Tucker, I said I loved his speech. He spoke about truth. Well, I met him backstage finally, and that quickly led to me going and doing his podcast in Florida a few weeks later. That then led to me coming back and Charlie reaching out and saying, hey, I'd love for you to come on the show. So then I went on Charlie's show, and then I made another post and I was like, I guess I'm into politics. So another thing that I think is really true about what happens when you tell the truth is it accelerates your path. Like, what's meant for you also gives you energy. So the path lights up for you, and then it also, because you're in alignment, it gives you energy. You know, think about all the things that you do that you love doing. You lose track of time. You lose track of hunger. Maybe I don't, but some people probably do. But you lose track of everything because you get self-sustaining energy. So now I'm going to tell you about where that proved to be so true. So one of the other people that I met as a result of AmFest was Tulsi Gabbard. She spoke, and I reached out, right? Isn't she just a badass? Proud to call her a friend now. I reached out afterwards and I just sent her a DM and I just said, wow, you're so impressive. I'm so cheering for you. And she said right away back, she was a fan. So we became friends. I interviewed her, and then fast forward a few more months, she invited me to moderate for her and Bobby in Las Vegas at a Reclaim America tour stop. I've never moderated anything. So I was like, okay. Because look, there is a very, very fine line that's almost indistinguishable. Maybe there isn't one between fear and excitement. Like take a roller coaster, for instance. Is that exciting or is that scary? Right? So I was a little scared to do it, but I also was excited to do it. So I never let fear win in those moments. And it was actually after my racing career that I realized that it's in those really challenging moments where I have to like push myself that I actually come alive. Because so many people, if they're unhappy, it's not because they're bored. It's not because they truly are unhappy. They're just not doing enough of what lights them up. And sometimes it's challenge, and I've realized that challenge is mine. So I went and moderated for Bobby and Tulsi, and it was such a great experience. And how I mentioned this path, like it goes very quickly. A couple weeks later, I was then asked to moderate for J.D. Vance, all by myself in North Carolina. And again, I was like, wow, I've moderated one time now. But I said yes. He's an awesome human being. We have an insanely good VP, guys. Usha's wife was there. This administration's lit. And so I did that. And I also did some, Women for Trump events with Laura Trump. I also then was asked by Tulsi, fast forward all the way to the end, and she said, would you be willing to tour for a few days all the way up until the election with me? And I was like, yeah. She's like, we're going to do some Trump Force One and some Trump rallies. I was like, yeah. So flew to Atlanta, started the journey from there, and was able to do a few Trump rallies, which are cool. Did you guys go to Trump rallies? Yeah? They're a thing. There's a lot of energy at those. I'm pretty sure he picks the playlist too, because I'll tell you why in a second. So there's this thing I said about when you're doing what's meant for you, it gives you energy. And my example, again, a silly example that I use to articulate that is, so I started a podcast about 5 years ago, and interviewing is way harder than being interviewed, because when you're being interviewed, you're only asked questions that you have the answers to. But when you're interviewing, you want to be an expert on them. You want to ask insightful questions. You don't want to ask silly questions. You want to get something new out of them. And so you really need to think. And you also have to get to the points that will make a great interview. So I had 3 interviews lined up, and they were like with like a doctor and a big entrepreneur, and they were challenging interviews. Well, I got to the end of this day after basically 6 hours of being on, and I was like, I was so excited. I had so much energy. I remember I was by myself. I was living in Malibu at the time. And I was like, what do I do with myself? And I went down to the beach and I brought the dogs and I poured a glass of wine. And I was like so energized by these last 6 hours that I had. So the lesson is it's not about the amount of time it takes to do something. It's what you're doing. So on the other side of it, I could go do like a 1-hour autograph session at God knows what when I was racing and be totally drained because it's just not stimulating. It's not for me. So what is meant for you will give you energy. and what's not meant for you will steal it. And I can tell you that probably the best example of someone that is showing you what happens when you're doing what's meant for you is President Trump. So as I said, I was excited. I got to ride on Trump Force One a couple of times, and on the last flight home from the very last rally, so the last day, which we know he didn't take a day off, right? And we know who did take a day off, Carmela. It didn't help either, did it? She still didn't have answers for anything. And so he didn't take any days off, but that very last day, he did 4 rallies. And for those of you who's been to a rally, you know that he talks for about an hour and a half to 2 hours. And not only that, but he's traveling to different states, different cities. So, I was with him along amongst some other people. Sage, who's coming up after me, she was along for the ride as well, and of course Tulsi. And so the last rally starts at about midnight in Grand Rapids. Finishes about 2. Get on Trump Force One. And President Trump is like so energized. He has the music at 11. It's so loud. He is playing DJ. He's cutting and driving with everyone. I was lucky enough to get to sit next to him for like almost 2 hours of that flight back to Florida. And, you know, there's one, I did say the fear and excitement thing. There was one story that I'm not sure that I played it right. So, we're sitting on the plane and there's some conversation about my handshake. I have a good handshake. My dad always taught me to shake like you mean it from when I was a young kid in racing. In fact, a lot of articles about me started off with like, oh, Danica Patrick, race car driver, but her handshake almost broke my hand. So President Trump says, shake my hand as hard as you can. And I was like, I don't think this is a good idea. And everybody looking around and they looked at me and they're like, you're not going to do it? And he had just gotten done showing me his hand and how bruised it was from how many handshakes he had done. And I was like, this seems like a terrible idea. And I did it. And I did shake as hard as I could. And I didn't get invited to Mar-a-Lago for election night. So I either didn't shake hard enough or I shook too hard. And something tells me I didn't shake hard enough because I feel like he can handle strong women. So anyway, we land at 5:45 in the morning. Everybody's exhausted. He's still going. And I think the legend has it he stayed up for about 3 days. So look, he has insane amounts of energy. And it's true, I didn't see him drink any water. He did, however, say, hey, there's this special drink, ginger drink. Do you want one? And I was like, sure. So they brought ginger ale out. So I guess he stayed fueled on ginger ale. But he has this insane energy and insane, humor. And, look, it's truly clear that he is doing what is meant for him. And it makes me so excited for these next 4 years. And look, I think if we play it right, this could be 12. Probably with the help of Charlie Kirk, because he seems to really have his hands. I think he's been in Florida until about this event started. So I'm excited about Bobby and Tulsi and disclosures and food improving, medical improving. There's just so many things that I think are going to improve, and I think we are truly entering the golden age. And I'm what a time to be alive. I actually said that when COVID happened. I was like, what a time to be alive. The amount of stuff that we've seen and the amount of exposure that we've seen has landed where we are. And I think we've heard a few talk about it, but if you would have been elected that second time right away, we wouldn't be having the scenario that we have now, where we're going to get so many things done. Very exciting. I know I'm going on and I need to wrap up. One thing I want to say is how important I believe that it is that there's a push for this, but family. I'm where I am today because my mom, my dad, my sister, and the nuclear family is something that's been they've tried to tear apart over the last good few years, and we're not having it. right? We're not having it. Where rights are taken away from parents, from children that should not be making those decisions. And look, the more that we can get back to, if we could get to extended family community living, great, because this is what culture used to do. But now it's these separated families at a distance, and so the least we can do is keep the nuclear family together. So I just want to say how grateful I am for my family, and how grateful I am that we have an administration that believes that family and parents and their children are important. One of the things that a lot of people have said to me actually during the campaigning as well as after, is they said, thank you. They whisper, they go, thank you so much for what you've been doing. Which I know what they mean. And my reply is, of course, thank you, but they tell me how brave I've been. And I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel brave. I don't feel like anything I've said or done has made me brave. All I did was believe in something enough. And that's all you have to do, is believe in something enough. So don't forget that your truth leads to your calling, and your calling leads to the energy that gets brought up within you so that you can go ahead and make an impact. And then that impact that you make becomes your legacy. Thank you.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship, with my series Marriage. In the series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time, Foundations of the West. The work I'm doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
Hello. No, I can't dance. I'm half black, but I have no rhythm. I'm sorry. I'm not going to start dancing, and then it'll go on the, okay? That was funny, right? It's okay. How is everybody? Oh my gosh, I can't tell you. I am so excited and, number one, honored to be here. So, we'll talk later. Stop. That's twice from you. Okay, the timer's going. And no, I had 20, not 17 minutes. I'm going to take it. Okay, guys. Such an honor, and I'm starting with a question for you. Not one that you necessarily have to answer out loud unless you want to, but what is your biggest fear? Yes, that too. Communism counts. Personally, I want you to think about it for the next 20 minutes and hopefully forever, because fear affects everything in our lives, and that's what I've learned. I will be honest with you, I've lived in fear my entire life. And I'm not afraid to talk about it now because pushing through some of those fears has actually changed my life, and I feel like if I don't share those fears, what a waste, right? I'm going to focus just on the last 3 years, though, because that's when it's been, I think, the most evident. Starting in September of 2021, I was in my 15th year at ESPN, which was my dream job since I was 11 years old. Said I wanted to be a sportscaster, and the dream was ESPN, and I did it. And honestly, I loved every moment. The problem is, in September of 21, if you recall where we were as a country at that time, that little COVID thing. And ESPN is owned by who? Disney. Disney owns ESPN and ABC. And Disney put out a mandate that by September 30th, 2021, if you were not vaccinated, you would be fired. You would not have a job. Unfortunately, Disney was not alone, and many companies chose to do that to their employees, even when you look at the U.S. military. A lot of things that we got to fix, and I know we're going to. But at that moment, I knew that I had a decision to make. I was the mother, still am the mother of 3 college-age kids, 100% financially responsible for all my kids, their father as well. So the pressure was real. So when we talk about fear, to stand up for something you didn't believe in, being forced to take a vaccine, that fear is real. I believe that. Yes, we have choices, but the fear is real. I had been told by friends, listen, get a medical exemption, you can do that. And I said, well, but there isn't a medical issue. I just think it's wrong. I don't want to have to lie. Well, get a religious exemption. Okay, fine. I have a very strong faith, but it has nothing to do with my religion. This is just wrong to force me to do something to my body that I am not comfortable with, period. That's all there is to it. I like the my body, my choice when it's convenient for them, correct? Yeah, it's cute. So, unfortunately, that is a decision that I had to make, and thought about it and prayed about it and knew I couldn't lie and knew that I needed a job that I needed and a job that I loved. So I made an appointment at the grocery store to go get a shot because I needed to keep my job. And I prayed about it the entire time when I sat in that parking lot before I went in, disgusted with myself because I felt like I was caving in. But I felt like I had no choice. They gave us no choice. I walked in that grocery store, and I'll never forget this moment. I sat down in the chair in the little pharmacy, and my eyes were red, and the nurse, a wonderful woman, looked at me and said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "No, I'm not. I'm being forced to do something to my body that I think is wrong. And I have no choice." And I was crying, and she looked at me, and she grabbed my hand, this complete stranger, and said, "This is so wrong, and I am so sorry." And at that moment, she put the needle in my arm. I'd like to think there was I just told myself there was water in it. This is a fake one. And I felt I changed forever at that moment when I realized that I was forced to give up control of my body for something that was an experiment. But I felt at that moment I had no choice. I've beaten myself up for years because I felt like I caved. In that moment, I did what I felt was right for my family, period. But I changed. Previously planned that day, I had a podcast with former Bears and Broncos quarterback Jay Cutler. You may have heard of him. I did a lot of his terrible highlights on SportsCenter through the years. Sorry, Jay. Did a podcast with him previously planned. And literally went from the parking lot at the grocery store to my laptop to do the Zoom. Didn't even think about the Band-Aid on my arm from getting the shot. And he asked me during the show, "What's that?" First he said, "Hey, can we talk about the vaccine? I know you've been outspoken." I said, "Absolutely. Let's go. It's fine." And I answered the question when he said, "What is that? And did you take it?" And I was, again, so disgusted with myself. And I said, "Yes, I did." And I said, "Listen, I just think it's sick and scary for any employer to force their employees to do something to their body." I said, "But I work for a global company, Disney, and I understand it because that's what they're all doing, but I think it's sick and scary." And we moved on. When the podcast posted about 2 weeks later, needless to say, it blew up. It blew up on social media for other things I said that were apparently controversial as well. But this was the main focus of my employers, is that I whacked the company, was the word. I complied. And there's actually a law in Connecticut that we found out later, ESPN based in Connecticut, that if you are complying with the rules of your company, you can say what you want, but you must comply. They didn't know that. We did, thanks to the attorney I ended up hiring later. But that's a few minutes ahead. Hold that thought. I learned a lot through this process. The bosses called, my agent called first and said, "There's a problem. This is not going over well with Disney." And they said, "You wait for the call from your boss." And when he called, he said, "Listen, love you, but you ticked off the wrong people with your comments about the vaccine." I said, "I complied." He said, "I don't care." And told me that they were going to suspend me, take me off the air for indefinite amount of time. It ended up being about 13 days, paid suspension, as well as make me do a public apology. And I fought it. And they said, "If you don't," I said, "What am I apologizing for? I followed their rules." But I was afraid because they said if I didn't apologize, I'd be out of a job. The fear continued to build. So what did I do? I gave in with this because I was afraid. I gave the public apology because I was afraid they'd take my job because they said that they would. While I was suspended, it was the definition of canceled by everybody in the media, even people that were friends. I use that in air quotes now. And it was definitely the darkest time of my life. And then I got really sick with COVID, of course, to the point where for 8 days I was alone in my home. My kids had gone to their father's house. I was alone and couldn't be around anybody. And my heart was jumping out of my chest for 24 straight hours. My heart would not stop going crazy. And I thought, this is because of the vax. And so I got up and I went to take a shower after 3 days and to take myself to the hospital. And when I stood up, I fell over. I couldn't move. I had nothing, no energy, no food, nothing. And I realized that if I fell over again and hit my head, that no one would find me. So I'm canceled. I'm sick. Actually, they told me I wouldn't get sick if I did that, and I had nothing. Eventually, I was allowed to go back to work. I was told that my peers were upset with me, that they didn't want to be teammates with me, they didn't want to work with me. Some said it publicly. And so my bosses instilled more fear, and I listened to it, and I thought, wait, I've been the best teammate. I've done everything you've asked for 15 years at the highest level, while being a mother, while doing all these things. And you're threatening me and saying my teammates don't want to work with me? It just kept building. I didn't know what to do. When I finally went back to work, my parents had come up. My dad has 2 kinds of cancer. My dad wasn't supposed to be around me. I'd been sick. The vax, all of those things. My parents came up and lifted their 50-year-old little girl off the ground and said, you're going to do this. And when I was walking back into work that day for the first time after my suspension, again, fear, scared to death. My dad, the former Army football player and football coach, said, huddle up. It's always about sports in my house. It was me, my mom, and my best friend is my makeup artist who really had a lot to fix on my face that day. And we huddled up. And I'm Catholic. And he recited a prayer, St. Michael the Archangel, protect us. This prayer I'll never forget. Part of it says, protect us from the wickedness and snares of the devil. And it hit me so hard that day. And every single day from that moment in October of 2021, when I was allowed back to work, to the day I left ESPN in August of 2023, I would drive to work, I'd call my mom and dad, we'd say that prayer. And at least for the next 2 hours in that building, doing the job that I loved, I felt like I had a protective bubble around myself. It felt so good because I knew it was bigger than me. God was going to protect me during that moment. So the fear began to dissipate slowly but surely. The problem is during that time, I witnessed my peers saying whatever they wanted about Roe versus Wade being overturned and how devastated they were. And they talked about the women's right to abortion on an NBA show. And then we talked about the alleged Don't Say Gay bill in the state of Florida on football shows. And we gave moments of silence during women's college basketball tournaments for what was allegedly happening in Florida, which we all know those words were never even in any of those laws in the state of Florida, but they didn't want to do their homework, didn't want to be journalists and do their homework. Instead, they spread fear. And I saw that my friends, my peers at ESPN, on airwaves were talking about stuff that had nothing to do with sports. I was on an off day, giving my opinion on a vaccine that I took that you made me take. I complied. And I'm suspended and punished. You're taking all my assignments away. I was the host of the Rose Parade in Pasadena, the New York City Marathon, things I'd worked my life for. I was ready to move on. Just don't take my assignments and allow my peers to do exactly what you told me I couldn't do. I needed consistency. That's all we need. I have 3 kids. Consistency. They might not like your rules, but be consistent. And my bosses were inconsistent. It'd been years of this, and I called an attorney. My dear friend Chris Harrison, the former host of The Bachelor, he is the one that saw what was happening. He was canceled. He was brought down. Our attorney, Brian Friedman, saved Chris. Brian Friedman also, Megyn Kelly's attorney, who came to Megyn Kelly's rescue when NBC did what they did to her. And look at Megyn Kelly right now, the most powerful journalist on the planet with Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk. Look at what she's done. And he said, young lady, you've been wronged. And this is going to be big. This is going to be scary. More fear, more fear. Take it on Disney. This is truly David versus Goliath, and it was. They could bleed me dry in 5 minutes financially. And they tried. But I knew that I was done being told to be fearful, done being told to not be me when everybody else was allowed to be. My daughter's high school in Connecticut, the little girl, she was a girl one day, a boy the next, and the cat on Thursday. We're okay with that. But I can't be a conservative. I can't have opinions. While following your rules, I'm done. So my attorney, we got the lawsuit ready to sue the company that I loved, my childhood dream. The night before the lawsuit dropped, I went to each one of my kids separately. One was a freshman in college, the other 2 were in high school, and I said, guys, this is what's happening tomorrow. I want to apologize because I know that this affects you. Through the years, every time I said something that made some people mad, they'd go after my kids. And they threatened to rape my daughters on social media. They wished me death. The level that people go to just because you have a different opinion is disgusting. And I will never delete those comments because we need to remember what people are about at times and call them out. But I wanted to apologize to my children for what was about to come. And each one, took it differently. And I said, so when a coach or a teacher or anybody says something to you about your mother, which had happened in the past, number one, tell them to come to me. Number two, remind them what diversity of thought means. And that you might not agree with your mother, but she has that right. And if they have a problem again, Mama Bear will come out. I will cut you. I don't mess with my kids. So my son, who's 20 now, he was 17, 18 at the time, my precious son between my two psycho daughters, I love them, they're crazy. And my son, I said, buddy, I'm so sorry, but I've got your back and I have to stand up. My son looked at me and he said, Mom, it's about time you stood up for yourself. So, at that moment I knew no matter what happened, no matter how much more money I lost, no matter what was said about me, about my company and my peers and the media and strangers, that I was already going to win. Because this whole time my kids have been watching me shrink and get smaller and live in fear to try to protect them. That was the reason. But what was I teaching them to do? The opposite of what I was preaching them. So I knew at that moment I was going to be okay no matter the result. 3 weeks later, I was back to work, right? I'm doing my thing. I'm pretending like I'm not suing the company while I'm on their TV screen. And I was at the PGA Championship in Southern Hills, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Southern Hills, a beautiful club. And I had just gotten off the air with my favorite co-host, Matt Berry. And we were walking the course, and I was way, way, way in the left fairway. I've been to many golf courses, covered 7 Masters. I know how to be on a golf course. And the craziest thing in the world happened. Long story short, I turned from 280 yards away. We're following the best groups. Scotty Scheffler, pretty good golfer, Colin Morikawa, and John Rahm, the best golfers in the world. We wanted to follow that group. And as I stood behind a tree from 280 yards away, I've never felt or heard a sound like this. 150 miles an hour, the ball, direct shot onto my mouth. It hit my mouth so hard that it ricocheted back into the middle of the fairway. I was next to a tree. They thought it hit a tree, and then until they looked at me, and I had blood pouring out of my hands. I don't know how I didn't pass out. Most importantly, I don't know how I survived other than God, because hitting a ball in the face with a ball at 150 miles an hour, if it had been an inch higher, if I'd been looking at my phone for a second, then it takes out my orbital bone, my eye, my temple, I'm dead. So I only lost 8 teeth and had 3 root canals. But my smile's back. If anyone gets hit in the face, I have a great dentist in Canton, Connecticut, okay? I got you. I'm sitting there, and I was alive. I was okay, and they were trying to avoid the cameras seeing my bloody hands. And so I was hiding behind a tree, and when I was kneeling down there's a picture online I'll never forget over my mouth, the blood dripping out. The voices that I heard, the darkest voices I've ever heard in my life. Literally, like the angel devil on this shoulder, I heard someone saying, that's what you get. That's what you get. Because think about it. My mouth is what got me in trouble. Speaking up and being true to myself. Of all places for a ball to hit me from 280 yards away at 150 miles an hour in my mouth, I said, I'm done. And I said, God, I'm so sorry. I'll stop. I'll be quiet. I'll drop the lawsuit. I'll do whatever it takes. I hear you. This is why they say be quiet. Like, I got it. And then I was on the stretcher and I went to the hospital. And then the other voice was like, okay, no, because you're still standing. You're alive right now for a reason. It took a while. But I believe in good and evil. If you believe in good, you got to believe in evil. And I believe that there was something evil and dark trying to penetrate me. When I was on the ground, I knew my peers, the liberal media, our friends, all the people that had crushed me and canceled me before were like, see, that's what she gets. And it actually happened. I was sent the articles. It actually happened. But that moment changed me, and I knew that I was absolutely here for a reason. Fast forward, I went back to work 20 days later, like an idiot, because I was afraid that my bosses and my peers would think I was milking it, even though I couldn't talk, and every time I did talk with my fake teeth, I was spitting on everybody. So fortunately, you can't feel that through the TV screen, but it was a disaster. I still did my hat. I wanted to prove I'm tough. I wanted to have nobody ask questions. And I just kept going, despite the advice from my attorney and everybody else to just stop, and it's okay. On August 14, 2023, my case against Disney settled. Out of court, I take that as a victory. The reason, this was a free speech. This was a First Amendment lawsuit. That's what this was. This wasn't about treating me wrong because I was a good employee for all those years. This is about being inconsistent and telling people, we love you, we respect you, we've got you. Until what? Until you don't fit into their box. And I knew somehow or another I'd be okay. I'd get another job, I'd find another way to get a paycheck. But what about the hundreds of people who would come up to me, even in the office, people I worked with who were just afraid to speak and say thank you? How about at the airports? It happens to me all the time now. And there have been questions when the transition after almost 30 years in corporate media, the job that I loved went away. But every time I'm realized that's why I did it. What a waste if I have this platform that I'm too afraid to use. I told you, I've been fearful my entire life. And finally, when you keep getting knocked down, but then are able to wake up the next morning and do it, you realize this is so much bigger than me. What a waste if I don't use this platform. And that was a scary day on August 14, 2023, but it was the biggest blessing. 7 months later, I started my new show, Sage Deal Show, and I've had such a blast just having conversations with people. From Dana White, who's my dear friend, even if I call him the wrong name, my Dana White, to RFK Jr., to Nicole Shanahan, to Sharon Osbourne, to Aries Spears, to Mayim Bialik, who's super liberal, and she took a chance and came to talk to me anyway. We have conversations, God. Isn't that what's been missing in our country for all these years? Conversations. I was afraid, though, too, to be too political, not give my opinions, because what happens then, right? Well, then you're going to be tagged as a right-wing nut job. And you know what? I noticed that every single time I gave my opinion, and those on my show did, controversial topics, Michael Rappaport, who was very far left and ended up voting for Donald Trump because of what the Biden administration did not do with Israel. Like, when you look at the facts, it's easy. And I realized that every time someone spoke up and gave our true opinion, the numbers, your views, your likes go up because we're all desperate just for truth and just for people to be their authentic selves. Through my show, I got to interview Laura Trump. What a blessing. What a powerhouse of a woman. I mean, I'm obsessed with her, and I don't think that people truly understand the difference that she and Michael Whatley, as the RNC co-chairs, made in this country. They saved this country. They knew what was happening in the background. They knew what was happening in Georgia and in Pennsylvania and Arizona and all these places that were cheating and trying to do it again just like 2020. And they knew, and they got out ahead of it, and they crushed it. And it was an honor to stand next to her with our sexy pink jackets on the campaign trail, etc. It was incredible. And then they called and said, do you want to come on the tour with us and put on those jackets and support and be a surrogate? And I said, hell yes, I do. After all the years of fear, I'm like, this is me. I have to, again, I'm telling my kids and other college kids that I speak to be true to themselves that I'm too afraid. So when I posted that first picture with Danica and the pink jacket and with Laura, it was scary. And I got a lot of hate, a lot of blocking people on Instagram. But what happened? There was so much more positivity. And every time you push through that fear, what happens? It's a little easier the next time. That led to being asked to moderate a couple of panels, a couple of town halls with J.D. Vance in Reading, Pennsylvania, and then with Donald Trump in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And I want to tell you that when I was on that stage with Donald Trump, I was like, what has happened to my life? Like, this is the most amazing thing and the biggest blessing. And I've talked to presidents before. I've done so many amazing interviews and on big stages. And that obviously was the biggest thing. And I will admit, one more fear. I'm on that stage in front of 5,000 strong in Lancaster and Pennsylvania. Thank you. You did an incredible job. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Scotty Presler. Thank you to everybody who had that courage to go in that state and do what they did. And when I sat on that stage with Donald Trump, I thought, oh my goodness, this is the most vulnerable I've ever been in my life. This is a couple months after Butler, Pennsylvania. I look down, I see Secret Service everywhere, and I go, wow, this is scary. And then I look to my right, 2 feet to my right, and who's sitting there? You talk about fear. They tried to kill him more than once. They've tried to imprison him. And every single time, what did he do? He stood taller. He stood stronger. He pushed through. He's amazing, but he's human. You don't think there was some fear in there after what happened in Butler? After what happened on his own property in Florida? If that man's going to push through his fears, who am I? to continue to be fearful to talk about my beliefs with our country and what we need. He's taking all the risks. He didn't have to do any of this. It would have been smarter, safer, cheaper for him to just stay on one of his many properties and on his golf courses and do his thing and be there for Kai, his beautiful young granddaughter. But he has chosen to do this because he cares, because he has pushed through his fears. You talk about being vilified and hated. It's a beautiful thing to watch. If Donald Trump can push through his fear and do this for us, what fears are we going to push through? So think about those fears that you have. It's okay. We all have them. I was scared to come up here, and I've done this 10,000 times. I'm still fearful, right? You're not going to be liked. It's not going to be enough. It's bigger than us. This man did this for us. I'm going to end on this because this is a prayer that saved me my entire life, that my dad had me and my brothers memorize as kids. My dad went to West Point, 23-year Army career, retired Army colonel. We had to salute, doing room inspections every Saturday. No more of that. And this is what he taught us. Part of the cadet prayer. Help me to choose the harder right instead of the easier wrong. And never to be content with a half-truth when the whole can be one. The harder right versus the easier wrong. It is easier to stay silent. It's easier to take the shot and comply. It's easier to just not have the conversation at the Thanksgiving dinner table. It's easier. What's the right thing? You can do it with kindness. You can be kind about it. Know your facts. But it's the right thing. And not just for ourselves, but for our children and for our neighbors and for people that you'll never meet. You have no idea. And I know just by being here, many of you had to push through a lot of fear and had to have tough conversations with family members and friends. And you probably lost friendships like I have and bosses. But you're here. And the beauty of pushing through is that then you realize you're also not alone. Danica mentioned it before. It's a family. This is an incredible family. What a blessing to be part of it. And I'm so proud of all of us for pushing through our fears and choosing the harder right instead of the easy wrong. And never again can we be content with a half-truth, because now we know that the whole truth can be one, because on November 5th, it was. God bless you.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting. Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
What do you feel in your body when you hear the term white people?
I feel like a cringe about it. Cringe is a good word.
White, straight, cisgender man is the top of the pile.
I'm on the top of the pile. It's me.
Can I just propose a toast? Raise a glass if you're racist. To racist.
That was really weird.
Don't deny that you're racist. Try not to be racist, but also don't realize that you're. Until we're willing to talk about these things, healing can't really begin.
My daughter's 4 years old. She's still watching Disney movies and choosing a white princess.
Have you talked to her about that?
All the time.
Is racism inherent to whiteness?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah. Joining us now is Matt, certified DEI expert.
Did race exist as a reality before?
We made race exist. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. What do you mean? What you're doing is you're stretching out of your whiteness. This is more for you and less for you.
Am I Racist? Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting. Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this? We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's Razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremy'srazors.com now.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in.
He is the temple. He is the Torah.
Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60s, eh? I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
Hello, AmFest. Love you guys too. Thank you for having, what an incredible event. Charlie Kirk, your brainchild is inspiring. This is really inspiring. So, I want to tell you about the first time I went to China. I was in high school. My mother took me to go back to her homeland. We were walking the streets of Guangzhou, and I saw a small child sitting on the side of the road, crippled with broken bones, begging. And I wanted to give that child everything I had in my pocket. There was no adult around, and my heart sank. And as I went to go give this child everything in my pocket, my mother pulled me back and she said, Nicola, that's what she calls me, the gangs break their bones and put them there, and you shouldn't give them your money. The image of that child still haunts me. In college, I backpacked all around Asia and Europe, and I saw those kids over and over again, being used by adults and being preyed upon. The shadow of those adults haunting them. How could this kind of evil exist in the world that stings at the very core of humanity? When these adults are using broken children, what they're doing is they're extorting our vulnerabilities at the sight of something so precious. It's a dark, dark form of emotional blackmail. And this is no doubt the work of the devil himself. We see versions of this emotional blackmail all over America today, preying on our emotions and our vulnerabilities. We saw it this past week in Congress when the Democrats held up disaster relief for hurricane victims and would only grant it if those funds were wrapped up with further measures for online censorship, bioweapons funding, and liability protections to companies that have hurt us. Boo! We see that emotional blackmail with this open border crisis. They tell us that there are 400,000 missing children, but they say if we close the border, it's somehow inhumane? It's a ploy. It's a ploy to monetize our suffering. It's a ploy to monetize those being trafficked. It's a ploy to monetize our emotions. We saw it during the pandemic, forcing people into home arrest. That's what that was. We were being forced into home arrest. We were prisoners. And they used fear and shame at every turn to get people to turn over their livelihoods, their freedom, their own children. Here's the thing about emotional blackmail. Every time one of these sacrifices is made under deceptive pretenses, the blackmailing entity grows immensely stronger. The devil himself grows stronger. Every successful deception is a banked win for the bad guy, and the good guys come up short. And you know what? The good guys cannot afford it any longer. No, we cannot pay this price anymore. I don't know about you, but I feel what is a primordial urge and a call to action to rise up against this chaos and forge a new path forward. This is a fight for an earth fit for humanity. So let's talk about how much Elon Musk wants to be an interplanetary species. There's a part, I mean, he's obsessed with it. I don't know anyone as obsessed with it as him. But here's the thing. In order for us to be an interplanetary species, we have to meet our biological needs here on Earth first. Yeah. We won't be fully human for many more generations if we fail to change the way we treat human health, sciences, and technology. Cyborgs traveling the solar system don't count, Elon. So here's a fact I want to share with you that is what drives me to this stage and drives me to travel this country and this world with this message. There's a biological fact that we can no longer ignore anymore. A species that is unable to reproduce naturally is on a path to extinction. This isn't an exaggeration. This is actually literally within the definition of extinction. In South Korea, the birth rate is 0.72 children per woman. In the UK, 1.5 children. In the United States, we hit a historic low of 1.6 births per woman. This is below the replacement level. That means a path towards extinction. The fertility crisis is hand in hand with a surge in chronic illness. The United States, $15,000 per person a year in healthcare expenses, and yet we're 49th in life expectancy. Doesn't reconcile. Where is that money going? If you ever felt the United States is a proxy for a much larger battle for the soul of humanity, you are correct. The fight is being fought here on our soil. We Americans, those who love our American existence because we love our freedom, are the ones who must win this battle for all of humanity. Yes. Enslavement is avoidable, and sickness is one of the ugliest forms of slavery. Just like those kids I saw in Asia who were crippled by their adult caregivers in order for them to make a profit, so too are our children. Our children have become slaves of the system that looks at them in dollars and not the divine souls that they are. Yeah. To the young people here, you are very inspiring. You call yourselves conservatives, but I have a different name for you. You are the conservators of the human race. Because I know you hear this calling. People called me a conspiracy theorist for pointing out that the electric field we inhabit on Earth is being polluted through the use of unmitigated wireless products. They said, you're a tinfoil hatter. Well, here's the truth. This is the real truth, and I'm from Silicon Valley, so I'm filling you in on a secret. These technologies can be made safe, but big tech is in bed with big pharma. They can be made safe. We are an electrochemical species, and we are indeed short-circuiting at a cellular level. Young people falling over on stage, which we are seeing time and time again on social media, video after video of a newscaster or a young person literally speaking on stage and falling over. This is not normal. It's not normal. There's something biological happening. We are being polluted both electrically and chemically on a daily basis. So I'm not going to call out all the other things that we need to pay attention to, because we have Maha people in the room who will do that for you. But let's talk about what happens next. So the sick children of today, many of them will grow up to become the infertile adults of tomorrow. It's a path to extinction of human life. And what are we getting in exchange? We are getting an augmented transhumanist future. It's not worth it. And if you don't want that augmented transhumanist future, you have to make that decision for yourself now. This doesn't have to happen. I started a fund many years ago called Planeta Ventures because I saw this coming. I wanted to create a human-aligned fund where we could invest in innovation that didn't make us sick. And I found some stuff. Shelf stabilizers that aren't full of chemicals, fermented cooking oils, soil microbiome kits, amber light display technology, daylight computer. And it's been a lonely journey, and I would love for the young people in this room to get curious about the entrepreneurship in innovation. This is going to be the human-aligned entrepreneurial boom. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. We have to be uncompromising if we want to stay human. And it doesn't mean being stubborn when we're wrong. It means being open-minded and staying true to the changes we have to make, even when those changes are hard. Some truths are non-negotiable, and one of those is the value of life itself. Just as Jesus Christ did when he walked this earth, we have to value the human condition. And I've learned this past year what the word faith means. It means keeping your heart open beyond that sting of nihilism and finding everlasting love in the plight for human existence, no matter how hard or dark the circumstances. And we have to be uncompromising with getting rid of the swamp. When we make too many trades with the swamp, and Congress is in the middle of this issue right now, we become the swamp. Worse yet, we burn through the faith of people who worked hard thinking they were going to get virtuous leadership. Dr. Ron Paul is the oldest. Yes. He is the oldest living example of a politician whose life work has exhibited an uncompromising commitment to natural law and moralism, even when it's made him really unpopular. I love him. Months ago, Dr. Paul gave me homework. Study Cicero, the Roman statesman and philosopher who predicted the fall of the Roman Empire, and he tried to stop it. Ron Paul is Cicero for the American Empire. He refuses to compromise his principles for the sake of convenience or political gain, and he is right. When we sacrifice the essence of what it means to live as a healthy, thriving country in the name of convenience or so-called progress, we risk losing everything that truly matters. So I will adjourn now with a proposal. Let's try to go to the stars, but maybe let's make America healthy again first. Stay human, relish in earthly existence, and study natural law. Thank you all, and God bless. Thank you.
Is not showing you how things actually are. They make it so painful to tell the truth, to do the right thing. I wanted to make a film that shocked people into being awake about what is happening in this country. I think the paragon of investigative journalism is now on the shoulders of the citizens. And you're going to see this citizen army expanding into every school board, every state house. If they're lying or scamming, they might just be the next unwilling internet celebrity.
Go on for 80 years and then make money, then I'll just fall to ashes. This is something that no matter what happens, no matter what I lose, it'll mean something after I'm gone.
I had every incentive in the world to stay at the company and just collect the paycheck, but I could never live with myself, and this is an act of atonement, okay, to make my conscience clear.
I think the truth is more powerful than any NDA. As you say, be brave. I am more brave than I am scared.
It's more than me. It's about really everyone in the world.
I want to let you, the viewers, know that Fox Corp has been muzzling me to keep certain information from you, the viewers, and from what I'm gathering, I am not the only reporter being subjected to this.
It's not about me. They have no idea what it's like to be burdened with this and feeling like I'm watching my country disintegrate. And if I don't stand up and do something when I'm able to, I just don't know that I could live with myself.
I'm necessarily saying I'm afraid because my faith lies in God and not man.
We're taking children from the border, delivering them to people who they don't even know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the founder of Project Veritas, the CEO of OMT, the chairman of Citizen Journalism Foundation, and the director of the film Line in the Sand, provocateur extraordinaire, James O'Keefe!
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. What a time to be alive. Hello, Turning Point. Wow. It's great to see you all. I just want to say a few words. I've got some special guests before I get to that. As we enter this dawn of a new era, I want to talk about all that we have been through together. We have faced a lot of evil in recent years. And I do believe that the fight is not about left versus right, or liberal versus conservative, or Republican versus Democrat. It's about good versus evil, and about what is true versus what is untrue. It's about truth and untruth. And oftentimes that fight is not necessarily with an external foe or an enemy outside of you. That fight is actually within us. The fight inside of ourselves to do the right thing no matter what. To tell the truth no matter what. And telling the truth in times of universal deceit is a revolutionary act. It's hard. It's difficult. Even as we enter this new era, it will be difficult. And that's why the people who do that, the few, the very few, are so inspirational to us. Because they do it at great personal cost. And in the beginning of a fight, a charge, the patriot is a brave but rare man. But when his cause succeeds, the timid then join him. For at that point, it doesn't cost as much to do what he does. So in the beginning, we have these brave people that act as a catalyst for everybody else. People like Zachary Apotheker from the Border Patrol, who appear in the film Line in the Sand, who had his badge and gun taken away because he had the audacity to blow the whistle on child trafficking. People like Aaron Vecchi here in Arizona from the Border Patrol who blew the whistle, who are currently facing retaliation in the United States government. But they did it anyway because it was the right thing to do. People like Kelsey Goodman from FEMA in North Carolina who told the truth at great cost to themselves. And we have a couple video clips of these individuals that I'm going to play for you.
There are still people that are missing, communities without power, without water. It was just too much for me to sit and listen to it all and not respond.
Fire me, you know? Maybe they will. Maybe after this they will, you know? But my conscience will be clean.
When a girl like Lincoln Riley's... No, when a girl like Lincoln Riley is charming, she's taught her class in nursing. And we sign those fucking files, man. That's blood on our hands. That's blood on your hands. And that's a joke, maybe. You just keep collecting that check. Let me ask you this, and who is your mother, or your sister, or your aunt? How would you feel?
They're going to face ruin, and their lives will be destroyed.
You're looking at it.
These are very brave people, and I think we're at the dawn of a new era where perhaps people in the United States government, perhaps people in these agencies can now feel comfortable to come forward. And I call upon President Trump and the head of all these agencies, whether it be IRS, EPA, FBI, whatever, to have the back of the people who witnessed the corruption and fraud, to encourage people to come forward, to fire anybody who retaliates against them. I think we have a very limited window of time to do this in the next year to keep the pendulum swinging. I know what you're thinking. You know, maybe you will face retaliation one day. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe it's not worth the pain and the sacrifice. But I go back to a guy like Aaron Vecchi who told me he's going to tell his grandchildren one day about what he did. And to paraphrase Shakespeare, this is the story that the good man shall teach his son. And you're going to be remembered from this day to the ending of all time. Because the truth is eternal. And you can be part of a group like this. The few, the happy few, the band of brothers. For he today who sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Wherever you are, wherever you come from, this day shall make you a man. And men who are asleep will stand accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, while any speaks that fought with us today. Everybody, take out your phones. There's a flashlight on the phone. I want you to turn it on. And right here, right now, I'm going to introduce you to some of the people who inspire me. In the darkest moments, when we're surrounded by evil, we're reminded by the best of humanity and the goodness in people. It just takes a few, a happy few. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to 2 Border Patrol agents and a FEMA whistleblower. Come on stage.
Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all. The Bible says that to whom much is given, much will be required. And God has given this country such an amazing opportunity with the re-election of Donald Trump. But it's up to every single one of us to make that change and to tell the truth and to show what's going on in your communities. And it is hard. It really is hard. You'll lose friends. You'll be called names. Your jobs might retaliate against you. But I promise it is so worth it. It's worth it because this country is worth it. So please, if you see something, y'all speak out and do what's right. Be bold and be courageous. God bless y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Folks, there are people inside my agency that don't want me here speaking to you tonight. In fact, since I became a whistleblower, they've served me, you're welcome, they've served me illegal gag orders, they've accused me of insubordination, and just 2 days ago, they called me in to investigate me for the interview I did with James O'Keefe a couple months ago. They tell me that the interview was unauthorized. Well, I tell them I don't need their authorization to talk to James O'Keefe. That's right. And when it comes to telling the truth to the American people, I answer to a higher authority. I trust in God, I walk by faith, and I know if you do the same, the truth will prevail. Thank you so much. God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
I only stand here today because I have Jesus Christ in my life. Christ is King. Christ is King. Guys, I only have a short time. Let me get it out. But he is King. I'll keep it short. I'm no hero. I'm the average everyday American. I had my only two siblings died of drug overdoses, so I went to the border to stop the drugs. And I saw people that shouldn't be let into this country, let in and given benefits that our veterans don't get. Homeless veterans, they deserve it. I'm no hero. I have some Border Patrol agents today that are here, Martin Laura, Ann Pope, Alan Olohan. They're the hero. These people behind me are the hero. This is a celebratory event. We're going to take our country back, and we're not going to let them take anything from us. One more thing, Jimmy. I said this before, and it came from the heart, so I'm just going to repeat it. They can try to take our country. They can try to take everything from us. They'll never take our God. When you have God in your heart, you can't lose. Guys, God bless you and God bless America.
Zach gave me a necklace from his family, which I wear. I wore it on the train in Mexico, and it's kept me alive. So I want to say a few more words and bring one more person out. Before I do, there needs to be a foundation to support people like this. There is a foundation called Citizen Journalism Foundation that will help pay their legal bills. We have an attorney. Of course, you need a special type of lawyer to deal with this sort of thing. A gentleman named Mike Yoder from Citizen AG is going to help us. Come on, Mike, come on stage. And Mike Yoder, Citizen AG, tell the world what you're going to do on behalf of whistleblowers.
Well, we all know monsters exist, but there's not enough of them to carry out the carnage and corruption of this magnitude. It's the everyday average, hardworking American that never thinks or conceptualizes that they're going to be subjected to this ploy against the American people. And when you do, and you realize it and you speak out, you pay the price. And right now, that's going to change. It's going to stop right here and right now, because we're not just going to defend them. We're going to prosecute the government officials that are pushing this down the throat.
Mike Yoder from Citizen AG, James O'Keefe from Citizen Journalism Foundation are announcing that we're going to protect whistleblowers, pay your legal bills, and go on offense, not just defense. Mike, for those of you out there, people watching inside the federal agencies or corporations that are afraid, what's your message to them?
I would honestly just say tread lightly, because we're coming. The law is the law. Our rights come from God, and you better not violate either.
I'll say that last.
I know James. I've worked with James for the last 3 years. He has gone through absolute hell on earth. And I can tell you that this promise I make is that neither one of us will ever stop fighting till God calls us home or Hillary Clinton finds us.
But we're not. We have one more thing we'd like to do in the 2 or 3 minutes I have left. After well, actually, while these whistleblowers are coming public, we're doing some stories on Disney, and we had caught one of these guys on tape, a vice president of Disney, saying he was discriminating against people on the basis of race, vice president of Disney. Disney sent me a cease and desist letter to stop from publishing what you're seeing on tape. And there was an individual inside of Disney, an executive, well-paid executive, who then helped us report on inside information involving children, drag shows, screenshots of transitioning children with Disney money, Disney employees. We would know none of this except for this brave insider within Disney who has not gone public, not yet. However, he's here today. So, one more time, take out your phones. Let's bring out the brave whistleblower inside Disney, Michael Greco. Come on stage. Now, Disney fired this man. They fired him for bringing forth these revelations. He's a hero.
I got fired for the truth. I worked at Disney for 6 years. And I was a software engineering manager. And what I did over there increased their operational efficiency, right? I was saving them money. I was doing the good work, right? Trying to help my company. But then I started to discover what they were actually doing with the money that I was saving. They were supporting organizations that are transitioning young children. Young children, once they're in this, transitioning into the LGBT community, they will never be the same. They are destroying our children. They fought hard against the Parental Rights Act that Governor DeSantis put in to keep parents to have rights over their children, right? They fought against banning teachers from indoctrinating our children into the LGBT community. And for that, they retaliated. They fired me. They didn't even pay me my bonus.
Bring up the check.
Disney has no right to interfere with a parent and their children. They have no right. They have no right to interfere in our politics because we are the people of the United States and our vote should count, not theirs.
We have a special, Mike Casey and my assistant can come on stage. We have a special gift for you. I did not tell him this, but we are going to give you your bonus. Here's $100,000. And we're going to be there to defend you guys. We call upon everyone inside the government to step forward, and we'll see you tonight at Make America Rave Again. See you all. Thank you.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a, let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter Connecticut Shade Dawn is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply. Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship with my series Marriage. In the series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time, Foundations of the West. The work I'm doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
The question everyone in America is asking:
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist. Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to?
I can help you guys out.
Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile. How do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say I'm
We're still on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some journeying to do.
Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist. Am I Racist? Everybody racist. Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this?
We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's Razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
5 new radically redesigned second-gen razors
featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremysrazors.com now.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in.
He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60 there. I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
All right, everybody, how are you doing? So this is my first time at AmericaFest. I have to tell you, I feel very at home here. It's got to be the greatest event in America. Congratulations. I feel like it's part of my family. Look, in a second, I'm going to talk to you about California, how we saved California. But there's something very serious I want to say first, if I may. We are witnessing the unfolding of the most enormous political scandal in American history, as we are seeing the revelations this week of the scale of the cover-up of Joe Biden's incapacity, his mental and physical incapacity. Many of us have been talking about this for years, from day one. We learned this week that Joe Biden, from the beginning of his presidency, required a script to have one-to-one meetings with members of his cabinet, including the Secretary of Defense. Now, before we moved here 12 years ago with my family, I worked in 10 Downing Street, senior advisor to a Conservative Prime Minister. The idea that the leader of a country would require a script to have a one-to-one meeting with his cabinet colleagues is unfathomable. It is unacceptable. We must not accept it. We must demand and insist upon a full investigation and accountability for every single person who enabled this, who lied about it, who covered it up, starting with Kamala Harris. And speaking of Kamala Harris, have you heard she's telling people that she doesn't want her last act in public life to be certifying Donald Trump's election victory. I don't know, it sounds pretty good to me. And she's hinting that she may want to run for governor of California in 2026. So, I don't know. I'm kind of excited about that. I say bring it on and let's beat her again. By the way, anyone here from California? Oh, look at that. What do we think about the current guy? What do we think of Gavin Newsom? So look, here's my theory. Here's the problem with Gavin Newsom. It's very simple. Too much hair. Too much hair. What about maybe for next time we get someone with less hair? A lot less hair. But honestly, to everyone here from California and beyond, you know, here's something perhaps unexpected. I bring you good news from California. Glad tidings from the Golden State. Look what just happened in our elections in California. Donald Trump got more votes in California than any Republican presidential candidate in history. In San Francisco, Donald Trump got a higher share of the vote than any Republican presidential candidate for 3 decades. Across the state, Californians voted for our ideas. Proposition 36, we voted to make crime illegal again. But it wasn't just crime. On tax, the left tried to introduce a ballot initiative to raise taxes. It was defeated. To raise the minimum wage, it was defeated. To impose rent control, defeated. In Oakland, collapsing into crime and squalor, the far-left district attorney, gone. The mayor of San Francisco, gone. In Los Angeles, the poster child for the far-left, George Soros-backed lunacy on crime, George Gascon, gone. So many of you may have seen me on Fox News with the show I used to host, The Next Revolution. I'm telling you, the next revolution will be the California Revolution, and it is on. Now, speaking of revolutions, nearly 70 years ago, there was a revolution in a small country in Eastern Europe called Hungary. The people there stood up against a brutal communist regime, bravely stood up. And the Soviet Union sent in its tanks and crushed it. And many Hungarians, tens of thousands, left the country in search of freedom, including my parents. And so I had the great privilege, while the rest of my family was trapped behind the Iron Curtain, of being born and raised in a country, the UK, where freedom flourished. But now, when we moved here in 2012 with my family, I feel that my journey towards freedom is finally complete. The home of freedom here in America. And I just have a little picture I'd like to show you. If we can put up this photo of the proudest day, one of the proudest days of my life. There you are. Can you see that? That was the day that I became an American. But do you notice something about that photo? The bloody mask! The masks! And so that photo is a permanent reminder that we must permanently fight for freedom. And there's another thing I want to tell you about that. I was right there in that fight. Some of you may have seen right in the early days of the pandemic, fighting against the nonsense, against the lockdowns, before anyone else on Fox, before most people anywhere. And guess who was with me that first night? When I said, this has got to go. These authoritarian lockdowns, all these COVID rules got to go. Guess who was with me on my show that night? Charlie Kirk. Exactly. Charlie Kirk stood with me then, and I have been incredibly proud to stand with Charlie ever since. What an amazing American hero to have built this organization, and all of you for supporting him. Thank you so very much. And so I just want to say, what else inspires me about Charlie? The fact that he's built this. And he doesn't just talk about things that are wrong. He gets out there and fixes it, just like all of you. We are in the fight. And I can tell you, I am now in the fight to save California. I started an organization called Golden Together, which is laying out a roadmap for how we reverse the ruin of America's worst-run state. And we don't need to convince anyone about that. There's a simple way of remembering it. You pick any issue. California is basically top of every list that you want to be the bottom of, and bottom of every list that you want to be the top of. We have the highest rate of poverty in the country. They gave us the highest unemployment, the lowest income growth, the highest taxes, the highest housing cost, the lowest home ownership, the worst business climate, 10 years in a row. It has been a total failure on every front. And here's the truth about that. People have had enough. We are going to turn this around, because this far-left experiment has gone too far. And you may say, why should I care about that? Why should I care what goes on in California if you're not from California? There are two reasons. Here's the first. What happens in California doesn't stay in California. This far-left experiment, I sometimes think of it as the Wuhan lab of far-left extremism. They've been cooking up this virus, and they've sent it out. And it's not just California. The extremism on climate and race and gender, it all started in California. We need to beat it in California, and we will. But here's a more positive reason. Whether you're from California or not, as Americans, in a way, we are all Californians. Because California means to America what America means to the world. The very best of America. That's what California should be. That's what inspired me about California, the home of energy and innovation and opportunity and dynamism, the rebel spirit. That's the best of California. That's what we need to get back to. That is what I am fighting for today. And so finally, I just want to ask you, are we really going to stand by while America's most beautiful, biggest state is destroyed by these far-left extremists? Are we just going to stand by and let that happen? Are we going to let the Trump revolution, the turning point revolution, stop at the California border? No, 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 we are not going to let that happen. So I'm here to tell you, we won a great victory in 2024. We saved America. You saved America. In 2026, we're going to save California. So I need you to stand with me and fight for California. We will save California. We will make the California dream a reality for everyone and make this beautiful state that means so much to America truly golden together. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting. Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
I get a phone call. Tyler Boyer and Charlie Kirk are reaching out and they say, Cliff, we need your help in Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania is my home state. It's where I'm from. My whole family is from Delaware County. And they said, we are analyzing all these swing states that have these new sets of rules. And a lot of them now allow for this chasing. Some of them it's harvesting. And we want to figure out how we can get you to take all of your apparatus of door knocking and go back to your home state and try to pull off the impossible, winning Pennsylvania. And Charlie said, look, we're going we're going to go all out in Arizona. We're going to go all out in Wisconsin. They've got staff in all the swing states. But we need someone to come in. Scott Pressler is rocking the registration. We want you guys to come in and be that double whammy to help us put her over the top. And he said, look, it's going to be tough. And I asked Charlie a couple things. Talking to him and Tyler, I said, are we going to have an issue where there's going to be all these silos? And we were going to be doing different things than the RNC or than the Trump campaign or these other groups. And ladies and gentlemen, the most beautiful thing about 2024 is that every America First organization came together. We sang from the same song sheet, and that's what leadership does, and that's how you come up with victory. Now, I want to share with you kind of the culture of what I see, at least the journey I went through when it comes to mail-in ballots. Okay, so for CNN out there, if they're listening, they made a lot of fun of me. They said, Trump's PA mail-in ballot guy says, quote, I hate mail-in ballots. Well, I do. I'm not here to say that I love them. We're not spokesmen. But the thing that Charlie has taught so many of us is it's not about liking the rules. It's adapting and winning based on the current set of rules. So in 2020, we all said the same thing. Let's vote on Election Day. It's the most secure way to vote. 2021, we all said, well, maybe the courts will fix it, please. No. 2022, at least in Pennsylvania, we were hoping the legislature would fix it. Not a chance. We lost our state house in 2022. So in 2023, we all get punched in the face. A lot of these elections specific to Pennsylvania, it was a bloodbath. And we all looked in the mirror and said, what are we going to do? And so after talking to Charlie and walking through these different things and agreeing, we launched the PA Chase. We said we'd go out and knock 500,000 doors across Pennsylvania in targeted areas. And we set a goal that I got a lot of pushback for. And the Democrats laughed at me. They're not laughing now, I'll tell you that. But they laughed at me because a lot of the political consulting class, and Charlie and Tyler talk a lot about this, they talk about effort. They talk about activity. They don't talk about measurable results. And so we looked at the numbers and said, do we care about the percentage that we get when it comes to mail-in vote? Do we care about the raw amount of votes that we can get for Trump? And always comparing that to 2020. The last time that he was on the ballot. And so the PA Chase set out, and we went bold, because Republicans in Pennsylvania have averaged 20% of the mail-in share. Think about that, folks. You go into the election, you're down 60 percentage points. It's 20 to 80 going in. And so we said, if we can take that 20% average and increase Trump's share of mail-in vote versus Harris to 33%, we would have a resounding victory. Well, folks, we knocked 510,000 doors. Trump received 34.5% of the mail-in vote, and we delivered Pennsylvania. Now, many of you, I'll take this nickname. I'm now the live stream guy. From election night, Charlie called me and said, I need you on. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania. A couple of the folks that watched the live stream. They said, Charlie said, you got to come on. We want to talk Pennsylvania. Georgia and North Carolina are going to hit. And if you pull off Pennsylvania, that's going to be the election. Right? I won't say Charlie was mad, but, you know, you guys are out here on, I guess this is Arizona time. You've got your own thing out here. But we knew PA was going to hit when those polls closed. And here was the best part about doing what we did on the ground. People ask me, how did you guys have such great analysis on election night? Because we were living and breathing the data at the door. Every door that you knock on, you're capturing data. And I know the thousands of people in this room, so many of you helped out chasing ballots in the swing states throughout the country. Every door you're knocking on, you're hitting a piece of data. So the pundits and the mainstream media, they're watching what the Secretary of State puts out. Not us. We've got all the data to know where the county should be, what the total should be. How does that extrapolate out over these counties to see what we can project? We wanted to call it. Charlie wouldn't let me. But we wanted to call it about 90 minutes before Fox and the others came out. But I want to explain this situation. So I'm sitting in our little headquarters in Harrisburg, PA. I've got a desk, a little tripod, and there's a door here. And on the other side of the door is kind of our war room. We've got about 15 or 16 staff that are just analyzing all the numbers on election night and getting things organized. Well, I was muted, luckily, and they come barreling through the door. It's like 8 of them. They're like, Fox called it. Tell Charlie, announce it. Fox called it. And so I'm trying to talk, and eventually I just cut Charlie off, and I just said, guys, Fox News has decided that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania and is now the president of the United States. And the reason they're now calling me the Al Michaels of political commentary is because I was remote, okay? The rest of the crew, they were all in studio. And so Charlie has his moment, doesn't have any words. Erica comes running in. Many of you have seen this clip many times. I think it's been seen about 400 million times across the different platforms. And that's when I just said, you know what? I'm not there. These guys are all, there for Charlie. So I will chime in. But I just want to share with everybody how cool of an experience it is to be able to go back to your home state, to join a team and partner with an organization like Turning Point. Okay, folks that have been over the target for years, they revolutionized the RNC when no one else wanted to fix that problem. Charlie identifies issues, and instead of complaining about it, instead of just saying, oh, well, he goes out, raises the money, builds a plan, and his team executes it. The left right now is so worried about where they go. And what do they stand for? What is their new voting bloc? Illegal immigrants? I mean, I think that might be the only area except for, there it is, dead people as well. We spent a lot of time in Philadelphia. But I just want to say this. I want to say that, winning is the best revenge. And I know you guys are hearing this from so many speakers, but this is just getting started. We need permanent infrastructure. We are going to come out, I'm going to go public with this in January, but we are going to relaunch and double down on the Pennsylvania Chase. We want to make Pennsylvania, this is my word to you here today, we want to make Pennsylvania the red wall, I'll use the left's words, make Pennsylvania the red wall that makes it so that Democrats cannot win another national election in my lifetime. Now, Governor Josh Shapiro, our governor in Pennsylvania, he's already announced he's going to be back out January 1 of 2025. He's going to be chasing requests. They're going to get prepared to chase ballots. The Democrats learn from losing. We need to make sure that we learn from winning. We need to figure out what worked and do more of it, what didn't work and stop doing it. And if there are problems out there, I'd encourage you, find a solution, get it funded, and go out and execute. I'll leave you guys with this. We may have won the battle, but the war has just begun. Thank you all. God bless you and Merry Christmas. Appreciate it.
been fighting for safe food for what feels like most of my life.
The fastest growing industry in America right now isn't AI. It's not tech. It's healthcare. The best thing for that industry is a child getting sick.
We are living an experiment in so many ways.
By the stats we're seeing, there's something really dark happening.
We deserve the same safer ingredients other countries get.
We need to shift the American diet to whole, real foods.
We're living in a toxic soup. Just improve the quality of the foods you eat and everything gets better.
Yes.
There's something deeply disturbing about the American food system. American food companies are exploiting our health by using ingredients that are banned or heavily regulated in other countries. Correct. One set of ingredients that are safer overseas and another one here in the United States that's more toxic. Let me give you some examples. In the UK, McDonald's French fries has 4 ingredients. Here in the United States, it's 11, including the defoaming agent called dimethylpolysiloxane, an ingredient that can be preserved with formaldehyde or neurotoxin. You would never suspect a brown square cereal like General Mills Cinnamon Toast Crunch to have an artificial dye on it, but it does. Here in the U.S., it contains class 4 caramel color linked to cancer. In Europe, it doesn't. Coca-Cola in France, Germany, Spain, the UK, and Italy is made with real sugar. But here in America, we get Coke with genetically engineered high fructose corn syrup, which is sprayed with heavy doses of Roundup weed killer linked to cancer. Cheetos in the U.S. has yellow number 6, which has been shown to give rats tumors and in labs turn their skin transparent. In the UK, it's colored with paprika. Red Gatorade in Germany is colored naturally with sweet potatoes and carrots. But in America, we get red 40 and caramel color. A box of Canadian, Australian, European, and even Indian Kellogg's Fruit Loops is naturally colored with fruit and vegetable juice. But in America, our kids get 4 artificial dyes first thing in the morning. When Europe found that an artificial food dye caused hyperactivity in children, they issued cigarette-type warning labels. Kellogg's did not want to put that on Fruit Loops, so they voluntarily removed the dyes. Why wouldn't an American company use the safest version of their products for all customers? It's the same reason why food companies are allowed to use over 10,000 food additives in the U.S., while in Europe, it's only 400. This is why I became a food activist. We can't be the greatest nation on earth while we're being systematically poisoned for profit by our American food companies. The food industry is deliberately engineering food made full of man-made chemicals because they are cheaper than real food. They are making what God gave us to eat on earth and making it less nutritious, more addictive, so we can't stop eating it, and this is making us sicker than ever. With 1 in 9 American children now diagnosed with ADHD, why do we allow these products to be sold in our schools? How can we raise the brightest children in this world, our future leaders, while we're polluting their little brains first thing in the morning by their teachers? Are we just supposed to Adderall ourselves out of this, or are we going to rise up and do something about it? When I was in the Senate giving testimony with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he said something that hit me like a ton of bricks. He said, if a foreign nation did this to our country, we would consider it an act of war. It's un-American. Yet, are we just going to sit back and take it? Wait, I don't hear you. Are we just going to sit back and take it? We don't have to take it anymore. The truth is getting out, and we can stand up to these food giants. We took over 400,000 signed petitions to Kellogg's headquarters asking them to remove these dyes, and they told us to get off their lawn. So you know what we did? We started a national boycott, and now Fruit Loop sales is down 54% in the last 12 weeks. And just today, their stock price is down 14%. Imagine if everybody in this stadium woke up tomorrow and said, no, thank you, Kellogg's. I won't let you poison my body when you make safer products for other countries. What if you held them accountable and said, I'm going to take control of my health. I'm going to read ingredient labels. I'm going to join the Food Babe Army. I'm going to choose a breakfast without artificial dyes because I'm done with you. We have a unique opportunity for the first time in history to undo this mess the food industry has done to us. We have a massive grassroots movement building, and it's bigger than ever. It's going to take me, it's going to take Callie, it's going to take Paul, and it's going to take all of you out there to get us out of this mess. We have to keep our voices loud if we're going to save our health. The FDA is driving us into the gates of unhealthy hell with big food, big pharma, and big chem all riding in the passenger seat and calling the shots. Just 2 weeks ago, the head of the FDA, Dr. Robert Califf, admitted he wouldn't criticize the food industry. If the head of the FDA won't do it, who will? It's going to take leaders who are brave enough to tell processed food companies to stop putting profits over our health. California just passed a bill to ban dyes in schools. It was a unanimous decision. All Democrats, all Republicans, and lawmakers in 15 other states are also looking at the same. This is the type of leadership we desperately need. President Trump just posted last week about the harmful additives found in American bread that is banned in Europe, a fight we started over 10 years ago petitioning Subway to remove azodicarbonamide, a cancerous compound you find in yoga mats and shoe rubber. Never in my life have I seen this kind of top-down leadership for these issues. It's this historic. You don't have to sit back and take it anymore. We, the people, can change this food system together. This is our moment. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please hear it for Donald Trump and Robert F. Kennedy for bringing what Bonnie's saying to the top of the national conversation. I know many of you were there. It was a historic moment in American politics, a turning point event just miles away, where Bobby Kennedy came out for the first time and grasped arms with Donald Trump and said, let's make America healthy again. From my vantage point, I think that day will go down in history books as a new coalition forming in American politics. You saw it with millions of voters coming to the Trump coalition for the first time, closing the gender gap, independents, young people, Latinos, African Americans. Donald Trump brought them together, and I think a lot of it is because this universal political theory about protecting kids. There's a war right now on kids. If you just look around, the biggest industries in the country profit from a sick child and lose money when a child is thriving. The American Medical Association, which is a pharma lobbying group and creates codes that underlie 20% of our economy, all of our standards of care, to this day, right now, they say that a 2-year-old, it's appropriate for them to have gender-affirming surgery. That is the judgment. That is the judgment of the organization that we outsource our billing codes to. Still, to this day, our medical authorities say that school lockdowns was a good idea. Jay Bhattacharya, who is now Trump's choice to lead the NIH, was blacklisted. Stanford tried to fire him. Obesity is a scourge among teens. 50% of teens are overweight or obese. And just recently, the American Academy of Pediatrics said that Ozempic should be the first-line defense, lifetime Ozempic jabs for 12-year-olds. ADHD is skyrocketing, and that same organization, the American Medical Association, says Adderall, which is one molecule away from crystal meth, should be the frontline defense for a fidgety kid. That's 15% of high school seniors are on Adderall. Pre-diabetes. This news was covered up until after the election, but the Biden administration just announced that 38% of teens now have pre-diabetes, and the standard of care is to prescribe a drug to them. Prescriptions of metformin have gone up double in just the past 5 years. Infertility is skyrocketing among Americans. Sperm count's down 50% in a generation. 25% of women are suffering with PCOS. And the answer from the medical system is more drugs. Still, to this day, the American Medical Association says that a 6-month-old should get a COVID jab. And parents are called war criminals who've been questioning the 72 shots that are recommended for kids, even though there's varying and many different policies around the world. We can't ask questions. Ladies and gentlemen, a new coalition is forming. Donald Trump has brought voices like Vani, voices like Courtney Sloan, like Alex Clark to the top of the national conversation. Vivek and Elon Musk are talking about how healthcare and government efficiency go hand in hand. We're going bankrupt as a country because we're getting so sick. We spend 3 times more per capita on healthcare than Europe and live 7 years less than most European countries because we're getting so sick. And leaders in independent media, from Tucker Carlson to Joe Rogan to Charlie Kirk to Megyn Kelly, are talking about this issue every single day. We are on the verge of a golden age of health, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, the Biden administration, imagine this, they're scrambling to listen to Vani and ban food dyes, on attack the 10,000 chemicals in our food that are banned in every other country in preparation for President Trump. President Trump is forcing that. President Trump, and I've seen it the past 20 days, he's giving a clear directive to Bobby Kennedy and the HHS. It's extraordinary. There's not one word of ideology in these meetings. Many on the left won't believe this, but Donald Trump is going to usher in a golden age of science. We're going to get back to science. He's going to instruct the NIH to have no ideology. He's going to instruct the NIH with one simple directive: figure out why our kids are getting sick. He's going to usher in a new age of transparency. We need to trust the American patient, not infantilize you guys, but trust you guys to get the accurate information with no fear or favor, and let you, as the American patient, make your own decision. There's going to be a golden age of deregulation and conflict of interest reduction at the FDA. The MAHA agenda is a golden age where everyone here will have access to great therapeutics with AI-enabled doctors in their pockets, to an ability to steer the $4.5 trillion of healthcare away from foreign-owned and Chinese-owned pharmaceutical companies and to American farmers. It's going to be incentivizing sunlight, food, exercise, meditation. We are getting sick because of interconnected chronic disease crisis that's tied to these basic things that our medical system has lost sight of. And again, Donald Trump's directive is twofold: give you guys the truth and let you make your own decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please hear it one more time how much we are grateful for Donald Trump and Robert Kennedy's focus on making America healthy again? They need our support. Thank you.
What is up, AmFest? It is so good to be here with all of you today. It is so good to be here with thousands of people who saw the direction this country was going in and took a stand for change. I have 2 things to talk to you about today. One of them is very dark and sad, but the other is hopeful and full of power. I am a traditionally trained medical doctor. My name is Paul Saladino. I went to medical school at the University of Arizona in Tucson. What's up? In 4 years of medical school, I had exactly 0 courses in nutrition. There was no discussion throughout 4 years of medical school about what is actually causing humans to get sick. To even apply to medical school, I had to do 4 years of undergrad at the University of William & Mary. I studied chemistry, no discussion of nutrition, no requirements of nutrition to actually apply to medical school. Before medical school, I was a PA. I worked as a physician assistant in cardiology. PA school, 4 years in cardiology as a PA. No discussion of nutrition, no real discussion of what is making people sick at a root cause level. I was literally told by the cardiologist that I worked with, think here, think in the heart box. Do not think of the whole body. In the Western medical system, we are badly broken. We are not serving patients well. After medical school, I went to residency at the University of Washington in Seattle, one of the most prestigious universities in the country, one of the highest rated hospitals in the country for primary care. No discussion of nutrition, no discussion of food or food quality, and no discussion of what is actually making patients sick. What I was told, what I was charged with throughout my medical education was memorizing thousands of drugs, understanding their side effects, and understanding when to prescribe them. The medical system is badly broken, and I've been through it. And I think this is not surprising. Pharmaceuticals, look, they have a role in our society. They're not entirely bad, but the pharmaceutical companies are wildly invested in medical education, in medical research. At the level of the FDA, at the level of the USDA, there is profound corruption. 19 out of the 20 members of the USDA Dietary Guidelines Committee have ties to the food industry and pharma. What is going on here? This is why we are so sick as humans. This is why we are so sick. But there is hope here. There is a ray of light. There is something that is better. After seeing all of this, I eventually left Western medicine. I don't practice Western medicine as a doctor. I became so disillusioned that 5 years ago I started making no-cost, zero-cost content on the internet. I became an internet doctor. And now I make content. I make educational content. And the goal of that content is to just give people information, to empower all of you to be able to make yourselves healthy again. What I have seen in those 5 years is profound. Many of you have experienced this. I have met so many of you at this conference who have already told me your stories, have already told me how you have healed yourselves by changing the quality of the foods you eat. This is incredible. I have seen so many people, thousands of people in those 5 years, heal from diseases that Western medicine taught me and my colleagues were incurable. Diabetes, obesity, depression, dementia, insomnia, infertility, autoimmune conditions, autoimmune skin conditions like eczema, psoriasis, thyroid conditions, GI conditions, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis. These are profoundly scary words in Western medicine. These are diseases that cannot be cured, and yet many of you have cured these diseases. I've met you at this conference, and I've seen thousands of people do this. And so this is the hope. The tragedy is that Western medicine is broken. Here is the hope. Here's what I will tell you based on my personal experience. You have a God-given birthright to radical, profound health. You have a God-given birthright to that. And if you change the quality of the food that you eat and the way that you are living, you can heal yourself. That is what I want you to know. If you take nothing else away from this short talk that we have about health, about making America healthy again, remember that whatever you are suffering from, if any of you have chronic illness, any of the things that I mentioned earlier, and you are suffering and you are without help, if you are without hope, maybe your doctor's telling you that you need to take medications, remember this. You have a God-given birthright to health. Your body will heal itself if you simply change the quality of the foods that you are eating and how you are living as a human every day. Day in and day out, I have seen it time and time again. I know there are people in who has changed their diet. Yes. And I want all of you that haven't changed your diet, that are still suffering, to hear your members of this audience, to hear your community tell you this. This is possible. Do not despair. The Western medical system will probably not give you this information, but if you change your diet, if you change the way you live, you can heal yourself. And it's not complicated, guys. It's very simple. Eat meat, eat plants. Do not eat things that your great-grandmother would not recognize. Do not eat seed oils. That's engine lubricant. It should have stayed as engine lubricant, right? Do not eat food dyes. Do not eat ultra-processed foods. Do not let convenience undermine your path to health and profound life in this life. And so this is the most important part of this whole talk. All of us in this room have a profound, fundamental birthright, God-given to be healthy, and all of us have things that we need to do in the world. We have to do good in the world. We need to be healthy as Americans to do the most good in the world. And you have the ability to make yourself healthy. And you do that by changing the food that you eat. So understand you have profound power in every choice that you make every day. And do not despair. If you have a chronic illness, if you're still suffering, change the way you eat and the quality of your life will change forever. Everyone in your community will get healthier. Your parents, your siblings, your children. You will show up better for every single person in your life. And this is what I wish for all of you, because we all have very important work to do in this world. May we do it well, and may we make America healthy again. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks, Doc. I do. Yeah, that was tough. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter Connecticut Shade Dawn is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship with my series Marriage. In the series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close the deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time. Foundations of the West. The work I'm doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
Done. Good afternoon. Wow, y'all are quiet. It must be after lunch. Victory is sweet, isn't it? Is victory sweet? You darn right it is. Well, I'm retired Colonel Rob Maness from Gulfport, Mississippi, and I'm the founder and chairman of a PAC called Gator PAC, and it's Veterans Leadership Fund. And why I am so happy to be here, because this is the first AmFest that I've been able to get to as long as Charlie's been doing this stuff. And I've been supporting Charlie Kirk since we both entered politics at around the same time, over a decade ago. And neither one of us thought we were going to be in politics. But we had to. We had to enter the arena because our country's constitutional republic was being stripped away from us. And we're very fortunate, and I want to thank Charlie and Turning Point for this organization that has been created, because it's an ecosystem.
The question everyone in America is asking:
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist.
Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to?
I can help you guys out.
Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile. How do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say I'm
We're still
racist.
on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some journeying to do.
Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist.
Am I Racist?
Everybody racist.
Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Boring, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this?
We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's Razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors
featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremysrazors.com now.
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter, Connecticut shade Dawn is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship, with my series Marriage. In a series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time. Foundations of the West. The work I'm doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
The elites have attempted to stack the deck against we the people. It is by design. We're right and they're wrong. We have common sense solutions and they're the problem.
Conservatives are the last bastion to defend our country. We are the civil libertarians.
The rest of the world looks to us for freedom and liberty, and we set the standard. I'm fighting for freedom, and freedom is worth the risk. Together we will step up to usher in the next 250 years of freedom for this greatest nation on God's earth.
Hi, everyone. I'm Harmeet Dillon from the People's Republic of San Francisco. The last time I stood before you here at TP Action at AmericaFest, I was running for chair of the Republican National Committee and had tremendous support from all the patriots here. And that run wasn't successful, or was it? I think it actually was, thanks to all the people here in this room who agitated for change in our political leadership. I see some of my friends at the RNC over there. We set up our country for success in this recent election cycle, but we didn't do it alone. How many people here in this room spent part of this last election cycle sending text messages to help turn out the vote? How many of you knocked on doors of strangers and friends to make it happen? How many of you people helped go out there and collect ballots and chase those ballots and help turn them in for your neighbors? How many of you volunteered for candidates, high and low? Thank you. Thank you. You are the ones who helped us win this election. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because for those of us in San Francisco, those victories are few and far between, but together we were able to give hope to everybody in this great United States. So thank you very much for all that all of you did. You deserve a round of applause.
Now, my last visit here to Arizona was actually as a election lawyer on duty here in this very town, and it was a tense time. We didn't know the outcome, of course. We only knew that we had left it all on the field. And this victory that we're all enjoying and celebrating and getting ready for, all the ladies getting ready to shop for their inauguration outfits and so forth, it couldn't have happened without Turning Point. So I really wanted to come here and really just say thank you to this organization and to all of its supporters for making this possible. I don't think it would have happened without the organization that put in the work, raised the money, recruited the volunteers, and turned out the vote in the battleground states. They made the difference right here in Arizona and in many other battleground states. So Tyler Boyer and I, Charlie and these folks, they worked so hard to make this happen, so I'm really grateful. Now, many of you may have heard that I have had the privilege of being nominated by President Trump to head the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice. Thank you. Thank you. It's a little unusual situation because the people who worked the hardest to make this happen and are being asked to serve in the government, we're actually, if you're going up for Senate confirmation, you have to be, a little bit reticent about your remarks. So those of us who are out there on social media constantly have had to dial it back. That's why many of you have been complaining that all I'm doing is posting knitting pictures recently. I've gotten a lot of complaints about that, so I'm sorry, but that's by orders of the transition team. So just know that if I'm blessed to be confirmed by the United States Senate, that content is going to change. And we're going to be talking about the issue that I'm most passionate about in my career, which is the civil rights of our great nation. And I can't talk about what I hope to do with the guidance of my two bosses, President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi, but I can tell you my vision, I think it's out there, of what civil rights is in this country. And I've spent my life fighting for the free speech rights of American citizens, dating back from my college years to today. Parental rights are civil rights in the United States. Children have rights in the United States to be free from predatory adults who seek to shape them in unnatural ways. Voting rights and the right for each of you to have your vote be counted equally and fairly and once, and everybody else is the same way, those are civil rights in these great United States. And I've always fought for those rights. And there's so many others. The right to free and fair access to education and housing, and the rights of the disabled. These are all important federal civil rights. And so I hope and pray that I'll be able to serve in that capacity, but regardless, for the rest of my years as a lawyer, I intend to keep fighting for those rights. And I'm so excited. It's a heady time. I just want to make sure that we don't forget in the excitement how we got here. We got here because President Trump is a man who has fought and sacrificed for all of those rights that I just mentioned. He has been a leader. He has been an inspiration to me and many other lawyers. And I'm really excited to have the opportunity to be able to serve in that capacity. Now, I'm going to miss my colleagues at the Dillon Law Group. I haven't had a boss for 18 years. Someone just reminded me of that. Started my own law firm 18 years ago and have been my own boss, and that's been a challenge and a blessing. And then I started the Center for American Liberty 6 years ago as well, which has also fought for our civil rights. You're going to hear from one of my clients, Chloe Cole, tomorrow, who's a real hero to me as a brave young woman who stood up for some of these fundamental rights. So thank you very much for inviting me to be here and for giving me the opportunity to say thank you to all of you for making this possible. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Flynn knew exactly how the system worked. He knew exactly what the intel world had been up to. He understood its funding. They had to get rid of Flynn.
President's former national security advisor, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, pleading guilty today to lying to the FBI.
There was a moment where I just felt like I was drowning.
ISIS as the JV team. Do you feel as though your warnings were ignored?
We all knew that he was one of the most respected generals in the military, plain and simple.
Well, in 2012, he was appointed director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. He ordered the first audit of the use of DIA's use of contractors. This set off alarm bells.
So I'm in there with these other political appointees. They're all supposed to go in there and tell what they believe to be the truth. What they did was they took my assessment and they wanted me to change it. And I was like, I'm not changing it.
Mike Flynn, whatever you think of him or his politics, did not lie, but instead told the truth. And so he was, by definition, the most dangerous possible person for Donald Trump to hire.
President Obama said, but I do have one specific recommendation. Stay away from Michael Flynn. He's bad news.
I went into the service because I love our country. And I come home and I find out that the worst enemy that I'm going to face in my life is right here in America.
Even had he not served this country, even if he were not a combat veteran, to turn something like this loose on a family, I mean, it's monstrous.
The media was out there in droves.
I went into a very deep depression, like suicidal depression. The only thing that kept me alive was my son.
We always knew that we somehow had to get through it because we wasn't guilty.
Over time, instead of being pounded down below the surface of the ocean, we started to fight. I'm now above the surface. I can see the shoreline, and I started to swim.
The 24th U.S. National Security Advisor to President Trump, highly decorated military career, General Michael Flynn.
This was not an election. This was a revolution. There has to be a reckoning with parts of our government that must be eliminated. One of the things that has to change in all these different organizations is the culture.
Donald Trump is giving the American people another opportunity to get ourselves back on the rails of independence and liberty and freedom.
Wow, wow. Wow. Woo! Woo! Say, USA. Wow. Are there any FBI agents out there? Huh, yeah. I can't wait for Kash Patel to get confirmed. Oh my God. You know, you're given so much time up here on the stage, and I prepared some remarks, and I was going to talk about war because there's so many young people that are here that are going to experience war in your lifetime, and we're in the middle of a war, but I'm not going to go through my prepared remarks because I just think that sometimes they get a little bit rote, but
I want all of you to understand that, and I said this the day after this recent presidential election, that this is not, we can't declare victory over Europe here just yet. I used the metaphor, and I talked on the Alex Jones show, and I think on Bannon's War Room, I used the analogy the day after the election that this is like D-Day +1. If you study a little bit of history, know a little bit about World War II, the attack on Normandy Beach, we hit the cliffs there, we climbed the cliffs, we got into the hedgerows, and the first day after a very vicious set of battles where we lost tens of thousands of men on those beaches as we attacked into Europe, D-Day +1, we couldn't declare victory over Europe on that day. And we can't declare victory for the United States of America just yet. We still have about 30 days to go. And you see all this nonsense that's going on in Congress right now. While I was sitting back there, somebody gave me an update about what Speaker Mike Johnson just cut a deal with Jeffries. So one of the things that we have to do, and I always speak as though I will never be invited back. Because, for Turning Point and what Turning Point represents, it really is about the young people in our country. And I know we have a mixed bag in here. We have young and old that are in here for this great event. But the young people in this country have to understand it's your energy, your discipline, your courage that's going to have to take this country forward. I use this phrase, local action has a national impact. I met a woman a little while ago, about an hour and a half ago, who came up to me and said, I heard your message. She's from, I think it was from Nevada. And she said, I ran for school board. And now I'm on the school board. And I think that one of the things that we have to do is we cannot rely on one man. Okay? God ordained that man. Because what they really wanted is they wanted to turn his head into red mist. And they tried it not just once, but twice, and they will try it again. This is not about one person. Our country is not about one person. Our country was founded on a bedrock of Judeo-Christian principles and values. It is those values, that Constitution is impenetrable. We have to be fearless about it. You have to understand it. You have to understand what it means. And this is not about taking our country back to some place where we've been. This is about moving our country forward. Moving our country forward into a place where we must be, where we need to be. And I will tell you that one of the things that I have studied and I have lived is this idea of this state of perpetual war that we constantly find ourselves in. Since I've been alive, I was born on an Army base. Both of my grandfathers served in World War I. One of my grandfathers served in World War I and World War II. My father served in World War II and the Korean War. I had a brother that served during the Vietnam War. Myself and my younger brother Charlie, who's just recently retired, he hasn't quite retired yet. He's still serving. My son is serving. We have been in a state, in my lifetime, my adult lifetime, we've been in a state of perpetual war. I wrote a book about this quite a while back, and I talk about war as the norm in human society or human history, and peace is the aberration. I mean, for all of you that are, as I look back around some of these young faces, right? I mean, these young faces, and I've met a bunch of them out there in the hallways and stuff. I mean, in your lifetime, our nation has been at war your entire life. If you're in your early 20s, we've been at war your entire life. Since 2001. We have these wars over in Eastern Europe, the war in the Middle East. We got a war on our streets. We got a war on our border. We have wars we have wars that are going to kick in here with the Chinese government. China has already, and you've heard Tom Homan talk about this sometimes, right? I use the phrase, it's a military phrase, killed in action. On the streets of America in the last year, we've had over 200,000 Americans killed in action by fentanyl. Fentanyl is introduced by the Chinese, and then they bring it through their partners in the Mexican drug cartels, which hopefully we will designate them as foreign terrorist organizations and start using military. So this idea about perpetual, it's not something that we should be for. We should be, all these people in Congress, when you start to think about all these different debates, if you haven't been paying attention, you need to pay attention. Every single one of these documents that Congress tries to squeeze through, like this latest Defense Authorization Act, it would so tie Donald Trump's hands as president. It would tie his hands for damn near his entire presidency coming up. This bill, this latest bill, that when they said, you know, all of us got online, we got online, we said, yeah, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't pass this thing. They're going to pass it, and there is marginal changes to it. So they're going to say, oh yeah, we changed it, we adjusted this, we changed the language here. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. I mean, they will not change the essence of it. What they'll do is they adjust some words, they adjust some language. So these are things that are happening here and now, but what they do is they affect the young people. And I think one of the things that we have to do is we have to really get out there. And I think one of the things that a Turning Point organization does, but all of us, this idea about local action is so super important. It is something that we must get involved in our local communities. This country will only survive, we will only survive because 4 years is like that. It's like it's a blip on the screen. This country will only survive if we get every single county back, every single town back. We retake our churches. All of you know what I'm talking about. There's churches out there. There's churches out there, and I'm a Catholic kid, born and raised. I got 9 brothers and sisters, and I'm telling you, we don't have enough preachers from the pulpits that are preaching exactly what we need in this country. The type of people that we should be looking for. We need to have that. If they're not doing that, then those of you sitting in the pews of America out there, you've got to stand up and you've got to start talking like that. We have got to stitch this country back one county at a time, county by county. We cannot do this in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump cannot do this alone. He's not going to be able to do this alone. We just can't do it. And we have a very limited time. So when we start to talk about 4 years, it's not 4 years. It's maybe a year, maybe 18 months. We can't wait for 100-day plans. Can't. Things have got to start happening. Now, you see all these things that are going on, through the transition process. But this transition, as I witness it, and I've witnessed a couple of them now, a few of them, this transition is actually harder than the one from 2016 to 2017. Because on the battlefield, and one of the things that you study when you study your enemies or your opposing forces, you always have to remember that the enemy has a vote. The enemy has a vote. And in this case, they have learned a lot of lessons. And there's things that they're already doing. Now, Trump is aware of some of these things. But the undermining by the current administration, this isn't a peaceful transfer of power. It's not a peaceful transfer of power. I mean, look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing, giving more money, more billions of dollars to Iran. I mean, we're paying for the entire war in the Middle East, both sides. We're paying for all of it. Europe. They're talking about giving another, $4-5 billion over to Ukraine. I mean, this is insane. And one of the things as a military guy, as a general, I'm not anti-war. I'm anti-stupid war. One of the, looking at the clock. Care less. You know, I want people to understand that, all of you, and I know we're live streaming to a lot of people. I mean, we'll live stream in this, you know, from this particular event, probably live stream to, I don't know, 100 million people. You know, this presidency, and I kind of coined the term that this presidency was a podcast presidency. Podcast presidency, because once Trump realized that the mainstream media wasn't doing the trick. You know, he's kind of an old school guy when it still comes to mainstream media. But he realized at the right time, I think back around probably last spring, that he needed to get into these podcasts, these various people. And then of course, you had the different, you know, podcasts. You got Charlie, of course. You got Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson and some of these others that you'll hear from over the weekend. But this idea about the information age, and I call it fifth generation warfare. It's another book that I've written about fifth generation warfare. We're in the midst of a war right now. And people need to understand that this war is very, very real. It's very real. And you have to stand up now. It's your turn. It's your responsibility to stand up. If you think about this nation, from a historic perspective, okay, 250 years or almost 250 years, we've kind of gone through, and we're in what I call the third arc of U.S. history. And I can go back to the ancient times if you want. But in this arc, this is a revolution that we are going through. The first one was the American Revolution, and we had George Washington. And we didn't know at the time that we were even going to be a country. We didn't have a constitution. All we had was some states that were kind of cobbled together, but there was no framework other than a group of people that said enough is enough. And they stood up, and we had the American Revolution, and we ended up with a constitution and this beautiful constitutional republic. The second arc of history, of U.S. history, very, very real, had to do with Abraham Lincoln and the Civil War. There was another point in time where our country was at existential risk, where we weren't going to be a country, or we weren't going to have the country that was created at the founding during that first arc. And then we go through a long period of history. We go through world wars, but none of that was existential. Even World War I, World War II. It wasn't existential to this country. We just experienced in these last probably 10 years the third arc of U.S. history, and the person that we have to thank is Donald J. Trump for saying enough is enough. So if I leave you with anything, I leave you with this. Local action equals a national impact. If we cannot leave it up to one man, we have to do it as people, as citizens of this country. We have a citizen's responsibility to get involved in our local communities, in our churches, in our families. Get involved, stitch this country back, one county at a time. Help Donald Trump make this country great again. God bless you all, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. See ya. I go right way. I got you. Thank you.
I'm so nice to myself. 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 I'm so nice to myself.
Pastors, how much do you know about the company you're paying to process your digital giving? You wouldn't trust just anyone to count the money from the offering plate. Why should your digital giving provider be any different? I want to tell you about Secure Give, one of the best digital giving systems out there. They exist to ensure your mission is fully funded.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
Like a rap concert. This is amazing. The vibe. Yo! This is amazing. Baby, in the words of Jesse Smollett, this is MAGA country. Yes. Come on. Let's go! No more stealing Arizona. This state went for Trump, baby. What's up, Arizona? And look at this crew down here. This is amazing. You got the squad here on the sides. Yo! The absolute hype house. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. What's up? Dude's got a mullet. Mullets are back. That's Project 2025 in action. I don't want to get nostalgic, and I got a lot to cover today, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to just set the stage here. We've been through a lot, haven't we, in the last 4 years? Woo! That's your boy, exactly 4 years ago today, on this stage, right here. A little bit fatter. And I've had 2 kids since then. With my wife. I have had no kids. We don't believe in that, actually, in this party. Sorry, Dylan Mulvaney. So, we stood here. President Trump was no longer in the White House. Those bastards had stolen it from him. Republicans controlled no branch of government. And I stood here, and I said, and it'll be one time we pat ourselves on the back today, I said, I looked in your eyeballs, and I said, God has a pact with believers all the way back to the Old Testament and New, that when Christians stand up and be counted, even in a sick and depraved and sunken nation, he will save our land. God will save our land. And ladies and gentlemen, God delivered, didn't he, baby? We did it. God did it. That's your country. You live in a red kingdom with teeny little blue dots. And boy, would there be any blue dots if we had voter ID and same-day voting? I don't think so. Look at this map. This is the map of the 2024 election. The arrows indicate how far right or left the country went. The entire country swung to the side of sanity and to the side of freedom, and we are living in a glorious moment, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to CNN. Listen to CNN on election night. Try to cope. Here we go.
Joe Biden in 2020. So we can show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
Kamala didn't improve on a single county in this entire country. We win. God is good. Let's celebrate. Are you ready to celebrate? I got nothing else to do. That's it. That's my entire message. The entire rest of the speech is just celebration of what we've all been through. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with the fulfilling of the prophecy. The prophecy shall be fulfilled.
You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much.
You're going to get sick of winning. How did they lose? You know, how'd they lose? Boy, it's the party of joy over here. The party of joy. So joyful. Oh, so joyful. Let's test that, okay? They ran on joy, did they? Oh, they're the party of joy. Oh, really? Okay. Never seen a event like this for Democrats. Never saw an event like this for Camilla. Never saw so many American flags, so many patriots, so many people loving their country, want to make it great again. So many mullets. Let's ask Kamala. Let's see if Kamala's actually joyful. Hey, Kamala, Merry Christmas. Wait.
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we?
Okay. Okay, crazy DEI presidential hire. Okay. I got a message for Kamala Harris. We're saying Merry Christmas, lady. Yeah. We're saying Merry Christmas. One of my all-time favorites, Jill Biden got wrecked yesterday at the White House. You guys see this? Jill Biden at the White House tried to pull a happy holidays, and guess what happened? The kids are MAGA. Listen to this.
Hello. How are you? Hi. Happy holidays. Hi. Happy Christmas. Yes.
Whose kid was that? Whose kid was that? Raise your hand. Whose kid was that? Whose based kid was at the White House? Jill, we see you. We see you, Jill. We see you flirting with our boy. We see you. We see you, Jill, okay, lady? Yeah, we know you voted Trump. Who thinks Jill secretly voted Trump? Yeah, all right. Yeah. I'll show you what real joy is. I'll show you actual joy. Ours is a movement of actual joy because we do the things that create joy in life. Like having families, like believing in God, like being in community. These are the things that scientifically create joy, like bringing other joyful people into our movement. Look what Donald Trump did. Thank you, Elon Musk, the man who has given more for free speech than anyone since our founding fathers. God bless Elon Musk and his memes. Ladies and gentlemen, look at what we've accomplished. This is what joy actually looks like. I was walking around backstage and I look and there's normally like full-size candy bars, right? There's normally like all these Oreos and there's like crunchy granola bars now with no seed oils. I'm like, RFK has had a major impact on Turning Point USA. Oh, well, it's good. It's good for us. I mean, really, it is. This is joy. Look at the man. Look at this. Can we just celebrate for a second? Can we take a second and like breathe and not talk about continuing resolutions for a second and just celebrate what's happened? what God has done for our country? Look at the man. This is Trump taking out the trash. You want to see? Yo, you want to see Trump take out the trash? I got you. I got you. Here's a photo of Trump taking out the garbage. Now, when they kicked the cameras out at the White House, they didn't show you this photo. I know. I got my hands on it. Okay, we're pretty good at this stuff. Got my hands on it. Hey, Joe, how excited are you to have Trump in the White House?
Do a selfie. There you go.
Just a little interior decorating. You know, Trump, he does do buildings. He does them so nicely. I want to take a single moment here and recognize where we've come from and what God has taken us through. And I want to, this is a moment. I'm a believer. I'm a Christian. And in my core, I know that this isn't about one man. This isn't about a political movement. This is about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, saving our nation, saving us, hearing our call. Christ is King. 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 And God uses vessels. He uses us. We're all shareholders in this country. Every person out there with a MAGA hat, everybody who went and voted for Trump did their part. You stood up and said, I'm going to save this country from literal demons. I'm going to save this country from Satanists and from scum and from people that are trying to kill what is right and good and just. And they did try to kill your boy. They did. But ladies and gentlemen, evil is being defeated at a rate we have never seen before. Just yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, Fannie Willis disqualified, baby! Disqualified! She's out of here! Big Fannie got the hard spanking of a lifetime. You're so fine. Nathan Wade, if you're listening, turn the stream off now. You're going to get excited. This one. Look what she did. Look what she did. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're a believer. If you believe. Let me tell you what. Repeat after me. What man intends for evil, God intends for good. They thought they were going to come and they thought they were going to hang my boy with this mugshot. They thought this would ruin Trump. And there's this amazing clip. I just want to play it. I've never played it before in front of a live audience. This amazing clip from just like a homie who was in Fulton County watching Trump leave his mugshot. As far as I know, it's the only one that exists. And this is in the hood in Fulton County, in one of the bluest districts in the country. Listen to the reaction of the locals there to Donald Trump getting a mugshot.
Talking about they got everybody.
That's when they know they effed up. That's when they know.
Look at that fucked up.
That's what they know. Everyone coming out of their houses to cheer for Trump after the mugshot. What'd they do? They painted murals of this mugshot. You kidding me? Talk about a backfire, baby. What happened to the Kamala Harris murals? Oh, look what happened. Look what happened to the Kamala murals. The Trump ones are still up, boy.
Damn.
Sorry, Camilla. Look what they did. They created wall art. You can find this at IKEA. This is it. At Home Goods, they got this. Any hunters? Any hunters in the audience? Yeah, man, this guy apparently, according to the internet, this guy has the greatest single Trump mugshot tattoo. He's a professional bow hunter. They made a rap album out of this guy. They just gave him a rap album. This is the hardest track of the summer. And literal rappers got this tattooed on their body. It's so dope. That's a backfire.
ladies and gentlemen, 50 Cent performed with Donald Trump on a record behind him singing Many Men. The reason why all the rappers endorse Trump. Let's go ahead and check in on so these are the rappers of the right. These are the rappers, the freedom movement. If you're a rapper, you should be for free speech. You should be for Trump. Trump's hard, man. Let's check in on the rappers for Kamala Harris. Rappers for Kamala Harris. Let's go ahead and let's find out who are the rappers exactly for Kamala. You know, it's amazing. There's a clip from 2020 of Diddy saying that men like Donald Trump need to be banished. Okay? Yeah. I think Diddy's gonna be banished when we release the Diddy list. Diddy's locked up. Little did Diddy know when Trump was doing lock her up chants. Lock him up. Yeah, two guys that maybe should be in prison here on the screen. You know who else endorsed Kamala Harris? Crazy jump scare. It's kind of like Diddy thought that no one was, like, he'd never be found out. That no one was watching. That he could get away with it. These monsters, everyone from Epstein to Diddy, they all had the same role. They knew that Democrats would protect them. These people are monsters. It's actually definitionally, Christ says we must protect the innocent. That includes the unborn and also children. These people are absolute monsters. And if Diddy didn't think people were watching, ladies and gentlemen, we got someone watching now. Who's ready for Kash Patel to release the Diddy list? And the Epstein list. Cash money, baby. Other rappers who endorsed Kamala Harris. Eminem. Eminem did an event for Kamala Harris. A little washed up, a little weird, kind of like, what happened, Eminem? Like your balls fall off? Like, that guy got soft, his soft serve. Dude made an entire career rapping about how much he hates the Cheneys, and then he goes and does political events with them. So we have a gift for Eminem. We put your face on Liz Cheney, and there you go. Maybe this could be the cover of Eminem's next album. How humiliating. How disgraceful, these people. How say he lost himself. That's exactly right. Mom spaghetti. Dude, these guys are frauds. And you know, it's amazing. The kids know. The kids always know, right? There's a clip that's going viral right now of a little kid running away from Joe Biden at the White House. I just saw it backstage. I'm like, not enough time to put it in. But you watch the way that kids interact. You ever seen this? You see Joe Biden biting kids? Like, what the hell is wrong with these people? They really are sick. They really do belong in jail. I mean, they legitimately belong in prison. I say this as a father of four. Lock them up. For real. You learn so much watching the kids actually interact with people. This is my apropos to absolutely nothing, this is my absolute favorite Trump interaction.
Where's your daddy? And your mommy, right? Do you want to go back? Do you want to go back to them, or do you want to stay with Donald Trump?
Trump.
So that's the kind of warm-hearted goodness you get at a Trump rally. This is what you get at a Kamala Harris rally. I don't even want to play the clip because it sickens me so much. You guys remember? People shouted, someone shouted, and I don't know if you're here or not, but somebody in Wisconsin shouted, Christ is King at Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris said, you're at the wrong rally. When people show you who they are, believe them, right? When people show you who they are, believe them. Kamala Harris says, Christians, don't come to my rally. You're at the wrong rally if you're here and if you're a Christian. And every Christian's like, we noticed that. And we voted your ass out of office. Don't attack Christians in this nation. And ladies and gentlemen, if you believe Christ is King, you're in the right house tonight. Christ is king. Christ is king. Woo! Two Christ is king chants. Man, it's getting hot in here. We got that revival spirit, right? Yeah. We're getting electric. Ladies and gentlemen, we know Christ is king because we literally watched a miracle. Did you watch a miracle? This, I believe, it's amazing the conversations you have, people I can't even describe because they have it with me in confidence. This photo, this event is saving souls. This is the most witnessed miracle in human history. Definitively, empirically, and demonstrably. This is the most witnessed miracle from God's hand, a confluence of miracles. God saved President Trump. We don't know what God's plan is, but that's what happened here. 1 centimeter, 1 millimeter. And you know what? I got to tell you, having private conversations with him and his family, Donald Trump knows it. And Donald Trump is personally witnessing to atheists and agnostics and people who are in his orbit. This is saving souls. This moment right here is saving souls. What man intended for evil, God intends for good. Now, there's no way to improve on this, one of the greatest photos ever taken, arguably the greatest photo ever taken, right? There's no way to actually improve on this. But, as ever happens on the internet, the meme makers tried. And, ladies and gentlemen, they did it. We've done it. Look at the man. Look what we've been through. Who wants a servant leader as president again? Who wants a billionaire who's ready to roll his sleeves up and get his hands in the fries, the oil, the salt? Who's worked fast food? Who's worked as a waiter before? I have. That's how I paid for community college that I went to before they kicked me out because I'm too dumb. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, left talks a lot about we bring dignity to the working class. This is dignity to the working class, ladies and gentlemen. The man's a billionaire and arguably one of the most powerful men to ever live and the single most powerful man walking the earth today. And he's rolling up his sleeves and serving. That is Christ-like. And it is a beautiful thing to see. It's a wonderful thing to see. I'm so encouraged by it. You should just name it Donald's. Just a suggestion. Just go with it. Just go with it. Trump fixed the soft serve machine, and look who's voting Trump. He fixed the ice cream machine. Yo, they voted for Trump, man. Did they not? I mean, come on. Like, Jill and Joe freaking voted for Trump. Jill was wearing MAGA red on election day. We see you, Jill. We see you. We see you flirting with Trump in Notre Dame. We see you, lady. Man, what a special time. Do you feel blessed to have lived through all of this? Do you feel like so happy to have kept your faith? Because we've gone through some dark moments. They tried so many assassinations, right? And the nature of Satan is to steal, kill, and destroy. How often did we see that against us, our movement, against January 6ers, who will and must be pardoned on day one? They tried political assassinations, impeachment assassinations, hoax assassinations, judicial assassinations, trying to lock up my boy for 1,000 years. They tried then physical assassinations. And God spared us every single time for this moment. And we're thankful for it. So I just want to recall what we've been through before we move forward, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the new glorious era we're moving into. An era where, look at RFK's face. An era where RFK is fine, I'm going to eat the seed oils. It's so awesome. Trump working at McDonald's made RFK eat the seed oils. And now we know why Mike Johnson was left out of this photo. Why Mike didn't get any chicken nuggets. No nuggies for Mike. I have a single Bible verse for you today, if you would allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to just set us right, okay, for this new glorious golden era of America that we are entering into. Because this ain't about one man. This is not about political movement. This is about one Savior, actually. That's what the Christmas season is about. And the prophet Isaiah says, "For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulders. And the name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace." The government shall be upon his shoulders. God always had our back through these dark times that we've been through, and now he has delivered us. And we should be so uplifted and grateful and thankful for this moment. And I certainly am. Through this time, I'll end with this. I've learned something. What America First is truly about What America First is truly about is about leaving in America for our children. Do you have children? Raise your hand. Do you have grandchildren? Raise your hand. Do you want children someday? Raise your hand. This is America First. This is America First. J.D. Vance was right about the childless cat ladies. This is what this movement's about. A blessed generation leaves the nation better for their children, stronger for their offspring, preserves a nation, and gives it to them as their birthright. This country is for my American children. Their birthright is a strong, safe country with safe border, with a booming economy, where they're secure in walking down the street. My family, that is their children. My American children is why I put America first, and why I will fight, fight, fight for them. And my son just learned how to walk. Here we go. There's my boy. Son just learned how to walk. And the Johnson family's expecting baby number 4. In about a month. In about a month. So blessings all around, ladies and gentlemen. So many reasons to be thankful. So many reasons to fight. So many reasons to stand once more and to be counted. But instead of standing, as I close here, instead of standing and pledging ourselves to a better future for this country, I'd like to ask you to do something with me that has never been done before. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like for you to stand with me and to break a record for the single largest Trump dance in human history. Ladies and gentlemen, and I got music for you. So to show the left exactly how unbroken we are by the lawfare, the assassination attempts, by the suing and the jailing, by all of the garbage that you've thrown on us and on this movement, all of the persecution, all of the tyranny, all of the censorship, we say no. We remain joyful, and we are going to dance, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in the largest single, there's 15,000 people here, the largest single Trump dance in American history to show who's the real movement of joy. Here we go.
The things that make me mad about those other guys and all the things they do wrong, the one thing that I will not forgive them for is their try to steal the joy from this country.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Do the Trump dance. Do the Trump dance.
Crank it. Crank it, Brad.
Hey, do the Trump dance.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in. He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60 there. I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Second American Revolution. And just as our first American Revolution was fought by our founding fathers, we have formed a new generation of founding fathers led by President Donald J. Trump. But I will tell you something, just like in that revolution, just like in that revolutionary generation of 1776, we must understand that victory was not achieved on November 5th. Victory is not achieved on January 20th, 2025. No, victory is achieved when President Trump has achieved his desired end state. Victory is only achieved when America is made great again once and for all. And so, in order to make America great again, we must do something that President Trump promised all of us. He did it the first time around, and he'll do it the second time around. And who knows? He might even have to do it a third time around. We'll see. We'll see. MSNBC, that's for you. It's called Promises Made, Promises Kept. We must deliver on the victory of November 5th. We must deliver on the promise. We must deliver on restoring our country. We will clean up the crime. We will clean up illegal immigration. The mass deportations begin day one. And I don't know how many people have seen, just a few hours ago, there was a horrific video that I happened to see out of Germany, out of a Christian market, where a car was driving it. In this video, it looked like it was going 60 miles an hour, running over almost 100 people at a Christmas market in Germany, and that car was driven by a Saudi Arabian migrant from the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, they all have to go back. They all have to go back. The mass deportations must occur, and I'm not just talking about here. This can never be allowed to happen again, not here, not abroad, not anywhere, because we will never see, I don't want to see another single one, another Laken Riley, another Rachel Morin, another Jocelyn Nungary. The promises will be kept. Our American children and our American daughters will be spared because we are sending every single one of these criminals back where they belong. Yes, yes, yes. And now, of course, there's another question because, you see, in MSNBC and the New York Times, they love asking me this question. They say, what about the revenge, Posobiec? What about the revenge? You know, President Trump, he says he doesn't want revenge, but he talks about retribution. He talks about many things. And I say, no, I understand. But let me ask you a question, because I seem to remember hearing from the mainstream media for the last 2 years a certain phrase. Do we all know this phrase? I think a lot of us may have heard that. It was the phrase, no one is above the law. And so I say, no one is above the law. Liz Cheney, who was manipulating testimony. No one is above the law. Nancy Pelosi. No one is above the law. Alvin Bragg and Fannie Willis and George Soros and Alex Soros. No one is above the law. To the child traffickers. No one is above the law, by the way, to Chris Wray. And no one is above the law to the backstabbing snake rhinos in the House and Senate. Because if we have caught any of you, then all will be brought to accountability. Every single last one of you. And by the way, when we say no one is above the law, we're not talking about revenge. We're not talking about retribution. We're talking about something called justice, American justice. And there can be no peace without justice. There can be no peace without due American justice. And justice will be done. And so January 6th, the J6ers, what to do with the J6ers? A blanket pardon, of course, that's day one. And not just the J6ers. I'm talking also about the pro-lifers who were locked up by this administration. I'm talking about the victims of the lawfare of this administration. I'm talking about all of the victims of the January 6th committee and the collaborators on the January 6th committee. Justice will be done for every single one of these folks. But I was with my friend Raheem Kassam when we were of the War Room Posse. I don't know if we have any War Room Posse members here in the audience today. Okay. One or two. And we were talking about the J6ers. And I said, you know something? Justice isn't just a pardon. Justice doesn't set things right, because you must restore the scales. And let me tell you something. There are people sitting right now in jail who walked around peacefully in the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. There are people who have been in jail for years that have never even been charged with a crime, have never been given a chance to go to court. And so my question is, how are they going to get their time back? How are they going to get their money back? So what we are going to have to do is we are going to organize a class action personal lawsuit against every single member of the Jan 6 committee, against Merrick Garland, against Jack Smith, against Benny Thompson, and against Liz Cheney. And I'm going to tell you something right now. How are we going to make them whole again? We're going to take the money out of your crooked pockets, and we're going to give that to the Jan 6ers. Oh, and the Cheney family, they got deep pockets, doesn't the Cheney family? And how did the Cheney family make their money? Yeah, Dick Cheney, I mean you too. For the money out of Halliburton, from the dirty blood money of sending our boys and girls overseas on a lie to wars that we never should have fought, for the lies that were done, for the lies that they're telling now to spread more war in Ukraine, war in Syria, war in Iran. Guess what, Cheney family? We're coming for your money. We're coming for every last dollar. And maybe, just maybe, we don't stop with the J6ers. How's about we get the wounded warriors along as well, and every single wounded veteran, every single Gold Star mother, every single Gold Star father, and we start going after them as well. And then I thought about Abbey Gate, and I thought about the 13 honored dead of Abbey Gate, the 13 dead that Joe Biden and Jake Sullivan and all the rest lied about on the way out of Afghanistan. And you know what? How about personal lawsuits against the Biden crime family, and all the money that they made out of Ukraine, all the money that they made out of China should go to the families of the Abbey Gate victims. Because it's not good enough. You understand? It's not good enough to simply pardon people. And it is not good enough, but believe me, it will be good when we actually start locking up some of these lawbreakers. Oh, it will be good. But it's not good enough because the debt must be paid. And let me tell you something. The debts will be collected. The debts will be collected. Because that is the only way that you can achieve balance. That is the only way you can achieve reciprocity. And making America great again means that we have to make sure that the next Liz Cheney and the next George Soros and the next Nancy Pelosi and the next Chris Wray are terrified of doing what the predecessors did before, and will never, ever think to break the law or go after the American people ever again. Oh, yeah. Don't forget Alejandro Mayorkas, too, by the way. There's another name for you. And when we talk about justice, I don't mean justice for these folks. I'm talking about justice for Ashley Babbitt. And the truth about that. And how about justice and the truth comes out for Corey Compatore of Butler, Pennsylvania. Because when those Secret Service agents didn't fire, when those Secret Service agents weren't given the duty and weren't given the budget and weren't given the resources that they needed for Butler, Pennsylvania, yes, President Trump was saved by a miracle. But Corey Compatore's family deserves answers, and Corey Compatore's family deserves to be made whole for the father that they were not able to bring home that day. And I'll add another name to that. It might get me in a little bit of trouble, but all right, I'm used to that. I don't mind. I'm going to say it right now. America will not be made whole. America will not be made whole until we receive justice for Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin did not commit murder. Derek Chauvin should not be where he is right now. The truth must come out about what happened with George Floyd. It was a lie, and it was always a lie. And when Derek Chauvin is a free man, I will personally lead the lawsuit against Black Lives Matter and the millions of dollars that they took from his name. Every single lie will be undone. Every single truth will be restored, because then and only then can we have America back. And I'm talking about the real America, folks. I'm talking about America where on Easter Sunday and Good Friday in New York City, you could see the 3 crosses of Calvary there on the New York City skyline. I'm talking about an America where it's easy to take your family out for a steak dinner on a Friday night, where you don't have to feel the pain of the purse, the pain of the wallet, when you want to buy your kid what you want to get them for Christmas. That's the real America. I'm talking about the drive-in theater America. I'm talking about roller skates and ice skating America. I'm talking about an America where you don't have to worry about your family walking down the street or going to build a snowman stand in the park because an illegal immigrant might come and kill you, or like we just saw earlier today, where you can take your family to a Christmas market and not have to get worried about being run over by a Middle Eastern migrant. That is the type of Western civilization that we will restore. And by the way, and I'll say this because I always have to say it, we do not do these things out of hate. That's why they don't understand our movement. We do them out of love. We love our families. We love our children. We love our neighborhoods. We love our communities. That's what it's all about. And I'll tell you, I was watching the Charlie Brown Christmas special with my kids the other day, and Linus walks up. And we all know the great scene of Linus where he comes up and Charlie Brown asks him, what's the true meaning of Christmas? What's it all about? And Linus walks right up there, and without an ounce of anxiety, he gives testimony to our great Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, without a single piece of fear in his mouth, in his mind, or in his heart. That is the type of Christian that we are called to be. We must become Linus Christians once more. Being a Christian is not meant to be something that is pushed into the corner in the public square or only remains behind closed doors on a Sunday morning. You must become a Christian in public. You must take up space for our Lord and Savior Christ the King, with a capital K, with a capital K. And you must become the kind of Christians who will stand and be remembered. Because when it comes down to our children and our children's children, and they ask, what did you do? What did you do when you were born into a secular society, in a society where you were surrounded by globalism, where you were surrounded by degeneracy, where degeneracy and sin, one of the 7 deadly sins, is given an entire month of celebration? No, no more. We will live in a country where Christ is celebrated. It's not forced, but celebrated. And we will live in a country where we don't apologize for American history. We celebrate and glorify our American history. And that includes the history of Western civilization. We are not apologizing for our forefathers. We are honoring, celebrating, and glorifying our forefathers, our country, and we are doing so for our children. That's what it's all about, folks. That's exactly what it's all about. Guys, what's going on? I got a couple of minutes left. What's going on here?
Hi, Peter.
What are you doing?
Well, you told us to cancel all of our plans this weekend because you'll be speaking on stage. So we figured, what better way to spend our weekend than right here on stage with you, with all the American patriots.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tanya Tay, Jack, and AJ, this is my family. This is the first time they've ever come out on stage like this. One guy's a little bit shy. Jack, I want to ask you a question. Jack, do we say Happy Holidays or Merry Christmas?
Merry Christmas.
That's right. That's what it's all about, folks. That's what it's all about. And I'd like, if we could, and if everyone could join with us, I'd like, since we're all here, let's hold hands, and we'll say what we say every single day before we go to bed. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, and we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. But deliver us from evil. Deliver us from evil. Deliver us from evil. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what it's all about. And I had no idea you guys were going to come and surprise me like this. My goodness. Jack, I got a question for you. What's the real meaning of Christmas?
Jesus?
Yeah! Folks, we've only got a couple of minutes left to be with you, but remember, it's not just about who we have defeated. And by the way, the other side is still there. They're going to be there every day. But it's about what we're fighting for. And so, since my family decided to surprise me like this, we have to remember what we're fighting for. God, family, country, in that order. Because if you love God, if you love family, then you will have a country that is worthy of your family and worthy of God. And I would hope, since, you know, there's a little heavy speech, maybe let's end on something nice since we got the kids up here. Jack, is your favorite Christmas song still We Wish You a Merry Christmas?
Yes.
Oh, well then. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Ladies and gentlemen, we're saying Merry Christmas again. Merry Christmas to all of you. God bless America. God bless us in this great endeavor. Never ever forget what you are fighting for. Never ever forget who we are. Never ever forget that we stand on the shoulders of giants and we are only here for a little bit of time. And it is our job to leave this place better than it was before. God bless all of you. God bless America, and God save the Republic. Merry Christmas.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
The question everyone in America is asking,
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist. Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to? I can help you guys out. Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile, how do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say I'm
We're still
racist.
on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some journeying to do.
Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist.
Am I Racist?
Everybody racist.
Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally.
But of course I was wrong. The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this?
We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's Razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremy'srazors.com now.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in. He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60 there. I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter, Connecticut Shade Dawn, is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship with my series Marriage. In the series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time, foundations of the West. The work I'm doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
I've often said that gender-affirming care is health care, it is mental health care, and it can actually be suicide prevention care.
I think I'm gonna take some medicine so I can kind of like transform into a boy, get surgery.
After the surgery, I didn't really feel any better.
When it stopped being a thing for adults and it started to be a let's teach this to kids.
Total lie, manipulation, it's gaslighting.
Please stop. He's a boy, not a girl. How could she do this to my son?
What they're talking about is hormonal therapy or sex reassignment surgery on children.
I thought fixing me externally would fix me internally. But of course I was wrong.
The fact that the state thinks that they're more important and have a better say in what happens to your child over the actual parent's opinion is egregious.
Puberty blockers, surgeries, big money makers for hospitals, for physicians.
All I want to do is hold my son.
Are you asking me to lie to parents? And he said, yes.
This is a weaponized use of a parent's sympathy and caring and concern by the left to destroy your child.
Let's tell kids that maybe they can be the opposite sex. Maybe they actually are the opposite sex.
It is an evil thing to tell children that happiness lies on the other side of puberty blockers or double mastectomies.
The left so badly wants to blur these lines.
That's a 5-alarm fire.
It's criminal.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
The question everyone in America is asking,
am I racist?
They gonna say I'm racist. Get a Daily Wire Plus membership to see Am I Racist?
This is all I have. Did you want to? I can help you guys out. Yeah.
Go to AmIRacist.com and sign up now.
I've been told because I'm a white male, kind of at the top of the pile. How do I get down from the top?
I don't think you necessarily can.
How do we get past all the talk about racism?
We have to love each other.
Well, it can't be that simple. How do we get to a point of racial harmony? It's good to talk to you.
They gonna say I'm
We're still
racist.
on a journey, all of us together.
I think you got some journeying to do.
Just talk to me about the statistics. We have an epidemic.
20 million crimes a year, 6,000, 7,000 hate crimes. No, there's no epidemic.
Why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
They gonna say you racist.
Am I Racist?
Everybody racist.
Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus. Rated PG-13.
Oh, hey, I'm Jeremy Bourne, CEO of Daily Wire and founder of Jeremy's Razors. Woke razor companies love to take your money while trampling on your values. Me? I just love your money.
Cut! What is this?
We're filming the commercial for the brand new second-generation Jeremy's razor.
Yeah, I get it. We moved our manufacturing out of China. Plus, with the new Sprint 3 and Precision 5 blades, you can shave like a man, not a manifesto. But who's he?
Customers want diversity. Customers want inclusion. Customers want Black Jeremy.
That's why there's no white people in commercials anymore? Unbelievable. Stop giving your money to woke corporations who hate you. Give it to me instead.
Buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability. Go to jeremy'srazors.com now.
For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest on this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there,
people yell at you.
Mainly one ideology.
You know
this
is
supplanted Christianity.
We do not need to tolerate leftists bullying and intimidating and doxing us. When you are called out, when you are put in a corner, when you are asked, what do you believe? That is when you've got to stand firm. You have no other Wow, I really have got to thank Charlie and TPUSA for letting me smoke my Mayflower cigars backstage. That was so nice. Wow. Thank you so much. It is great, as always, to be here. I want to thank all of you for making the journey from all across the country. How many of us are there in this room? Do we know? I heard 15,000. I heard someone told me 20,000 American patriots are in this room. 20,000. Can you imagine? 20,000 people is a lot of people. That is almost as many people as Joe Biden has led across the border since breakfast. 20,000. Unbelievable. The first time I spoke here, this was some years ago now, I think there were about 3,000 attendees. Next time I spoke, I think the number was about 5,000. Now, my wife keeps being inconveniently pregnant around this event, so I've had to miss a couple here or there. But this is really, really big. 20,000 patriots fired up, excited about the future. And I think I know why. I think I know why this is the biggest AmericaFest ever. I think it comes down to 3 words. Because we won. Take your hat. All right. All right, sure. Yeah. No, I don't. No, I'm sorry. I can't. I derive about 90% of my power from my hair, so I can't cover it up with the hat. I can't do it. Oh, thank you for letting me try on that cowboy hat. Howdy, howdy, howdy. I'm so exhilarated. That's why. Because we won. We won. And we didn't just, win, We won everything. We won the presidency, of course, with the popular vote for the first time in 20 years. We won the House. Not that you would know that, but we won the House. We won the Senate. We already had the Supreme Court, but now we can likely expand the conservative majority, and maybe we can expand it by a lot. Because before the election, you might remember, the Democrats were talking about packing the court. You remember that? And they were talking about adding a bunch of justices to the 9 that we've had for a long time, maybe 10, 12, 15 justices. And these days I'm thinking, maybe we should consider it. You think that's a good idea? Maybe, I don't know, before the election, I was very, very opposed to the Democrats upending 155 years of judicial precedent. But these days, I don't know, maybe in the spirit of bipartisan unity, reaching across the aisle, President Trump should take the Democrats up on their offer. We can add 50 or 100 justices to the court. They can all be little clones of Justice Alito and Justice Thomas. I think that sounds great. But we did not just win all of the chambers and all of the branches of government. We also won huge swaths of voter groups that typically vote Democrat. We won people that they say we can't win. The left wants to pretend that Republicans only ever get votes from white men. And we love white men. You know, we love our white guys, don't we, folks? We love them. They're great. We're great. I'm Sicilian, so it's always a margin call. But what about the other groups? We also won almost half of Hispanics. We also won 1 in 5 black guys. That's a group that Democrats have relied on for decades. We also won married women. Where are the beautiful married women in the audience? Oh, that's great. Married women and future married women out there. We also won, I think it was what? Most women, 45 and older. We won 44% of women under 45. We won 40% of women under the age of 30. That is the most Kamala group. Look at those women. The Trump campaign was so strong in 2024, it won votes from Democrat presidential candidates. Just consider this crazy fact. Plural candidates. I did the math last night. When you add up all of the Democrats in 2020 and 2024 who ran in the presidential primaries, and I'm even counting the minor candidates, I'm counting Michael Bennet, Deval Patrick, people whose names you don't even remember. When you add them all up, Trump won 17% of Democrat presidential candidates. That's a win. We won by such incredible margins. Actually, someone just said, what about Joe Biden? That's true. I got to increase the number because you know that Joe Biden and Jill Biden definitely voted for Donald Trump. I am convinced of it. Nobody can convince me otherwise. Why did we win? Why did we win by such a margin? Because we appealed to the common sense. This is, in part, why the Democrats' embrace of transgender ideology has been so disastrous for them. It's not just that transgenderism endangers children, though it does. It's not just that transgenderism infringes on the legitimate rights of women to have their own spaces and associations, although it does. It's that transgenderism is manifestly absurd. And most everyone knows it. Most everyone knows that men and women are different, and men cannot become women, and vice versa. So when Democrats insist that they can, it makes people question their judgment. If a politician cannot tell the difference between a man and a woman, that politician probably doesn't know much about anything at all. So we have a lot of new people, don't we? We have a lot of new people who have moved over to the right, which is terrific. I welcome them and their support, and especially their votes. I think that's all great. But while this shift in the electorate is mostly a happy development, it does entail some risk. There is always a risk when a political party becomes a big tent. The risk is that newcomers will change us more than we change them, that we'll lose our identity. There is a risk that the party's beliefs and goals will become confused. So I think it's important to clear some things up as this new American majority coalition begins to move forward together. Clarity is charity, as a friend of mine tells me. So what do we believe? First and foremost, we believe in God. We believe in God for many reasons. Religious experience, revelation, the incarnation of our Lord, which we'll be celebrating in 5 days. Those are people who have finished their Christmas shopping. They're ready to go. Here we go. But even beyond revelation and private experience, we believe in God because His existence can be known with certainty from the created world by human reason. Just as a cause can be known from an effect, just as Shakespeare can be known from Hamlet, just as a mover can be known from the thing moved. Belief in God's existence is not a matter of subjective opinion, any more than belief in calculus is a matter of subjective opinion. I might not know very much about calculus. In fact, I don't know almost anything about calculus. Until I was a teenager, I did not know that calculus existed, but it does. Our ignorance of a subject is a problem for us, not for the subject. The men who built our country, the Pilgrims on the Mayflower, which is a great cigar brand, by the way, I may have mentioned, Mayflower, 21 years old or older to order, some exclusions apply. The Mayflower, the Founding Fathers, the framers of the Constitution, all the great men who have built our country understood that God exists. That fact constitutes the basis of our whole country. Thomas Jefferson grounded the Declaration of Independence in that fact. John Adams declared Christian morality to be the principles on which independence was won. Our first national holiday was a day of thanksgiving to God. In God We Trust is on our money and in our national anthem. More than anything else, America is predicated upon a certain conviction in the existence and providence of God. The reason this really matters, obviously it's probably the most important question, but the reason this really matters for us in politics is by knowing something about God, we can know something about ourselves. Namely, that we are made in the image of God. We don't know these days what is a man, what is a woman. We can't figure this out. It's because we doubt the existence of God, of the font of truth and goodness. Once you know God, now we can know something about ourselves. What does it mean to be made in the image of God? It means that we possess intellect and will. We can know things and we can do things. Lesser animals do not have intellect and will. They have only instinct and appetite. They can't reason and they can't control their urges. That is why we don't put pit bulls on trial for biting people. But we're different. We can reason. We can know something about the truth. We can know something about justice and be held to account by judges when we commit injustice. That is at least how it's supposed to work. But we can abuse our will and our intellect. We can do things that we know we shouldn't do. We can let our appetites run away with our reason. And as we behave in disordered ways, our intellects become darkened. Pretty soon, we can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. The Founding Fathers warned us about this explicitly. They warned that if we abuse our liberty to licentiousness, that we would lose the whole country, which is why they instituted laws to discipline our appetites in accord with reason. Because politics can be downstream of culture, but the law is also a teacher. And there is no neat way to separate politics and culture. Which is why we cannot help but legislate morality. You sometimes hear the libs and the squishes. They say, we can't legislate morality. I've noticed that the people who say that are usually doing something immoral. It's kind of funny how that works. But forget about who's saying it. The phrase itself doesn't make any sense. All laws legislate morality. All laws delineate between right and wrong. They are enforced by a system of justice. Not only can we legislate morality, we have to legislate morality because that's the only way to legislate. But who's to say what's right and wrong? Us, I guess? Don't we live in a self-government? That's the whole premise of self-government. That we, the people, say what's right and wrong. We don't decide what's right and wrong. We perceive what is right and wrong using our reason, and then we enact laws based on our conclusions using our will. That is not my personal prescription for how the country should work. That is a basic description of how self-government must work by definition. So what kind of laws should we pass? Well, the most basic law, the first precept of law, is to do good and avoid evil. And how do we know what's good? Through the use of our reason, which is grounded in truth. Good law is necessarily grounded in truth. Laws which insist that there is no difference between a man and a woman, be it in bathrooms, be it on sports teams, be it in marriage, are necessarily bad law. Laws which demand that we not enforce the law at the southern border, say, laws which violate the principle of non-contradiction, are necessarily bad law. Laws which say that babies aren't babies are bad law, not because they offend my personal sensibilities and preferences. They are bad law because they contradict the truth, and law is an ordinance of reason for the common good. Goodness and truth go together. We describe our country at its best as a nation of laws and the land of the free. Law and freedom are not in opposition. On the contrary, law and freedom are mutually dependent. Good law helps us to be free because the truth makes us free. Bad law, law grounded in fantasy and vice, promises us freedom, but it turns out to be the freedom of the heroin addict to poison himself. It's the freedom of the lunatic to jump off a roof. It's the false freedom that amounts, in fact, to slavery and death. Goodness and truth are often lumped in with another transcendental, beauty. One of my favorite laws from President Trump's first term came to us toward the end in the form of an executive order called the Make Federal Buildings Beautiful Again executive order. I loved that executive order because I hate ugliness. D.C. has so many ugly buildings. They have beautiful buildings too, but I hate ugliness and I love beauty. But I also love the executive order because it implied that beauty is not merely in the eyes of the beholder, just as goodness and truth are not merely in the eye of the beholder. There are objective standards. We can know something about them using our reason. And because our reason is imperfect, we can avail ourselves of the wisdom of the ages to see what our civilization has most consistently and most successfully upheld as good, true, and beautiful. We are not isolated individuals who just fell out of a coconut tree, to quote Kamala Harris. Do you remember Kamala Harris? I barely remember Kamala Harris. But that was a good line of hers. We don't have to go it alone. We don't need to reinvent the wheel every generation. We are a social creature and the political animal. The fundamental political unit is not the individual. It is the family. That is why the left spends most of its energy and time and money attacking the family, trying to redefine the family as if that were possible, convincing people to kill the fruit of the family through abortion, discouraging people in the name of careers or independence or climate change from starting families in the first place. Because family is what politics boils down to. If you want to be on the team, that's what we believe. There are lots of other things you might believe too, but those are the basics. Those are the non-negotiables. If you do not believe those basic facts about God, law, man, and politics, not only does conservatism not make any sense, America doesn't make any sense. Really, nothing makes much of any sense. That is the basic stuff you have to believe. But even that is not enough. Because it is not enough just to have ideas. Ideas, guys, are a dime a dozen. I don't care if you've memorized the collected works of Aristotle to Edmund Burke, every political thinker in between. If you are living a life disconnected from those ideas, you have wasted your time. You should have been doom scrolling on TikTok instead. At least you would have laughed. Would have had the exact cheers for TikTok. Cheers for doom scrolling. That would be a better use of your time than learning all of this political truth and not doing anything about it. In politics, ideas are worthless if you don't put them into action. I am sick of hearing about the death of the West from people who refuse to get married and have children. We have had a below replacement birth rate for 50 years. You want to whine about the urgent need to have kids while you're filling up your shopping cart with another box of condoms? Save it. I don't want to hear it. Keep your mouth shut. That's fine. You obviously don't mean it. I'm sick. I am sick of hearing about the erosion of morality from people whose favorite hobbies involve doing drugs and watching porn. I don't want to hear it. It's not that those people are wrong about public morality. They're right. And hypocrisy is the tribute vice pays to virtue. But if you are not willing to actually try to do something about it, please do not get my hopes up that the country will improve. This brings me to my final point. Hope. It does not take much to restore hope. For Christians, hope is not just a feeling. It is a theological virtue and a fact. For Christians, hope is a fact grounded in the incarnation and the crucifixion and the resurrection of our Lord. Even for non-Christians, it does not take much to restore hope, because we're mimetic creatures. We imitate each other. We imitate each other's behaviors. We even imitate each other's desires. My two eldest boys, my toddlers, when they're playing, they only want to be playing with whatever toy the other one is playing with. The minute the other one puts that toy down, the other one doesn't want it anymore. That's how we work. This is cute and it's kind of annoying, but it reveals a fundamental truth about human nature. Human beings follow the leader, and a little courage goes a long way. When a guy stands up against a corrupt political establishment, when he stands up against their lies and their lawsuits and their bullets, people take notice, and they start to stand up too. They become a little more confident in their convictions. They become a little more willing to act on their convictions. They set a better example, and others start to follow them. Enough good examples and you have a good community. Enough good communities and you have a good country. We have been given an opportunity we do not deserve. A providential jerk of a man's head at precisely the right angle, at precisely the right time, in a field in Pennsylvania, gave us the political opportunity that we have right now. When that man stood up, bloodied but alive, he demonstrated courage and conviction. If we follow suit, we will have a great country again. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very kind. Thanks so much. Thank you. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you for being here. It's a privilege to be here with you. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about something that was conceived and developed by Patrick Bet-David. Everybody want to hear from Patrick Bet-David? Yep. He's coming up in just a minute. It says he conceived something called MNEC after speaking to a lawyer and getting charged for a half hour when he only talked for a couple minutes. And he said, why should I do that? If I need advice from an expert, why shouldn't I be able to get that very, very quickly on the fly and pay by the minute? That led to MNEC, where you, me, and others can get in touch with experts and get an answer we need about business, about life, even about things going on with Turning Point USA, because a gentleman named Charlie Kirk is available on MNEC. So how much does it really take to get an answer from an expert? Do you know if you send a text message or an email, it's less than 1%? If you reach out on Instagram, 3% of the time, you'll get an answer to a DM. About 3.5% of the time, if you reach out on X with a direct message. And LinkedIn's about 8%. With MNEC, there is a 97% chance that if you reach out to that expert with a question about business or life or things going on in our country and politics and people in this room, a 97% chance you'll get your answer. It's a simple app that lives on your phone. You can ask a question and get a text answer. You can ask the expert, there's Patrick right there. Would you please send me that, a video, like a 2-minute video with some details about what I'm asking you about? Or you could have a one-on-one FaceTime with that expert in 15-minute increments, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and set it up that way. With MNEC, you get access to them. And it's working. The last year, we were here at Turning Point USA, and it's great to be here again. It's great to see you again, and thank you all for being here again. We had about 2,500 completed questions last year. This year, over 40,000 questions have already been answered for people just like you asking a question about someone that they're interested in hearing from, an expert that they really want a piece of advice from with, again, a 97% chance that you'll get that answer. It's working. And for Turning Point USA, we have a special promotion for you. There's 3 easy steps to it. You download Minnect on iOS or Android, send a question to any expert, and hashtag TPUSA. Send as many questions as you wish, and we're going to send you someplace. Somebody's going to get really fortunate, and they're going to be able to go someplace like this, if you know where that is. Exactly. So we're going to pull 3 randomly selected questions. Remember, download Minnect, ask an expert a question, and in the text where you're texting the question, put hashtag TPUSA. Ask as many questions as you wish. We'll draw 3. 2 of you are going to get 2 tickets to come back next year here to Turning Point USA. Would you like that? I think so. And 1 of you is going to get a trip to a very historic inauguration that I think we're all very interested in celebrating that is going to happen. We'll give you plane tickets for 2 people, 2 nights lodging, and $2,000 cash so you can go out on the National Mall and be there and watch that inauguration. That's what it's all about for us. We want to enable you. So download Minnect, send a text to any expert, hashtag TPUSA, ask as many questions. Every question is 1 entry basically, and there you have it. Now, how do you download Minnect? Get your phones ready. QR code right there. You can download for the App Store or Google Play. It's easy to find, but the QR code there, there's some phones up. I see that. Very nice. And when you reach out to experts that you want to talk to, maybe you want to talk to this guy right there. See that hat? Get that QR code on your phone. You could go direct to Charlie and ask him a question. He will answer you right on Minnect. You may even get a video answer if you ask for that. All right there, available to you, just that easy. And there's also, anybody watch the PBD podcast on the home team? Well, thank you very much. And there's Patrick right there. You can get that QR code. As a matter of fact, Patrick's going to be speaking in about 1 minute and 10 seconds. And you could ask him a question about what he talked about. Or there's myself, Tom Ellsworth, the Biz Doc, Adam Sosnick, and Vinny. Who doesn't like the Angry Patriot? There we go. So thank you very, very much. Download Minnect, ask an expert a question, hashtag TPUSA, and maybe you're going to the inauguration or coming back here to TPUSA, courtesy of Minnect. Thank you very much.
One of the most important voices in the world today.
Host of the PBD podcast.
Multiple $100 million entrepreneur. Best treat of the year so far, Mr. Patrick Bet-David in my mix.
What a crowd, what an event. Everybody's playing a different role in this battle we're going to face in the next decade. We all love America. Everyone's got a different superpower. And I am looking for a new generation of leaders to rise up. I believe God is looking for the next generation of flag carriers.
I wear your colors. I'm all in. Let's go.
I am so optimistic about what's about to happen next. I think we're going to see a movement of some of the most incredible leaders being born during these times. All of this stuff. Let me get to it with the time that I have here with you. So, last year, who was here at the event last year? Okay. Do you remember the tension last year? Do you remember what things felt like just a year ago? Everybody was kind of like, oof, what's going to happen? December 2023, there was a lot of heated moments in the Republican Party, all the criticism going after Trump. Maybe it's going to be something else. Biden's going to come up. Oh, he's going to. Year later, today, if everybody told you last year President Donald Trump was going to win, how would you have celebrated last year? You'd be all over the place, right? But here's the thing. November 5th may have been a great day for many of you, conservatives and Republicans. It may have been a great day for President Donald Trump. It may have been a great day with the Avengers that they put together, himself, Bobby Kennedy, that came out in Arizona also at one of the Turning Point USA events. You got Elon Musk. You got Tulsi Gabbard. You got the entire team, Laura Trump, who did a phenomenal job behind closed doors, Vivek, all of these folks. But November 5th, listen to me, folks, was the worst day ever for one person. You know who that one person was? Barack Obama. Not Kamala, Barack Obama. Kamala's not a top 20 player on the Democratic Party. Let me say it one more time. She is not a top 20 player. Barack Obama was number one. Go back and think about his track record. Winning. 2004. You know, it doesn't matter if you're black or white or if you're Hispanic or you're this or you're that. This is about America. This is about unification. Boom! Wins, books, making money, on top of the world, two-term president, face of the Democratic Party, goes to all these Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon shows. Everybody loves him. George Clooney, celebrities, he's a rock star. He's the black Jesus for the Democratic Party. This was the worst day of his life, November 5th. Here's why, though. Let me tell you why. Look, how many guys used to play basketball or baseball or some kind of sports? How many guys were really good? Raise your hand if you were really good. How many guys think you were really good, but you actually played college sports? Raise your hand if you played college. So these guys were really good. Raise your hand if you played college sports. Okay. Anybody here ever played professional? Like somebody paid you to play? Not illegally back in the days in college, but okay, some of you guys got paid. Do you know what happens when you used to be great in sports and people used to come and watch you? And then 5 years go by, 20 years go by, and now you play, your kids don't even want to watch you. You're no longer interested when you play basketball, right? This happens to us with looks. This happens to us with fame, when we had a great show. This happens to us with a lot of different things. No one's interested in what he has to say anymore. So then you fast forward and you say, okay, Pat, where are you going with this? This is the part. Hear me out. Because today, Trump, Musk, team, J.D. Vance, which, by the way, I got to tell you guys up front, I was not a J.D. guy up front. I thought J.D. did an incredible job the last 4 or 5 months. I thought he played a phenomenal role the last few months, and I'm just being up front with you. I don't know this guy. I was watching some of the old clips, but now when you watch him, the debate, the way he handled it, when Waltz talked about what happened to his family, you saw the gentle side of him of saying, I'm so sorry your family had to go through this. It was a very unique way when we saw this. So why am I presenting this thing to you here the way that I am? See, for us at Valuetainment, we're going on a 40-year run. We're going to do some things for the next 40 years. If God keeps us healthy, my 12-year-old son is here. I don't know where he's at. Tico is somewhere here. Can you stand up, please? I brought my 12-year-old son here. I am so glad that Charlie Kirk does these types of events, because in the future I can bring my kids here every year. Just so you know, yesterday I finish up the office. I drive late at night to go with my family at the vacation spot that we got. I got everybody situated. I get on the jet. We come down here. We barely landed. I walk in here. She's put on the mic. I hit the stage. We're going to be here for 2 hours, get back on the jet and go back to the family. We'll land around 1:30, 2 o'clock, because we're completely on the opposite side. But we do this because I believe Charlie Kirk in the last 12 months was the top 5 most formidable voices on what happened with this victory. I put him as a top 5. So stay with me here. Stay with me here. What happens when you win? Think about what happens when you win. This is very important for all of us to be aware of this. What happens when you win? How do you walk when you win? Tall. How do you walk when you lose? How do you walk when you lose? Okay, but let me ask you a question. Well, watch this here. Watch this here. It's very important. I've run an insurance agency for 20-something years, and I watch my guys, after an award ceremony, they would come up and say the guy wins the MVP. And he'd go, yeah, and we beat you guys, and we did this, and we did that, and we did this. And I would always go back. The winner, almost always, their level of paranoia drops a little bit. Arrogance goes up. Speed slows down because you won. Anything, you're always going to win. You know what's the best case study of this? What the Democrats did the last 4 years. They won. And during COVID, they embarrassed everybody. They forced veterans to take a vaccine they didn't want to take. They forced veterans to get out. They forced people to do things that made no sense. My son, I'll never forget, one day we're sitting down. He's 8 years old. We're in Dallas. Jennifer says, babe, you got to come talk to Tico. What's up? He misses his friends. He wants to go to school. I said, babe, I'm going to be his teacher. He's going to come to the office every day. We had one of our best 90 days together during COVID when he was at the office, reading books, all the stuff that we were doing. I was his teacher while I'm running the company. But watch this. When that happened, the Democrats got so arrogant, thinking they're going to own it for 20 years. And they started bullying. And they forgot about the message of America, the greatest country in the world. How this guy from Iran who lived there for 11 years would watch Rocky IV over and over and over and over and over and over again, because the dream was to one day come to this country. We left Iran 6 weeks after Khomeini died. We go to Germany. I live at a refugee camp for a year and a half. Then I come here November 28, 1990. I cannot believe I'm in America. This is almost like I have to pinch myself. We're in America. I'm walking around the airport looking for Sylvester Stallone. Where's Rocky? Where's Gremlins? Where is this gremlin? Are they going to pop up? Where are all these? Where's Ghostbusters? And we're looking for all these guys because America to me is movies. But they got arrogant. And they moved like they're going to control you forever. Abusive policies, the LGBTQ agenda, the woke policies. And by the way, Peter Thiel said it best when he was on a podcast with Barry Weiss. He said, you realize when Musk got up and he says, this is the most monumental election of all time. Peter Thiel, who's a billionaire, very important guy behind closed doors. Peter Thiel says, Elon, every election people say it's very monumental. Why? What do you mean this is monumental? He says he eventually got to a point to say, now I fully believe this is a monumental election. He says, why? He says, this is the reason why. You have no idea what just happened 6 weeks ago, folks. This is so important for America. Let me explain to you. He says, if Kamala would have won for the next 20 years, all these 20,000 kids, the next Charlie Kirks that are inspired to become the next Trumps, guess what they're going to say? That was luck. It only happened one time. It was lucky when he won in 2016. Pure luck. That wasn't what America really wanted. What America really wants is more progressive policies. What America really wants is more control. What America really wants is more, entitlement programs. That's what America really wants. And it's like, no, we don't want that. I mean, there's never been a time where you've converted more Democrats to Republicans than 2024. You say you need a Rogan? You had a Rogan. You see me, you need an Elon Musk? You had an Elon Musk. You say you need a Kennedy? He was yours. Tulsi was yours. You had everybody. But you pushed them out. You were so arrogant and entitled. And that's a turn off. So, watch this. My guys would win, they would leave, and we walk like this. My suggestion, I may be wrong, my suggestion is for us, now that we won, to continue converting and looking for the next people to bring to the party. The next Bobbies, the next Tulsis. I think we find a way to get folks like Joe Manchin to have serious conversations with them. I think we find ways to get some of these other guys that are in the media space that are sitting there saying, Trump is smarter than you think. He's smarter than all of us. Van Jones. What? Cenk Uygur from Young Turks, he's sitting there now defending you. There is such a weird thing going on, but we can't be arrogant. We have to baptize. We have to baptize. Now, we all have to get better at baptizing. I remember when we used to go to a church called Shepherd of the Hills. Most people don't know the story. The pastor there is Dudley Rutherford. Who knows who Dudley Rutherford is? Anybody? Make some noise if you know Dudley Rutherford. In my opinion, he's the best pastor in America, but it's in my opinion. Please don't get upset. I'm telling you, in my opinion, he's the best pastor in America. You know what would happen to us? Over a span of 15 years, out of the insurance agents we recruited collectively, we got around 1,000 people to get baptized at church. Do you know how? We didn't invite them. Hear me out. The most basic way of doing it, you know how we did it? By simply being interested in them. How you doing? How's everything? What's your name? How's family? We may disagree politically. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? What's your favorite sport? Hey, you know what? I think we have some stuff in common. Why don't you come and spend some time with us? Well, you guys are conservatives. We are. Oof, man, I'm like, my wife and I totally get it. Can I make some food for you? Can I cook for you? Let me cook for you. Every Tuesday night, I'm cooking for people at my house, barbecue. Come to the house. Hey, let me make some chicken for you guys. My famous specialty recipe I've had since '99. Literally, I have one of the best recipes. Obviously, I'm saying it. If I was to get into the chicken restaurant business, we would blow it up. I'm just not interested. So don't connect me and say I have the #1 chicken produce company in the world. I'm not getting into that business. But we would sit there. And people who said they would never, ever sell life insurance for the rest of their lives wanted to get into the business. People who say they will never be conservatives, ever. Me, conservative, libertarian, independent, Republican, never. The way we treat them the next 4 years, we're going to get these guys. You know what they're going to say? It's going to be like this. Stephanie Rule. I call Kamala, they don't pick up. I call Biden, they don't pick up. 50 layers of people. I call Trump, he picks up. I just wanted to do an interview, and you heard what she said. She said, F off, right? He said to her, F off, the words. She's not saying that words, but Trump said, I'm not interested. But she says the fact that Trump is available, she's complimentary of the fact that at least I can get a hold of this guy. I think if we do this strategy the next 4 years, I think the key is now the lead. We have a lead now, but it's not that big of a lead to get arrogant. I think if we take the lead, this could be a 20-year run we go on. And when I mean 20-year run, this is what I mean by it. Think about the bench that we have right now. Trump right now is the president. President-elect, soon to be president. And we all have to stay paranoid till January 20th to see what happens. All these drones we're seeing all over the place. We have to be very paranoid, skeptical, and not believe anything until we kind of size everybody up to see what's going on over here. And I'm glad the fact that he's making a decision to not go visit Bedminster right now. I think the people that are around him need to be overly protective and make sure that that decision-making is processed the right way until he is in. Once we're in, then we can kind of play a little bit more offense. But from there on, think about what happens now. J.D. Vance proved he can debate. J.D. Vance proved he can sit up against anybody in media and shut them down. Vivek proved he's not afraid of anybody. He's formidable, brilliant. He can go up against anybody, right? Laura Trump, my opinion. Some are not going to like this, but it is what it is. I believe Eric and Laura Trump may be the #1 couple, power couple in the Republican side. Eric and Laura. Eric formidable. Laura, what she did with the 2,000 lawyers, unbelievable, right? They're at the top as well. The bench that we have, Don Jr. behind closed doors. Don Jr. has played such an important role of getting people to like him. Getting people to like him. A lot of decisions were made behind closed doors because people went through Don. So, hey, I go through Don. Don was the filtering process. Don built the relationship. This is a good guy. And then the introductions made. Don played a very important role. Then they got Charlie Kirk. He's only 31 years old. The bench is deep, which means this bench could go for 20 years. But my ideal situation would be for us to all focus on baptizing. Disrespect less. Disrespect less. Baptize more. Get to know the opposition a little bit and baptize them. Get to know them. Surprise them with unreasonable hospitality. Give them a kind of a treatment they've never gotten before. Let them walk away saying, why is this guy who's supposed to not like me treat me better than the people who are supposed to like me? Why are you so good to me? And then they go to sleep in bed at 10 o'clock at night, 10:30 at night with their wives, and they say, babe, you know what's the weirdest thing that happened? Yeah, what about it? You know the Jackson family down the street? Yeah, what about those guys, babe? You know what they did today? What? They got you a gift. What? The Jacksons? Yeah, babe, they got you a gift. What gift was it? I have it down, so babe, they got you the chocolate that you said one time 2 months ago that you liked. They got a box of chocolate for you, and they just said, give it to Mary. No, they didn't, babe. Here, let's go in the kitchen. This is from them. Babe, what was the motive? There is no motive. No way, they want something from us. No, babe, they just said, give this to her because you said you like the chocolate. What if we do that? What if we all start looking at ourselves? And by the way, sometimes we come over here, and I've been running a business for a long time, and a lot of times everybody thinks, well, you're the CEO. Well, you're the CEO. The way this is going to work the next 4 years is every single person in here needs to walk away thinking, working, driving, baptizing, driving like a CEO. You, in your family, you got 3 kids and a wife, you're the CEO. You got a job with 7 people that are reporting to you, you're the CEO. You can win those people over by the way you treat them. This isn't about, if you think about how many people left the Republican Party to the Democratic Party, or left the Democratic Party for the Republican Party, it's one reason. Somebody offended them. Somebody offended them. Now, this doesn't mean walk around on eggshells. I talk shit as much as I can, but I get everybody else that wants to come to our podcast. Why? Because when they come to us, afterwards, I feed them, I get to know them, I treat them respectfully, we exchange texts. We're in many different group texts with people that disagree with us, but we're treating them with respect, and they're not accustomed to that. This is very basic fundamentals of stuff that we're talking about. That's not just about business. This is about life. Now, to everybody else, while you're in here, the marketplace of Turning Point USA, there's a lot of different types of people that come here. Some of you guys are older. You're above 60. You have money. You've done well for yourself. And some of you are coming here because you're bringing your grandkids with you. Make some noise if you brought a grandchild with you. Make some noise if you brought someone with you. How many of you guys came here with your mom or your dad? Make some noise if you came here with your mom and your dad. So did I. I came with my son. We came as a family. Everybody in this room needs to choose to go on their own 10, 20, 30, 40-year run. Everybody. Because the bench is deep, but the bench needs to get deeper. We have young folks over here that I'm looking at these guys. I'm wondering what their dreams are. What are they thinking about? Who do they want to be? What type of pain are they willing to go through? Are you willing to be patient about how you communicate with other people? Are you willing to take your game to the next level so you're a leader within your community? That's what's going on with this community here, Turning Point USA. Are you willing to do that? The rest of us as parents, how can we get better? What can we do to become better earners? How can we increase our market value? But I think right now, if done right, this is not going to be a 4-year run, because the next 4 years, does anybody know how quickly it's going to be November 5th, 2028? Does anyone know how quickly the next 4 years is going to go? You ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Like that. It's 2028. I'm telling you, like that, it's 2028. We just landed. Just a few minutes ago, we're like, oh my God, are we going to make the time? It says 19 seconds, 18 seconds, and I got 10 minutes to take some questions here from you guys. But the next 4 years will go like this, and sometimes where you're winning, we become cocky. Let the Democrats be a great case study for us not to get too comfortable and us not to play too much offense and become arrogant where we don't baptize a lot of people the next 4 years. Having said that, they asked me to pause at the end to do some Q&A. If there's any questions, I'll take a few questions for the next 10 minutes. Yes, go for it. Tell us.
You got your question ready?
Yeah.
All right. Ready?
So he said, what is your vision for Iran without the Iranian Republican of ragheads, is what he said. He said that. I didn't say it, so, you know. What's your name, by the way? Mateen? Matisse? Mateen. Cancel culture. His name is Mateen. Please come over here. All right. Love your mustache, by the way. I love your mustache. Much love. By the way, when it comes down to Iran, they're in a rough spot right now if you think about it. They were not wanting this guy to win.
Sounds good.
They did not want this administration to win. And I've been having a lot of conversations with the Crown Reza Pahlavi of Iran and a lot of different people in Iran. It's going to be interesting the next few years to see how we're going to play ball, what policies we're going to come up with, how aggressive we're going to be. But if there was one person they did not want to see become president, and they really deep down inside did not want to see this guy win, it was President Trump, which is very, very good news for the Iranian people around the world. Collectively, we have to make a lot of noise the next 4 years, a lot of noise the next 4 years to make some progress. Yes, I'll go here with the mic, right here, white shirt. I'll come to you next. Go for it.
Hey, Mr. Bet David, my name's David. We met outside, and I'm from Boston, so I'm a Red Sox fan. Sorry about that to you, but
Stop it. You have to bring that right now and say you're a Red Sox fan. But go ahead, tell us.
So I did want to say, ever since Trump won in the landslide, there's been a lot of effort by the media to basically put self-doubt on people for, backing him and his nominees and everything. But I just want to say, or ask, when you get in a situation like that where you believe that you're right and you know that you're doing the right thing and someone tries to put self-doubt on you, what do you do to, try to...
Do you know what's so funny? Who watched the podcast 2 months ago, pre-election, that I predicted they're going to pin President Trump against Musk? Who watched that podcast? Okay. Oh, wow. A lot of you guys did. How long ago did I say that, by the way? How long ago was it? 2 months ago? I think it was around 2 months ago. It was pre-election when I said this. And I said the only way they can now win next is to pin Musk against Trump and come up with these wars they're calling President Musk and all this other stuff and puppet master all these things. Then the next thing they're going to do when they create a wedge there is then they're going to have to pin Vivek against J.D. Vance against Trump, Eric Trump, and all these other guys, right? They're going to play that game. And, the challenge then there becomes, and this is very dangerous, guys, but this is probably the most dangerous things that I'll explain to you here as the next part, is flattery. Because here's what happens. Let's just say I'm President Trump and I got 5 people around me in my administration, okay? And CNN thinks the reason why I won is because of J.D. Vance. Or this other person who's a senator, Democrat, that's been on for 20 years, he thinks I won because of Musk or because of whoever. Behind closed doors, this is what's going to happen behind closed doors, and none of us are going to see it. They're going to come in, they're going to say, hey, JD, let's face it. Without you, Trump doesn't win. It's just because of you. We know that. Everyone knows that. By the way, everybody behind closed doors is because of you. JD has to stand tall. Hey, it's because of you. Bobby has to stand. We can't fall for flattery. Empty compliments. To me, the list of people you should receive compliments to should be less than 20 names on life. Everybody can give you compliments, but about 20 of them, you should allow 90% to be filtered out. Everybody else that's giving you compliments, flattery. Going back to it. Do you know who I trust the most in my life? Who do you think I trust the most in my life outside of God? You think I trust my friends and family more, or you think I trust my enemies more? I trust my enemies more. You know why? Because it's 100%. There is no faith. It's 100%. If they had it your way, they'd like to put you out of business. If it was up to them, they would love to see you fall. If it was up to them. So I'm not offended by my enemies. I actually understand what they're doing. This is why they can't get under my skin. I get what you're doing. That's your job. Your job is to divide and conquer. You're supposed to do this. But we're better than this. We're going to stand tall and say, Mary, we know this strategy. The book Art of War was written 2,000 years ago. You're not doing anything special. We know about this. Can we actually talk about real issues instead of you trying to cause another divorce in America? Because we'd like to stay married. Yes or no? Yes. Let's move on, right? So you have to speak to them in a direct way. Right over here. Yes. Go for it. More young people than ever before don't believe in God. I'm not going to give you 5 moves because I want to go one over here as well because there's a long line, but I'll give you a couple things. You ready? So the way all of you live, okay, and you carry yourself, you're going to get other people to live that way. Vincent Oshana. Who here loves Vincent Oshana, by the way? You guys love Vincent Oshana? Do you guys know in May, it'll be 2 years he hasn't had alcohol for 2 years. Okay? 2 years. If you see him, give him love. And by the way, ladies, if you see him, he's handsome, he's sexy, He's funny, he's attractive, and he's single. If you're single, you know what I'm saying? Please go see Vinny at our booth. He's taking applications right now. Anyways, that was my quick endorsement there. The way we live as young men and women, because guess who has more temptation today? Us at 46, 40 years old, or 18, 17, 20 years old? You guys do. Cocaine, drugs, alcohol, all this stuff. You stand tall, out of those 5, they're going to see you. And they're going to want to go through church through you. And they're going to go to Bible study through you. And then indirectly you change people's lives. This is why I said the next 4 years are about baptizing by the way we live our lives. It doesn't mean walk on eggshells. It doesn't mean we walk on water. But the way we live, we can increase more of the youth wanting to get, be part of church and, kind of have God in their lives. But you guys matter. The way you live matters what happens in the next 8 years. I got 4 more minutes, 2 more questions. We'll wrap up right here. Go for it.
This will be the last question, Mr. Bet David.
Fantastic. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jake Secondo. I like your show. Now, I know that you are a big supporter of freedom of speech. Would you be willing to have a controversial character on your show like Nicholas J. Fuentes?
Would I be? Let me tell you what I don't like, okay? What's the purpose of saying the N-word over and over again? Tell me how that helps. You think you're somebody because you can get up and drop that word over and over again? Let's just say you want to have a good family and you live a good life, you want to have kids. You want your kids to see those reruns of you talking like that? I mean, listen, my son uses a certain word I don't even like speaking like that. Now, is he smart? Is he intelligent? Does he have some ideas? He does. He's a very good communicator. For me, though, if you want to have some time with me, the basis, very simple basis for me is respect. If you bring respect, I'll talk to you. If you don't, I can't do anything there. Thank you. God bless. Well, you guys are the future. Go get him. My man.
Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up today's session, but don't go away. Join us starting at 6 o'clock for Tim Pool Live on Stage featuring Charlie Kirk. Tim Pool Live on Stage featuring Charlie Kirk will start at 6 p.m.